far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling highlight. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same in time. In time. Can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get sometimes. Sometimes. Gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against all shines inside us. We're against us, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. Everything we love, victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takitao, takiki takiki takitao, takiki takiki takitao, takiki takiki takitao. Everything that still holds us, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling higher. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine. Higher.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run around. You don't make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better for you, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, got a damn, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let him know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't no way for turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blowing up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
What's up, guess we're gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna get me juice, kind of the one who made the rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to lose.
I gotta
and I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a river, turning back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's our kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going hit to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the way
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Turn it back. Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you try to push me down.
Look at me, I'll
Put
be
the line down when I run around, and I make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy.
Look at me, I'll be rising.
Carry the season, you got a damn, got a weapon. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live rock and we go. It ain't a way but turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I could do all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth, only since for seconds. We got honor.
Who wanna get me juice? Kind of the one who made it rules. You have night to choose, only one way, got night to
I can
lose.
see it, I'm gonna show down. We don't got no cry. We barely fight as one, crash in pieces, you can G.
First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat it, look at me stay victory.
Say.
I've triggered my soul
For my
down.
pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live rock and we go. It ain't a way but turn it back. Storm is coming, light up your cold. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime. Honor kings,
Pour some gas, we gonna burn up.
honor kings.
On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Word of mouth, only since for seconds. We got honor.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. On my way, find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I fight it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Grenadity.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental environment, and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14. Performance beyond limits.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone. And taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control. Awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive. Keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace. No one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion. I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go and tell them who you are, you are, you
Become a pro player? Are you dreaming? How hard is that to take another path? Can you walk this path?
Je me suis déjà posé la même question.
Posso percorrere questa strada?
Il l'appelle. Le chemin et le champ de bataille vers le plus grand honneur.
Posso arrivare?
Je ne suis encore personne.
Posso lasciare il mio nome? Inizia a salire su questo palco.
But the moment I tapped my first skill button, the moment I stepped onto the stage, in facing the tension of adversity, in facing the frustration of defeat, in facing the uncertainty of the unknown, nothing can block the path I choose. With the light of victory, we pierce through the thorns. The path to honor is here, beneath our feet. Light up. When our footsteps awaken the dawn of the gorge, to walk this path is to walk toward honor.
It's about adapting. It's about creating your own path.
우리는 우리 앞을 가로막는 누구든지 물리칠 준비가 되어 있습니다.
We are ready to defeat anyone that stands in our way.
Side by side, we walk the road that shapes our fate.
並んで運命を形作る道を歩む。
It's time to walk the path of honor.
Alright, welcome into the third day of our Major East League Spring Season 2025. It's about to be even more exciting because it's your favorite kind of tofu kindofu, and with me today is a Holler. How are we doing?
I'm doing great. I'm excited about this. I mean, the third day in a row, we saw some bangers in terms of games. It was very competitive. I mean, we haven't seen any of the series go the distance into that third game yet, but I'm hoping that today will change that because we have some very competitive games ahead of us.
Oh yes, very. And you know what? I was watching behind the scenes as well for the SCARZ game. I think I'm pretty impressed with what they're doing. Unfortunate that they didn't really match up against the likes of Nongshim, but this is what everyone is playing for, right? That 50,000 USD prize pool, with the champions taking the lion's share of 10,000 USD, followed by 8,005, 7,000, 6,005, and 6,000 respectively in their positions. So that's quite a lot of bank to make over the course of this Pro League.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, the biggest thing about this is that you want to be in the top three, Group S, finishing by tomorrow, right? Because then you're guaranteed at least that fourth slot. But here are the 7 participating teams. It's going to be Nongshim, SCARZ, Gen.G, Crazy Raccoon, R8, Venomous, and of course, Vicious rounding it out. We have 7 teams, and I mean, they're kind of all over the place in terms of locations and just play styles in general. So the games have been quite exciting.
Yeah, so bringing, different flavors from all across the regions in their respective sides, right? So interesting today, we will see our first game already starting off with a banger. Nongshim RedForce going up against Crazy Raccoons, followed by R8 versus SCARZ. We're going to have a Gen.G versus Nongshim matchup, and we're going to end the day with Venomous versus Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, and the craziest thing about this is that SCARZ, I mean, yeah, they had a day off on day 1, but they have 2 games that are going to be off stream as well, meaning that they're going to be playing 3 total matches in a single day. They have a gauntlet ahead of them as they need to catch up in terms of games being played.
Yeah, well, they won 1 series, right? So that's a good place to start. End of the day, I think it's pretty clear who's at the top right now. I'm honestly really excited by Nongshim. So let's take a look at Nongshim as we reintroduce them for today. And that is your greatest red, Nongshim RedForce, represented by Kyung9, Haku, Illusion, Siri, and Faye. You will definitely see these boys a lot more often as the Pro League goes by.
Yeah, and this is the runner-up of Season 3. They lost to Nova Esports in that heartbreaking Game 7 in the Grand Finals. But this is a team that have taken their licks. They learned a lot because considering they had so many games played, they had the most throughout all of the teams, as almost every single series went either to the 5th game or the 7th game. And they were continuing to play on. They played very well. They seemed very well coached, and they were ready to go. But losing that one, I don't know if that's going to be demoralizing that for this team, but all that said, they've been bouncing back as they're up 3-0 in this one, but let's check out their opponents, and they will be Crazy Raccoon.
Alright, Crazy Raccoons represented by Kai, Ko, Function, Kuro, and Undertaker. They haven't had the best performance just yet, but they were showing signs of life, right? So I'm curious to see how does this other team coming from the JPKR region, what would they do today, right? The CR Nation, that's the tagline we have for them, and we need them to come together as a group and be strong.
Yeah, and I mean, some of the teams have actually played 4 games. Crazy Raccoon have only played 2. They're in 5th place at the moment, tied with Venomous. They have a lot of other games that they can really catch up and make up a lot of ground. I think it's going to be very helpful for them, seeing as that they kind of got a feeling out process, and they've kind of played a couple of games. They didn't do so well. They haven't won a single game as of yet, but of course, it's only been 2 matches. That said, let's look at Kai here. He's previously from SCARZ. He's got all of the knowledge. He's brought a lot of that expertise onto this team, and they really need to ensure that they're listening to him, making those calls.
Yeah, look, Crazy Raccoon, I think they need to go a little crazier today. Hopefully that craziness will bring the tides over to their side. So Nongshim, they're going to start off by choosing the blue, and of course this is means that not the other team, Crazy Raccoon, will be taking the red side, the counter pick side.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be helpful for Nongshim. I mean, you could just kind of, you know, when you're banning out, you just kind of be a little bit more targeted. You know, then Crazy Raccoon has to kind of, you know, ban based on more of like the meta style. But we're going to go right into this game. It's going to be game number 1 to kind of start things off. You know, what we've seen from Nongshim is that they've kind of changed up their playstyle from Season 3. They haven't shown the same cards, so to speak. And I like the evolution of this team as they move forward into this KME.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right? Like, even with the old strategies and old drafts that they have, they still work in this current meta. And the fact that they're changing it up, I think it also messes with the minds of the opponent teams as well. So Crazy Raccoon, they will come up with the My Ban. Artie and Dharma are going to be taken out respectively by Nongshim. Now, this is a rarity for me, but Nongshim actually pick up the blue side today, right? Normally, they prefer the red counterpick side. So it looks like they want to focus on something really clear for them. And that's going to be the Secure. Being teased, not picked yet, but I think it's a great start to the draft itself.
Yeah, it's actually been interesting because Nongshim was on day 1, they were going on the red side. They had that strategy in mind, but day 2, they actually changed things up. They wanted to go on the blue. They wanted that first pick and kind of just working around those bans. But one thing that's been very interesting is that all the teams have really been targeting Leon. I mean, the fact that he's got that control, we've seen that the meta has kind of shifted in terms of these high-flying assassin-type junglers, and so the Liang would really shut that down, and they don't want to let Haku get any of those potential heroes like a Luna or a Jing to kind of just pop off.
Yeah, exactly. I think most of the teams have wisened up to the idea that, hey, you know what, suppression sucks. And end of the day, we want to have the freedom to do what we want to do, right? So Nongshim here, they're gonna pick up the Ogren, gonna have the Mayin as well. These are all not set in stone, but going up against a Diadea Lady Sun, it could be something that costs them, right? We've seen the Diadea make so many good plays with the Bitter Farewell, the lockdown. That 1 to 2 seconds of insane catch is going to be very useful for Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, just setting it up. I mean, Crazy Raccoon right now, yeah, you've got the Lady Soon and the Lady Jun to kind of deal, you know, as a traditional mid laner. You really can't go wrong with her. But that said, it's definitely on the squishier side. How are they going to deal with the Ogren? I probably would have preferred more of like a Princess Frost, more of like that zoning type to kind of keep him at arm's reach so that he doesn't kind of reach onto you and to get onto that back line. But one thing to take note of is that Nongshim also picked up the Mayin, who's going to be getting to that back line very easily.
Yep, so it's going to be a 2-prong attack, right? We're going to be expecting that the Ogren, Haku, is going to be using that frontal assault to come in, maybe creating some space for Kyung9 to be able to sneak or flank into the sides or the back on the side of Crazy Raccoon, right? But like you said, this Lady Chen pick, I think actually it's still pretty useful. While you prefer Princess Frost, I understand why Crazy Raccoon will go for Lady Chen. I think in moments of stress, it's easier to land the skills like the Ocean of Tears and the Flowing Sigh in comparison to having to aim your Frigid Prison up against an Ogren or a Mayin.
Also, I'm thinking that, you know, Feng Shun in the mid lane has got the Elsa skin, so it's kind of like you want to flex a little bit, maybe.
Yeah, you want to freeze their chances of having any comeback, right? But nice bans here coming out from Nongshim. They understand this. Look, teams might not know. Angulo just eats Ogren for breakfast. That's why he's taken out of the hero pool. And Sunsa as well. The great counter in team fights taken away.
Yeah, and it's funny that, like, I mean, even yesterday's game, Nongshim actually picked up the Agudo with Haku, and they were able to counter, right, the Ogren play. So they showed that one, and they were like, hey, this is how you do it. But at the same time, Crazy Raccoon had an opportunity where they're able to kind of pick up the Agudo themselves, but instead they were going to go with the Lady Jean. I don't know if they're, like, if they picked up on that fact that it is a bit of a hard counter.
Maybe they were not interested in getting the Agudo in the first place. End of the day, your team must be comfortable playing that hero as well. Not to say that they might not have the proficiency for it, but maybe this is just more comforting on the side of Crazy Raccoons. Lady Chen, a well-known counter to Ogren as well, because he's a front-facing guy. He wants to do the frontal assault, which is the dream for Lady Chen, because you can just throw your destructive deluge, lay down all your skills, and then boom, you're frozen, you're dead.
Yeah, but I mean, Ogren, assuming that he's playing it safe, I mean, yeah, you have the Dune from Crazy Raccoon that could potentially kind of chase after him, but Ogren can kind of use that map terrain, that path of passing to just kind of like get in and out wherever he wants to go and kind of dodge most of what Lady Jean is kind of going to bring to the table, right? Mind you, I think that Feng Shan is going to be up to the task of just limiting his movements and trying to pick him off, but Nongshim rounding out the draft with the Marco Polo and the Ganemo, which could potentially just make Lady Jean's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, in fact, this draft, I think, is definitely going to benefit Nongshim a little bit. So the way that Crazy Raccoons has to play this game is to make sure that Cole comes in as quickly as possible. That Unruly Blade is such an important skill for them. He needs to land it at the correct angle, at the correct time, because he needs to break up the lineup on the side of Nongshim. You can't allow Illusion to do what he does best, which is to sit and snipe.
So another thing that Nongshim have really been doing is that whenever they say a Dune, they usually counter pick with the Secure. I know that in terms of this draft, they actually went with the Secure first pick. It is such a good counter to when, you know, Dune goes in with the Unruly Blade, he tries to Wind Slash, and then Secure Mulberry powers on top of him, just kind of limiting that and like stun, you know, creating this like stun locking counter to him. And it's kind of an interesting pick into this one. But now that we've seen this, it's going to be the first match of the day. Game number 1. We've seen the draft. Who are you giving an edge to?
I think it's easier for Nongshim to kind of execute their draft in comparison to what we have on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Crazy Raccoon, they will require quite a bit of farm. And Kuro, I think, okay, look, in the farm lane, I think Kuro should be able to do well against Siri, but this is dependent on the performance of Fate. But first and foremost, you know, we want to talk about EWC. This thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping to bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide, and this is going to be a big one for you guys on the Pro League.
Yeah, it looks like they're going to kind of start in that mid lane. Nongshim 3 members strong, ensuring that Illusion kind of gets going. But our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G. Built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
So we're talking about being reliable, right? And I think at this point, if Function plays his cards right, he can be definitely the reliable mid laner for the side of Crazy Raccoons. They need his stuns, they need the freeze to come true.
Yeah, speaking of stuns, a little bit in the bottom lane, just kind of trading it along. I mean, Faye had a nice little Mulberry power. Curl's kind of on the lower end of that HP scale. He'll be kind of zoned out, but let's talk a little bit about this bottom lane, seeing that we're here. You talked about the fact that Curl kind of, you know, does well against Siri one-on-one, but now you've added into the Secure and the Diadea. Who are you giving the edge to?
I think it depends on Faye's positioning at this point, but hang on, potential first blood onto Function here, but I don't think they will be able to get that.
Yeah, I don't think that they're going to go for this one, but Faye will join just to make sure that everything's kind of kosher. Those couple blades will do some damage onto Ko, and mind you, Haku wants to just be taking most of that farm. I think Illusion will be okay sacrificing just a little bit of it.
Yeah, I think at this point, look, having a Ganemo, she doesn't do that badly when she has a level deficit. She does have an insane amount of burst. So a 1 level deficit isn't that hurtful to Illusion. So he's fine to give away a little bit of farm to Haku. In fact, if Haku wins that lane against Ko, it's going to be a big moment for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and Ko taking a lot of damage. He has to get on out of this one. I mean, he'll continue to farm in the jungle, but he's been pushed away. I mean, Illusion was kind of like focus firing on him, just ensuring that most of those blades would hit him, because you just kind of threaten him just a little bit so that he's a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, so actually the highest potential of the first blood, I feel, will come from the farm lane, right? If Kuro is able to get the assist by Undertaker with the bit of farewell, I think very well they could see First Blood. And every time Faye moves for that mid lane rotation, that's a high chance for Crazy Raccoons to try and get a kill.
Yeah, it's definitely got that opportunity. I mean, Siri is all by his lonesome, right? He is level 5, and he'll just take a slight advantage in that regard. But in terms of net worth, it's literally tied at this point. So I think that they're going to be fine. Nongshim, again, it's the Haku show. Let this man get going on this Ogryn. Ensure that they've got a great mid-game.
Yeah, so far they're trying to establish a lead for themselves, and you can see a very clear difference in the gold between Haku as well as Cole. And I think this is a cause for concern, right? So right now, I think Crazy Raccoons, they will do well for themselves to try and find an advantage somewhere. Mid lane, farm lane, doesn't matter. I think Kyung against Kai in the Clash lane is going to be a stalemate, so they have to try looking for something else.
Yeah, and Ko actually teleported in the bottom lane. I mean, making his way downtown just because you know that the Tyrant is going to be up in about 15 or so seconds. So Crazy Raccoon, again, taking everything in their jungle, maybe looking for a pick-off before they look to start this big neutral here.
Yep. And if you take a look at the Vision score itself, Undertaker seems to be doing well in getting information for the team. So hopefully they can use that to their advantage, but Faye.
Yeah, the Mulberry Power will connect onto Undertaker. He's taking quite a bit. He's going to Heartlink back. He's kind of been zoned away. Haku looking to take a Tyrant for free. He does smite it for good measure.
Okay, so they're gonna try and make a trade with the Azure buff here. But Kyung is in the middle of 4.
Oh, but Undertaker a little bit low. The flash away. Feng Shui is not going to get away. Faye will get first blood. And through it all, it looks like the blue buff will also be picked up by Haku. That wasn't even stolen. All in all, not great. Flash forward by Siri, trying to get the pick off with that Resplendent Revolver. Trying to get aggressive, but instead, they're just going to take the mid T1.
Yeah, so this could be the start of something that's really difficult for the side of Crazy Raccoons to handle, because look, Cole is already behind on farm in terms of gold. He's matching levels, but once again, all these buffs will be stolen away.
Yeah, this is going to be a huge one, right? I mean, Faye all the way up in front, and Ko is just like, dude, you're taking away all of this stuff. What am I supposed to do? Illusion had picked that one up, and now in the bottom lane, if you're looking at Siri, he's starting to kind of, separate himself from Kuro. We're talking about the fact that Kuro did have that advantage in the laning phase, but with the state of the game now, you're kind of seeing that Kuro has fallen off.
Yeah, he is going to find life a little bit difficult here. Kai actually has to commit the flash to get out safely, and that's not a good sign for the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Not a good start. I mean, he's not. Now he needs to play even more defensive. Siri's going to come further this, especially with Faye on his backside. I mean, with that Mulberry Power, they'll secure that Spike-tailed Beast, and they'll move on. But again, Nongshim, this is why they're so good. They're able to kind of exert that map control, push it along, and then you're taking fights where they want to be.
Yeah, and you know, Haku's actually quite enabled by Faye, because with the Firefly Brush, he's able to jump in, but hang on, that's quite a bit of damage coming in from Illusion.
Yeah, Illusion taking that one. He has both buffs. Maybe he even stole it from Haku, but he did time it properly in that sense, and he did take that one along. And now Crazy Raccoon without those buffs, I mean, it seems kind of small, but it really starts to add up, especially when you're trying to jungle. And now Kyungnan looking to go in, it blows up Kuro, and they find Undertaker as well, and they're going to go for the backside, and Ko not able to run away. He realizes that, hey, he's actually on the red side. He's going the wrong way. No chance. Faye will take him down.
Yep, it's going to be the start of a very difficult journey for the side of Crazy Raccoon, because look, 2 to 3 different plays, it's 4,000 gold ahead for the side of Nongshim.
And look at how they're playing. They're splitting they're split pushing at this point. They put pressure on the bottom lane as well, and Feng Shui had to make that rotation. And basically now they've invaded the enemy jungle. They're taking over yet another Crimson Golem going their way. I feel like they've taken every single buff for the past 2 or 3 minutes.
Oh, look, Illusion forced the flash from Feng Shui. This is one defensive measure gone for the side of Crazy Raccoon. This means it's a horrible fight to take for them.
Yeah, no chance at this point. I mean, it's a free T2 at this point. They've been zoned away, no real chance. They've been pushed back. Haku, again, starting to get a little bit scary. He has a 2-level advantage over Ko, and these Illusion couple plays have been hitting non-stop.
Yeah, Haku actually goes for the Dragon Rage instead of the traditional Blazing Cape. So this means he's able to sustain a little bit more, and he's going to be looking for an opening to try and make life difficult and easy for Illusion to get those aiming couple blades down.
Yeah, it's going to be easy for him. But Ko trying to go in, almost takes out Faye, but he gets a little bit on the low side. They all survive. They're going to go back in. Haku getting a little bit low as well. He's going to Conductor of Souls. He's going to try to outfight this one. I mean, he's got the shield. He's going to try to run away. Kai almost gets a pick off, but Kai will be killed.
Yeah, and that's why Illusion is so happy in this game, right? Look, Haku is going to be responsible for pushing them back because he's the frontal assault, right? At the same time, because they're all so far behind, Illusion gets his pick. He gets to choose, right? Who do I want to snipe down?
Yeah, Haku almost up 2k over Ko right now. This is a huge gap in that sense. But if anything crazy, Raccoon right now, picking up that Overlord will help. They need to stem the bleeding. They need a little bit of space. Figure out how they can at least get a single T1. Maybe that'll open up the door for even more avenues of attack.
You know, actually, if you didn't say that, I would have noticed, but they have not taken a tower yet. And right now, T2 being threatened at the same time. So, Nongshim, this is so comfortable for them.
Yeah, very comfortable, right? They're just pushing it along. Yeah, you have the Vanguards, but it just might be more of a net worth shifting in favor of Nongshim because they get easily burned down at this stage. Nongshim's still up in front. Those Vanguards can't even get outside of their own base. The bottom T3 is under siege. Haku going over the wall. He's got the path of passing, just zoning more than anything else. But through it all, they don't really have the minions to continue this onslaught.
Yeah, look, there's very little that Crazy Raccoons can do now. All they can do is to try and slow down what seems to be inevitable at this point.
Yeah, I mean, they need to figure out how to get to space. Maybe they can hold in some way. Somebody gets out of position, but it's hard, especially with Haku up in front, just being that front liner, like that front scout, who's very tanky and is able to take this one out. I mean, they've taken the bottom T3 essentially for free. Haku just playing around in the enemy base.
One of the things that I think Crazy Raccoon can kind of consider, it's a huge risk, but just ignore the front lines, right? Just go straight and dive for the back, try and find Faye, Siri, or Illusion, and maybe they can turn this.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to have to figure out a way, but Illusion, again, just understanding how to keep his opponents at arm's reach. Obviously, if you jump on him, he's got guard his grave. It has a potential to kind of get away, but you have only so many opportunities. You really need to get Ko to kind of get in this one, but Chung9 looking to get a little serious. He gets a little low. Kai going down. Haku's going to slam him down. They take the top T3, and now they're going to back off, regroup at least. Oh no, they're going to pump fake that one. They're going to fake everyone out. Haku goes right back in, wants to get the kill. He takes out Kuro, and now it looks like he wants to get for Ko. He's chasing him, the nice couple blades, slicing him down, and all 5 members of Nongshim still surviving. Mid T3 under siege, looking to go down. Fengshun, all he can do is just watch. He goes back into the fountain and says, buddy, I'm all by myself. What happened here? The minions are here, Nongshim. It looks like they will take game 1, and all Crazy Raccoon can do is watch.
Yeah, this is a painful lesson. So Crazy Raccoon, they're gonna be in a tight position here because, you know, they had a decent draft. It's not the worst draft in the world, but they needed the gold advantage, right? They needed to make sure they were on top of the game. And Crazy Raccoon just were never close in tipping the scales in their favor.
Yeah, and this is why it's hard to beat, like, good teams, you know? Because they push you back and they give you very little gaps to get back in the game. And just like you can't split push, you can't really get anything because, again, the draft that they have is also very linear, so you know where they're going to come from, and Nongshim just can kind of keep them away and just outrange them throughout. So just Nongshim just really very good at just knowing how to close out a game.
Yeah, the highest potential actually came in the farm lane. They needed to be able to shut down Siri there, but unfortunately, Faye with the secure pick. Now, I know that we love a good Secure, but Secure is so hard to play against, right? The heals coming in, that's already one problem, but you also have the damage coming from the sprites when he uses his skills. So Secure was a definite win condition that Nongshim were relying quite heavily on.
Yeah, and there's a reason why they went with first pick on this one, right? I think that it's going to be crazy if teams kind of adjust and they're like, hey, we're going to look to just ban this at first phase because they seem to prioritize it. I think that Nongshim have played it the most, Secure that is. I mean, he has a lot of flexibility, mobility, stun locks. I mean, it pretty much everything that you want in a good support.
Yeah, I think the main lesson we learned here for the side of Crazy Raccoon is, look, you need to make sure you get the gold in your pocket. That's the most important thing. The highest farm on the side of Nongshim, obviously it is going to be Haku. Second is Siri, the two more important people on the side of Nongshim that needed the gold and EXP, right? And they definitely achieved that. Now, Illusion was close by at close to 8,000 as well, but he was super greedy. He went for the Tome of Wisdom right after the Scepter of Reverberation as well. And that was one of the reasons why he was so consistent with the skill shots, with the damage in. To me, Illusion has to be the MVP of this game.
Yeah, I would think so. I mean, he did so much damage. He was like constantly just like, I mean, again, Crazy Raccoon, very squishy, right? So if you just hit a couple blades, you know, they're going to have to back off. They really can't take that fight. And everybody is just, they outrange you. And the fact that you're, you know, they might even be tankier than you. So Crazy Raccoon really had no avenues to get in. And to be honest, the biggest shock to me in that last slide was the fact that Crazy Raccoon did not get a single kill. That is perfect positioning, perfect gameplay by Nongshim.
Yep, you could see, right, the gold graph, a very steady growth on the side of Nongshim, and there was really very little doubt that they were going to take this series, right? From the moment that first engagement netted them the first blood, it was pretty clear that, look, Nongshim understands what kind of position they're supposed to take in this fight, and how they're supposed to really bait Crazy Raccoons in. And Crazy Raccoons, they were trying. It was not as though, you know, they didn't look for the backlines and whatnot. But here we go. This is the MVP. And as Illusion, Nongshim RedForce, this is our prio mid laner, and for good reason as well. 303. You will rarely find this guy out of position, but you'll always find him in position to get the kills.
Yeah, again, you need to like kind of draft around this. You need to find ways to get on top of Illusion, because if he just keeps you again away, it's going to be so hard to get in. But let's check out these highlights. It's going to be the Nongshim show. What a great ambush here by Kyung9, setting it up. I mean, Ko is like, okay, I've got nowhere to go. I can't even get to my tower. They have 4 members and no real chance at this point. And this is kind of where the wheels fell off, and Nongshim was up in front, and just, you know, with full map control, it was tough to, you know, penetrate any of the frontal assault by Nongshim.
Look, I want to praise Kyung9 as well. I think he did a really good job. At this point, underappreciated, because look, he held Kai at knife point. He made sure that Kai was stuck with him in lane all day. One of the potential turnarounds that could happen on the side of Crazy Raccoon was if Kai hit those power spikes. Unfortunately, Kai could not, because Kai is the only person that would be able to jump into the backlines, catch out Siri, catch out Illusion, catch out Faye, and maybe make life a little bit more difficult for some errors. And that could have been an area where Cole was like, okay, let me just ulti in and we can just start breaking their armor from within, right? But Kai was constantly held down by Kyung9.
Okay, Kyung9 holding somebody by knife point at Kai. Do we call security? What do we need to do? Oh, are you talking figuratively? Okay, all right, I get it. But I mean, all jokes aside, he was completely suppressed, right? He really had no chance, no space to kind of get going. And this is kind of like that suffocating playstyle that Nongshim have, where when they get that lead, they just kind of choke you out. It's very difficult to play with. It's very, you know, tough to find any sort of farm across the map, and you're kind of forced to play into the hands of Nongshim, which is exactly what they want to do, of just closing out these type of games.
Yep, so it's a very close and warm embrace, but not one that you will really like, right? Especially when Nongshim RedForce gets what they want. So with that being said, I think we will be heading into a short break before we go into the second game.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. Will you let
Game number 1 was a big win for the side of Nongshim RedForce. Is it going to be a clean sweep for our Korean powerhouses from the JPKR region? Once again, it's your favorite kind of tofu, Kin Dofu. And Holla, game number 1 was a smash. What do you think about 2?
Yeah, definitely a smash. I mean, if I'm the coach of Crazy Raccoon, I'm just going to keep them composed, settle down. We need to think about baby steps. We need to think about that first kill first. I think that's the number one thing. Get ourselves some, hopefully one kill will compound into many, right? That's where you want to be thinking. You got to play a little bit more aggressively. Right now, Nongshim's positioning has been flawless. They need to break into that somehow.
Yeah, it's kind of like stepping into the gym, right? New Year's Eve, I'm gonna make sure that I work out, but you don't even start, right? So get it started. Maybe you will have the motivation and the discipline there. And this is exactly what Crazy Raccoon needs. I think if they can, maybe go for the blue side this time, right? Get that first pick, get the prior pick, get someone, maybe the secure works, maybe get the Agudo as well, right? Things that will work against the likes of Nongshim. Now that Nongshim doesn't have the Ogren, take a look at what other options they might be going for.
Yeah, I think it's going to be more important for them, right? In the sense of just like picking comfort heroes. I mean, the draft, in a vacuum is not that bad. But I think if you're talking about what Nongshim are bringing, I mean, the Haku Ogren is going to be one of their staples. They're going to be very strong on that. Illusion Ganemo also very strong on that, top tier, right? So that these are the guys that you kind of need to worry about. But that thing is that draft is over. And of course, with global bans, they're not going to be picking those heroes again. But going into this one, game 2, I think it's going to be more important for Crazy Raccoon to pick the best, most comfortable heroes that you're on and give yourself a chance here.
Okay, so I'm going to go into coach mode, right? Let's talk about what Nongshim likes. At this point, second game, they still have access to Dharma, they still have access to Sunsa. So take your pick. Which one do you want to play against? I would rather play it against a Dharma than a Sunsa because Sunsa's rotational speed is too insane. At the same time, we do have that Mai coming out for Illusion. Get rid of the Mai. Do not allow the Mai going into the hands of Illusion. Maybe you still stand a decent chance on the side of Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, the biggest thing, though, is that you only have 4 bans. You can only target so many of the players. Like, it's tough because, everybody from Nongshim has that, that capability to just carry the game. Again, like, draft, strategy, all these things, super important. Give yourselves a chance so that you have, I would say a bit of an edge going in, but it looks like Crazy Raccoons are going to be on the blue side to kind of start things off. They want that first pick, as you were alluding to earlier.
That's a good start, right? So now, same thing, they want to take out the Liang. This is going to open up so many options, right? You can even have the Clash lane. You can also start thinking about, hey, I want to pick up the Luna, I want to pick up the Jing, I want to pick up the Pei. Assassin-based junglers will make sense here. And Nongshim ban out the Mai for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, because they don't have first pick, right? So it's one of those things that they're looking to protect themselves. I think one thing that we've seen throughout the KME is the fact that, Crazy Raccoon have done it, R8 Esports has done it this as well, where they first ban the Liang. Okay, I don't know what it is about this. I mean, okay, he has a lot of potential in terms of control. We were talking about the fact earlier that junglers tend to be assassins, very mobile, and they don't like that lockdown, so they want to kind of move around a bit. But also, what's something that came up in yesterday's cast was that we're assuming that some of these teams just don't like the Liang because he's wearing glasses and had something to do with like a punchable face.
My wishes.
Yeah, you know what? I was ready. I had my boxing gloves open in my drawer. I was ready for you, right? But in any case, it looks like Nongshim, they will pick up the Sunsa as the prior Clash lane consideration, and I think that's a good choice, right? Crazy Raccoons, they pick up the RD. Look, if they don't win this, it's on them. RD is one of the best farm laners in the game. They have to make sure they protect Kuro in lane and allow Kuro to just take as many buffs away, either from their own jungle or the enemy camp.
Yeah, and I mean, I like the potentially Arlie, but you gotta like pick around it. The Byron being picked up here, will they pair it up with a potential Pei for that early game goodness? We saw that actually on the KM West side, the worst side. I think that's what the W stands for, with OG Dao just taking it to the next level. I mean, it was a nice little combination that they had with KK and Dao. But it looks like they're going to go with the secure. They want to take it over. I mean, they're going to pick it up for themselves this game.
Yes, it's a good start, right? So right now, I actually like the counter pick coming out from Nongshim as well, because number one, they have the Changfei. This is definitely a good consideration. Look, your Maple Dance, great, gets rid of projectiles and stuff like that, but it doesn't stop the stun coming out from the Unbridled Outburst, doesn't stop the bolt from hitting you as well. So, Nongshim are already focusing on to making life difficult for Kuro. So then, on the side of Crazy Raccoon, it then comes down to the Undertaker Secure. What can he do in this situation? Can he either make the first engagement, right? Get the kill first for the team, allow Kuro to get the kills, or maybe save with the healing from the sprites.
Yeah, and I think that if you're looking at the Nongshim side of Zhang Fei and Sun Tzu, they've shown this time and time again in Season 3. This like 1-2 combination of like, hey, you jump on the Zhang Fei or even the Sun Tzu, the other will back each other up. And they have this like really great team fight ability, like this death ball. It was very difficult to fight into. Crazy Raccoon, yeah, you have the secure, and we're talked about just how great it was in Game 1, but you kind of need to combo it with something else. The Byron will help. I think the Storm Strike is great. The damage potential, especially backed up with that Arlie, but you need to figure out a way to either deal with this death ball, this team fighting machine of Nongshim, or, you know, maybe just split pushing altogether, you know, without it.
Look, I love this Jing ban coming out from Nongshim. Actually, Jing makes a lot of sense for Crazy Raccoon because not only does it give you access into Siri, it also forces you to move into a small ball on your own, which, you know, Kuro is going to absolutely love because there's a lot of space around the fight that he can kind of traverse. But right now, Nongshim, they're making life so difficult for Crazy Raccoon. They are teasing the Yixing. I love this pick. The synergy between Zhang Fei, Sun Tzu, and Yixing is one of the most dangerous and most potent combinations out there.
Okay, I do agree with you. There's a lot of, possible combination with those three. A lot of control. Great, but Gen.G is pretty much your damage dealer, right? And if he goes down, and you have all these great ults and control, but you'd really need a damage dealer to kind of round out this draft. I think that that's something that they need, especially in this last pick, which will be for Haku.
Oh, look, if they pick up the Yao, I would think that this is a decent draft coming out from Crazy Raccoon. He has to go for the full tank build though, no hybrids at this point, right? With the Yao, he should be able to cause enough confusion on the backlines of Nongshim that they might miss some skill shots. I love it. Crazy Raccoon, they take a risk, they're gonna lock it in.
Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, just bait things out, just return to dust your way back, but Nongshim looking to go with that damage. I was talking about the fact that they were lacking it. Pei definitely supplies that, especially in the early game. Might have a great time, but again, you know, going toe-to-toe with the Yao, where you do the damage and maybe you force him to do the return to dust a little on the earlier side.
Okay, look, there's a lot of pressure onto Kuro to do well in this game as the Arlie. Because yes, they do have quite a lot of control on the side of Crazy Raccoons, but the ones that can give consistent damage are going to be Kuro, Fengxun, and Ko. So the three of them, they need their farm, they need to be in a great position. This pressure is lessened because of the existence of Secure from Undertaker, but going up against a lineup of Nongshim, they have pretty good wave clear in the mid by Yixing, they have pretty good wave clear by Kyungnai and the Sun Tzu, and they have a lot of burst damage potential coming in from Haku and Pei.
All right, who are you giving the edge to, though, in terms of draft? Just draft alone, don't look at the players, all that stuff.
Draft alone, I would prefer Crazy Raccoon. But okay. Crazy Raccoon needs to make the first move. So if they're not the ones initiating, then Nongshim has all the power in the world.
Yeah, yeah. So it's really going to come back to that laning, right? I mean, I think that, you know, Crazy Raccoon really need to stick the fight to Nongshim, try to initiate, get something going on this Yao. I think Ko really needs to step up here because he needs to start taking away that farm, because Haku can farm like crazy on the Pei and he can take things away and he can do it very quickly, right? So you need to ensure that you're one step ahead of him, making sure that Haku is kind of stymied in a way.
Yep, so right off the bat, as the game starts, the concern on the side of Crazy Raccoon is, look, is Haku going to come and invade? And if he does come for the invade, is he bringing any backup? This level 1 interaction is going to be so important because imagine losing your first buff to a Pei, especially a Haku Pei. The game is going to start falling apart really quickly.
Yeah. All right, let's find out. This is, of course, the first match, the second game. Nongshim RedForce up 1-0 over Crazy Raccoon. We've seen the draft. We know exactly what's going to happen. I mean, to be honest, I like both drafts. I think the Yao is more of the questionable pick for me because of the fact that I haven't seen Ko on it too many times. But going up against this, he wants to be aggressive. He needs to take the fight to Haku. I think the jungle role matchup is going to be the most important here.
Look, it's a debut pick for our Yao hero here. So Cole, he must give the absolute superstar performance at this point. Now, there is one condition I'm looking for Crazy Raccoons to fulfill. They need to get a kill before anyone hits level 4. That is the big challenge here. If they can do that, that's going to stifle the growth of Faye. No Unbridled Outburst, a late growth of Unbridled Outburst. It opens so many doors up for you as Crazy Raccoon.
Okay, well, you're talking about Crazy Raccoon needing a kill before the 4 minutes. In game 1, I don't remember how many minutes it was, but they got 0 kills. I'm a little worried when you're putting a timer on something like that.
You know, sometimes it's all about the mind. You can lift 50 kg weights. Go do it.
No. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, and I'm pretty sure your body will not be able to handle that kind of thing. It's not a mind over matter. When it comes to heavy weights, you got to be careful in the gym, my friend.
Oh yeah, I don't go to the gym.
Okay. All right. You didn't have to say that much. You could have just said you go every day, but you lied to everyone. But nonetheless, we're here going into this one. Look, I think Kai needs to do a good job of also kind of, just pushing things along so that Ko can kind of get that farm. That funneling is going to be super important. And it looks like they're kind of sticking together. And again, just giving Ko most of that farm.
Yeah, actually, if they can find out where Haku is at and maybe try to get a sneak peek off, a 3-man jump on him, it would be great. But Kai is not in a good position.
Not in a good position. He's trying to flash away, but he's getting slammed, and it looks like Haku's going to get first blood. And I was talking about how you need a limit and stymie Haku, and giving him first blood, not great. But even Ko is going to be joining the fight, tries to go in for this one, not able to get him. He's going to get on out, and for shame, I would say, as Nongshim are up.
Yep, so they fall for a bit on the side of Crazy Raccoon. The big question now is, can they make a recovery somewhere else on the map? Even if it's a small kill onto like Faye, it's going to be really important. And also, who that kill goes to is something that I think Crazy Raccoon needs to put into consideration.
Definitely. And Kyung9 taking a decent amount of damage himself. It looks like Haku's going to show up yet again. It was all a bait, and Kyung9 will get the kill this time. And it looks like they're playing with Kai, making his life difficult. They've been forcing it down in that top lane.
Yeah, I can't imagine Kai's mental state at this point. Look, you've tried twice, and to be honest, that was a good situation. He could have put Kyung9 at risk as well. But Haku hiding in the brush, and potentially, right now, it's a difficult situation.
Nice Unbridled Outburst, pushing him back. They've got Feng Shui in a great spot, and this stun lock is real serious. Getting him, taking liberties is going to hit as well. But it looks like Undertaker will fly away. He gets to safety, and through it all, Nongshim just taking kills across the board.
Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but Haku has been the one that has received all of these kills.
Yeah, most of them. I mean, Kyung9, I think, got one on Kai in the top lane. That's the only difference. But mind you, look, if I'm talking about a one-on-one between Byron and a Sun Tzu, usually I would give the edge to Byron. But Haku has done such a good job of forcing it down. I mean, getting first blood, and then now you're kind of snowballing that top lane where Kyung9 has got the advantage.
I mean, he has the Meteor, he does have the Netto Gauntlet, so look, that's a lot of armor pierce, that's a lot of armor. So it's a difficult position for Kai to win.
Yeah, okay. I mean, it's going to be tough for now. He just needs to just hold the fort, make sure that tower is still standing. Again, Crazy Raccoon right now.
On the top.
They're looking to go yet again. Kai just, okay, he spots it out. He sees Haku. He's like, I'm out. Give me some space. I just want to live, man.
Oh, it's so stressful for Kai. Like, what does he do here? And nobody has eyes on Haku this entire game.
Yeah, he's been just like running around, taking everything across the map at this point. But look at how Crazy Raccoon sticking together, like protect the president, which is going to be Ko in this case, and just giving him as much farm as possible. But he's 700 gold behind Haku in that lane matchup. The other one, Siri Kuro, Siri Feng Shui, a little bit of an edge for Siri.
Yeah, still, look, they're at about 3,000, close to 4 for the important members. Once again, reiterating, Haku and Siri, the two biggest farms in the side of Nongshim. And based on what's happening now, I think it's really difficult for Crazy Raccoon to try anything. The risk right now is not worth taking.
Yeah, it's definitely not worth taking. I mean, they were not even going to contest that Tyrants. It was the first one of the game. They were completely out of it. They were not going to try it at all. And now, again, Crazy Raccoon just trying to just hold the line. Just slow things down, let Ko get going. He's still level 9 to level 10 of Haku, who does have that edge right now. Almost 1K, though.
Oh, look at them. They're so sneaky. They're hiding. They're waiting for the defense to come through.
Oh, the umbrella uppers push, perfect, setting it up, and Undertaker's like, what just happened? And the bottom T2 goes down, Kyungnan fighting for his life. It's a 1 versus 2. He will be killed. A great kill for Ko.
Okay, they break the egg, so they have 1 kill on the side of Crazy Raccoon. That's a good start. 4 more to go to even the odds.
Yeah, let's go. Baby steps. That's the perfect one. And you wanted to get Ko going. He's looking to fight this one, but he gets blasted, not able to return the dust away. And sorry, maybe he expended it, but it's off cooldown now. But he goes down, and that's going to be a huge loss for Crazy Raccoon. And now they're going to try to go for Kai. Fei looking for that angle, pushes him back into the wall. The force field suppression. They're trying to lock him down, but do they have enough? And Kai will get away.
Okay, that's a silver lining, a blessing in disguise, right? The fact that Kai can survive hits from Haku, that is a good sign for Crazy Raccoon. There is a chance of a comeback here, right? But they can't play too passive. They have to be able to stand their ground. Kai here, he shouldn't die again.
Yeah, he shouldn't die, but he's just being chased completely off the top T1, forcing it out. And look at Nongshim right now. There are a bunch of squatters taking over the enemy jungle. They're like, hey, this is my house now. Kyungnan in the bottom lane, though, trying to protect the tower. He will be pushed away, and it looks like Feng Shun will get that T1. A great start for them. You got to take some time.
Yep, at this point, the 5-kill differential, Haku getting caught.
Not able to get away. Ko is going to get this one, but he dies in return. It's a bit of a trade. Unfortunate for him. The mid T1, they're trying to focus this down. Kyungnan trying to keep this one alive, but they do have the minions. Kyungnan needs to be careful. I think he gets picked off, and he does, and Feng Shun finds him. But the top lane completely open. T3 down. The world is my board. Curl trying to get back to safety, and he's being chased. He's going to be killed, and Nongshim are like, okay, you can take Haku, Kyungnan. I'll just take your base. And that will be the series.
Oh my goodness, I mean, they were blindsided, right? Crazy Raccoon, I think they were doing a good job of trying to identify the wind conditions around the map that could help them recover, but your base needs to be protected at all times.
Yeah, I think that 1 kill, that was like the bloodthirsty, blood-hungry type of just like, hey, I got a kill, and we're continuing on, and then your entire base is being burned down, but you're like, I don't care, I just got my kill. We did way better than game 1, huh?
Yes, we need more. And unfortunately for them, it was a little bit too much to handle on the side of Crazy Raccoon. So Nongshim would make the clean sweep. It's going to be a 2-0 for the side of our Korean powerhouses from the JPKR region.
Yeah, looking very strong at this point, right? I think they're 4-0. They have not lost a single game. While some games have been a little shaky, I mean, they've been contested. They haven't been smooth sailing throughout, and it has been difficult in that regard. But this one, this series was much easier for them. Nongshim, just complete control, just a sheer dominance, I would say.
Yeah, so I'm super curious about how Nongshim will perform on the big international stage. We've seen them come in for the major competition. And 3 invitationals, they've done pretty well, and by pretty well I mean they got 2nd place, only losing because, I'm so sorry Haku, but you made a mistake, and that was a costly mistake. So this year, in this season, I think they're looking for a lot more. Nongshim with the clean record, I think there is this star power about Nongshim we will not be able to ignore a couple of months.
I mean, look, to that point of that, that Haku mistake, yes, it was definitely his mistake, but you kind of like, you live by the sword, you die by the sword, and Haku is that sword in the sense that you let the man go unleashed. You give him the freedom to do his thing. Sometimes those mistakes really bite you in the butt, like that in season 3, in that finals, it does happen, but generally speaking, you gotta let the man just do his thing, because Haku, he has the most MVPs in the KME thus far, and we might even have yet another one, because I mean, he was 4-1-2 at this point, had the most net worth, just completely outclassing throughout.
Now, obviously, we can't see the vision on the side of Crazy Raccoon, but I can pretty much assure you that Haku did not appear on their map for quite a bit of time, which was one of the reasons why Kai was so comfortable trying to go for 1v1 with Kyungnan, right? So Haku, I like his positioning in this 2nd game of the series, really shows the proficiency and the way that he was able to get quite a lot of damage across. Look, he's the highest damage dealer as expected of an early game assassin-style jungle. Haku with close to 36,000 hero damage off it for the team.
It's just a lot of damage. But I mean, him and Kyungnan with like the 25,000, that's no slouch either. He was constantly trading. I mean, this gold graph is just straight up red as the RedForce Nongshim team here, just completely dominated. full control, right? Even from the 4-minute mark, that gold graph is pretty sizable at that stage, and it's very difficult to come back from. Crazy Raccoon, I mean, yeah, they did a little bit better in terms of just, you know, getting some of those kills and getting those pickoffs, but at the end of the day, the Yao pick, a little underwhelming, wasn't able to kind of get going.
Actually, I felt like it was good, right? I think, but, you know, good is good. MVP is even better. Haku 412, we really expected this. Look, 35% of the team's hero damage offered was dealt alone by him. This Tiger definitely found its claws in and sunk it into the necks on the side of Crazy Raccoon. Now, this first blood, I think, was what really tipped the scales in their favor. And even though they got the first blood, I think Kai was very confident in the 1v1, got surprised by Haku again. Like Haku said, hey, you know what? I'm hungry. And the combinations coming in from Nongshim have been even cleaner today.
I mean, look at that angle from those unbridled outbursts. It's like, where are you gonna go? You think you're safe right at your tower. No, that's not even a good place to be in. And again, we're talking about the fact that this is like the Haku show. I think he dies on this one. So it's good to see him die just because of that. I mean, he had an amazing game throughout. I mean, he was clear MVP for a reason. That is his 4th MVP of KME. He leads all teams at this moment. And look, yeah, you got some kills. You did a great job in the mid lane. You've taken out Haku and Kyung9, but your base, my friend, you always got to check the back door.
All right, so with that being said, the greatest red, that's the title they have gotten for themselves from outside, right? But are they really going to be the greatest red in this entire competition? Not dropping a single game just yet. Very different comparison from Season 3 Invitationals. They did lose. It was a struggle. This time, clean sheet all the way. Can they complete the Pro League with 0 losses? That would be huge.
I think you just jinxed him. I think that you just made it not a reality by doing that. But right now, I mean, Nongshim are a freight train, right? Somebody needs to stop them. Somebody needs to be able to slow them down. Other teams have kind of chipped away and made it a little bit more difficult. It hasn't been the easiest for them. But again, we're going to see Nongshim later today. They're going to be going up against Gen.G Esports. That's going to be a great matchup, but that's the 3rd matchup. The next matchup right now is going to be R8 Esports SCARZ, and I am super excited about that one.
Yeah, I was watching the SCARZ game. I think they have pretty good execution. Their game against Gen.G yesterday was pretty sick, right? Pretty clean and convincing win as well. I think they definitely have leveled up. Now, it was a different story for SCARZ going up against Nongshim. I think Nongshim are just a different beast altogether right now. So I want to see how the SCARZ perform today.
Yeah, and we're going to find out, but shortly, we're going to take a quick little break. We'll be right back with that series.
To find my way, find my way. On my way, on my way. Dream my way, dream my way. Never a surrender. I find it never fail. I'm a contender. And change I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Remember see. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king.
Time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down. When I run around, you don't make a sound, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, you got a time down, gonna weather. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know. I can show you all the glory I own. To the drunk, go find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live from how can we go? It ain't a way but tiny bags. Storms coming tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire going up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
And we are back now with R8 Esports going up against SCARZ. I think that this is going to be the match of the day, but I might be getting ahead of myself. I mean, we have so many good ones, but this one sticks out to me. My name is Holler, and with me is Kindofu, your favorite kind of tofu. Am I right?
Yep, super fave. And at this point, I'm so curious about this matchup. We've seen R8 improve so much over the course of a few months. Now going up against SCARZ, who have also been on their own journey of self-improvement. Who is better now? Who has improved more?
Yeah, actually, both of these teams, right? They've kind of shocked me on both ends, right? I love the fact that, SCARZ had kind of gone in, they've shaken up their roster, they picked up Glow, and I think that this is a very commendable team. They've been very competitive on all of their games. There's some minor mistakes that they make, but at the end of the day, a very strong team. R8 Esports, as you were saying, a lot of growth. This is a team that's really on the rise, and it's been a very pleasant surprise, to be honest.
Yeah, so some small snippets of information. Xenon, I believe, was #1 in the mid lane for the mid lane heroes. I was actually watching him on stream a couple months ago, and I think he has been pretty fantastic. But the one player on the side of R8 that has really caught my eye is Mijoj. I think he has improved a lot as a roam, and I'm curious to see whether he can bring that superstar performance over to the gods today and put SCARZ at a little unease as well.
Yeah, and just to kind of toot the horn of R8 Esports even more, Abdo. My God, this guy on the Clash lane, Dharma. Look, if anyone has been tuning in, especially SCARZ at this point, you got to be either banning the Dharma or picking it up yourself because he is a monster on this hero.
Yeah, but first and foremost, let's take a look at R8's video. They will be introduced right now.
R8 Esports, straight out of Egypt. Of course, they're going to go to infinity and beyond, but it's going to be represented by Abdo, BX, Zinan, Roichi, and Mijoj. These guys starting to gel well together. They're playing together. That's the biggest thing. As a team, understanding when they need to go. And of course, I'm just going to toot the horn of Abdo. I love his playstyle. He is amazing.
Yes, he definitely is. And they will try to put themselves even more forward at this point. If I'm not wrong, the final closings of standings yesterday, RA was one of the top 3 teams. Am I right?
Yeah. In the final standings thus far, I mean, they're right now, they are second place right now. But let's check out their opponents, SCARZ, the team from Japan.
Right, that's a big one. So SCARZ represented by Arashi, Mfeng, Glow, ASD, and Ochik. All familiar names. Glow, of course, like you said, has another option. I think he's fit pretty well into the lineup of SCARZ so far. And look, one of the players that I really need to put my eyes on is Mfeng. I think he has been pretty consistent in that jungle role, but I need him to be a little bit more aggressive and more clinical in his execution. If he can do that, SCARZ is going to have a great game today as well.
Yeah, and I mean, to toot the horn of Mfeng, the guy's an absolute beast on the KME. I mean, yeah, you were talking about needs to be a little bit more aggressive. I think that he's close to the line. I think there are moments where he could maybe potentially be even a little bit more aggressive. But when you're playing a hero like KME, which is kind of towing that line anyways, and it's very high risk, high reward, glass cannon type of hero, Mfeng is up to the task. I think that this guy's an absolute beast. You gotta ride Mfeng out. He is the man.
Yeah, so SCARZ, I think they definitely need to put and embody their name into the game today. Leave R8 with some SCARZ. Battle SCARZ for sure, and maybe try and get themselves into that top 3 placement. Because ranking week is so important, you want to be top 3.
Yeah, definitely want to be top 3. I mean, if you're in the top 3, you make it to Group S. Basically, you're in guaranteed top 4, right? And that's where you want to be. I think you'll be way more comfortable. Obviously, in the series after that one, in the survival week, it's a little bit less pressure. Maybe you can experiment a little bit more. Obviously, the rankings do matter in that Group S as well. But I think just getting yourself there. You're trying to make a statement. You're trying to really stick to the teams. I think right now, R8 Esports and SCARZ, this is a great matchup because both of these guys want to be in Group S.
Hey, look, it's a great matchup, but it's also a very important matchup, right? Their fate could be decided by the result of this game as the Pro League continues on to the next few weeks. Right? So I think every game has to be won, and if you can win with a 2-0, that would be the ideal situation because that should net you not
and it's all about the points at this point. I mean, being able to 2-0 the team is a huge statement. To be honest, though, I think that this series is going to go the distance. I think that they're going to figure out ways. They're going to counter one another. They've kind of been really sticking it to each other. I mean, R8 has done it in terms of the playstyle. I mean, they've kind of gone a murderous row in that sense, and they did lose a series. But this is one of those moments where it's like, hey, I think that they've learned a lot from this one, and they have the options to take down a tough team like SCARZ.
Okay, so right off the bat, once again, teams going for that Liang ban. They want to open up so many options for the team. You can't blame them. And Mai as well going to be followed suit by the side of R8.
Yeah, and R8, it's funny because yesterday they were just banning Liang first both times, but it looks like SCARZ has done the work for them. I mean, it's one of those things where they were probably not going to look to pick that Liang first pick for themselves, and they want to kind of keep themselves mobile, but SCARZ banning out the Dharma, they did their research. Got to respect it against Abdo there.
Yeah, sometimes being a superstar is not good, right? The fame and fortune will work against you. Now, R8 gonna ban out the Luna, also one of the specialties of Mfeng here. And they're gonna start off with the Arlie. That's a big, good start for the side of SCARZ. What are they going to try and complement this pick with? Is it gonna be a Zhang Fei or is it gonna be a Secure? Many options for SCARZ to really consider, right? At the same time, there is still jungle assassins available.
Yeah, it's still a lot at this point. I think R8 right now are gotta be thinking, like, what do we do with this Kongmin? Because SCARZ is not afraid to use this and to kind of run a 4 or 5 man very squishy lineup that just kind of bursts people down. They potentially took down Nongshim with that type of lineup where they were able to kind of blow them up, but Nongshim were able to kind of withstand it, just kind of delay the game till a late game where their items were able to kind of tank all of that burst, and they would kept themselves in this. That said, it looks like they're not going to address that issue right now. Open it up, SCARZ might go that.
Feel the wrath of my
Okay, I love this combination of Lianpo and Yixing. It actually makes the chessboard formation much easier for the side of R8 as well, right? So every time they want to use, Xenon wants to use the board, then Mijoj can actually use his burst ram to knock people. That slight delay, that stun, will actually allow them to stick everyone into that board on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to counter with the Mayin and Zhang Fei. They're going to lock those two in right now. The Zhang Fei, like a counter pick whenever you see the Lian Po. Very smart in that regard. R8 going with the Byron, setting it up for Abdo. I think you want to focus on a good hero for him in that first phase of the draft. Very smart pick right there as we get into the later part.
Courage is my only belief.
Yep, you want to balance out the mobility and the damage offered, right? So Byron, one of the monster clash laners, but Mayin definitely can hold her own in the lane. So it then comes down to a mechanical skill understanding and of course your rotations by the junglers, right? Do they want to place a focus onto getting first bloods or kills from the clash lane instead?
Yeah, and look at that. R8 with the Kongming ban. They know. SCARZ is like, okay, we can last pick it. We're not going to be caught off guard with this. SCARZ, though, going a different direction, targeting the farm laners, give Arlie a little bit more space, just ban out that Loom, which can be a little bit on the frustrating side.
Yep, I mean, it's a even matchup, right? Picking up a Loom against an Arlie, it's one of the best chances to try and tip the scales over. And SCARZ recognize that, hey, one of the main wins, because we have picked up the Arlie, is that this Arlie needs to shine. So ASD, he needs to be kept safe, and so far SCARZ is doing everything in their power to keep it that way.
Yeah, look at that. The Lady Soon as well. I mean, look, I think laning-wise it's fine, but you kind of need an option to somehow lock down the Loom, because if he Infinite Vastness, you've just wasted your gank attempt. It's tough to lock the guy down. But R8, with so many farm laners already banned and picked, it looks like they're going to go with the Jing. I like it.
The obstacles in my path.
Okay, good. This is something that is going to be very valuable on the start of R8. And I think BX has already shown that they know how to play a good Jing, right? Mirror Domain, all of those slices going to cut a little bit deeper than your usual junglers here because it's going to be in the hands of BX.
Yeah, I mean, it's great here because of the fact that if you're looking at the SCARZ lineup, I mean, yeah, you have AoE stuns and you have that control and the pull, but if you just mirror domains, it's like, which one is which? How are we going to lock this guy down? It's not going to be easy. So Jing is going to have a lot more freedom. BX plays these mobile assassin-style junglers very well, and it's going to be hard to pinpoint.
Yeah, in fact, it's also about the access into the backline as well, right? The only concern I have on the side of R8 for BX is that if Ochik manages to get the Unbridled Outburst, it's a rarity. At the right time, at the right angle, he could potentially push BX out of that Mirror Domain, which would then cancel her ultimate, you know?
Yeah. I mean, you definitely have your outs. And it looks like SCARZ are going to go on the tankier side. Again, this is one of those things where your jungler is kind of forced into play a different style. Generally, Mfeng likes to kind of go with the flashy blow-up type of hero. But seeing as that you're kind of lacking a tankier hero to deal with the onslaught that is R8's lineup, you're going with a Menki. Keep your boys alive so that they can do the damage. It might be a little bit of a change, but I think that SCARZ is up for the task.
Okay, as it stands now, I am actually more in favor of R8's draft. I like the way that the draft works in theory, right? But the execution, of course, could be very different. It really depends on this first few minutes, especially before we hit the 4-minute mark. If there's no action at all, I think SCARZ will have the advantage because Mfeng should be able to tank up against the majority of the cast on the side of R8, with the exception of maybe BX.
Yeah, I think it's funny that you actually just answered my question before I even asked the question. That's how in sync we are, man. You were just being like, hey, which draft do I like? But I do agree with you. I do think that this draft is going to be quite good. I think BX is going to be someone to watch. I don't like the fact how SCARZ had to kind of counter draft and kind of let Mfeng just be the damage sponge. That's really not his playstyle. You gotta let the man fly, and this is not a hero. I mean, technically it does fly, but it's not like a damage dealing, high flying type of hero that he normally plays and it excels on.
We'll see, right? End of the day, we have theories, and then we have the actual practical effects coming in from the draft itself. Really comes down to the execution. It's rarely the heroes, it's more player. Now, R8 against SCARZ, this is going to set the tone for the rest of the series. We've already seen our first 2-0 today in the first series of the day. Is it going to be the same case here? We highly doubt so, but you know, we've been proven wrong many times.
I mean, until we've been proven wrong, almost every game in the KME has gone to 2-0. Not to say that they haven't been competitive games, but we just haven't seen that distance, that fight, so to speak, of just being able to pull it back into that third game. It can be demoralizing, totally understand, but I think that these are the teams, if we're going to have any series that goes the distance today, I think this is the one.
Yeah, and SCARZ, I like this start to the game itself. They're going to try and funnel all the farm into ASD's hands, and already starting off the game great. So R8, not in the best position available now.
Yeah, I think that that's smart, right? He's going to be your lifeblood. He's going to be your carry. He's the one that does all the damage. But at the same time, if you funnel everything to him and he somehow gets picked off, you're going to be kind of caught out of luck. You're not able to really do anything. But look at how everybody is just like, hey, we're going to make sure it's going to take a village to raise this kid that is ASD. He's going to get his farm.
Oh, this is a very strong village at this point. Oh, a nice catch in terms of vision. ASD walking into 2 here.
Yeah, but it looks like he's going to lie step away. I mean, he steps aside. ASD senses it. He's got the spider sense. Yo, they're taking liberties. Doing a little bit of work on him, getting him a little bit on the lower end. But with that Leaping Savior, all in all, nothing to worry about.
Yep, so I think this will net SCARZ the advantage, at least in this first 2 or 3 minutes of the game. The big swing will come when the first Tyrant of the game comes out, right? Then we'll see. If SCARZ secure it, I think there is a very huge advantage they could play off of.
Yeah, I think that that's going to be super helpful, right? But again, let BX get his farm. Mfeng is going to kind of use that in return. I think in the same way, R8 needs to ensure that the Jing does get as much farm as possible. Let the man get going. Abdo can play, the wingman in that sense of just kind of keeping him alive. But they're looking to go the mirror domain, glow over the wall, not able to get away, and BX will get first blood.
All of that work seems to have gone down the drain a bit, right? Giving the first blood, this is not ideal on the side of... If they can get a return kill before that 4-minute mark, that would be great, especially if it can go into the hands of ASD. But I find it really difficult because R8 already rotating down.
Yeah, but this is the meta. This is what's happening now. I mean, R8 are kind of ahead of the curve in the sense that they know that they can play a little bit more high-flying burst ram forward. ASD somehow surviving, gets that healing due. But again, to my point, R8 right now playing very fast. You want to be aggressive, go for those burst damage, and they've made Glow pay.
Yeah, it's a nice situation for the side of R8, right? They know how to recover their farm, but more importantly, they know how to set up the kills. While it didn't really work at the first attempt on the farm lane, it is showing that this is a risk for ASD. He's not that farmed just yet.
Not yet. Give the man some time, but he is falling a little bit behind in terms of that matchup. ASD being harassed, that Tremor Smash knocking him up. You're gonna light step into it, and it looks like Glow will now show up, and he says, let it go, but there's nobody home.
Yep, they want to let bygones be bygones on the side of R8. Hey, we took a kill. It's okay. Go get some rest.
Yeah, but ASD down. I mean, he's, again, your win condition. Getting that pick off pretty huge. Xenon trying to play around with Ochik here. Tried to get that taking liberties onto him. But Mfeng dealing with the lane, being pushed around. But he's like, I'm actually very tanky and super cute.
Yep, too cute to be taken away, right? At this point, BX... Look, he has a significant level or EXP advantage against Mfeng, right? They're both level 7, but BX is already so close to getting his level 8. He just got it as well. This level difference might hurt not Mfeng, but the rest of SCARZ.
Yeah, and actually it's a little bit worrying because he could just kind of come in and burst you down. I mean, Mfeng is probably not the target that's going to be able to do it, but he's got eyes on Glow. He goes directly for him, and with that first ram, they slice him down like a pair of scissors, and Mfeng goes down as well, and Ochik, all he can do is watch, not even use that umbrella outburst on him.
Oh, BX, he has been sharpening his blades this entire game, and with that kill, he secures the level 8, gets the Azure Golem as well, and this should be a pretty much secure Tyrant, which is going to amplify the farm that R8 already have.
Yeah, my gosh, look at how good BX has been doing, right? Like his impact, the fact that they're like instantly like, we go for this guy, Mijoj is already on the other page, they cut off the angles, they get this nice little stun lax with those burst rams, and through it all, R8, again, this is why this team is on the rise. They've done so well, and they're up 4-0 with a 2.3k net worth lead.
Yeah, and here's the trickle-down effect, right? So whatever success that they find, especially on BX's hands, it means there's a lot of space for Real EG. And Real EG has been left untouched this entire game.
Yeah, which is going to be scary. I mean, the D-Ren-J, once he gets going, once he gets those items, he's going to hit like a truck. And I mean, on top of the fact that BX have been creating a lot of space and getting those kills and is the highest in terms of net worth, it's going to be a 1-2 combination that's going to be instantly deleting heroes across the map.
Yeah, look, the 4 kills have kind of dwindled down all of the advantage that ASD has been getting for himself, right? So even after all of the action, he's actually close to matching in terms of gold with Real EG.
Yeah, he's been on point, right? I mean, he's eventually getting there, but now Arashi being chased away by BX, and Arashi will just sprint away, does get to safety, but now SCARZ sticking together with 3 members, dealing with 2, or now 3 from R8, but being pushed back, no space.
Yeah, and all of these kills has been taken away with the Life of Glow, right? So this is hurting him quite a bit. He doesn't have any damage to offer. Yes, he does offer the utility of having the frozen state, but it's not helping the team.
Yeah, it's not really helping the team. He's a level behind, definitely net worth. I mean, they've kind of funneled things more to ASD at the start. You know, he has not had the greatest of time, but again, he's thinking more of like utility and not really looking for that long term. But ASD will take the top T1. They're going to move on, which is going to be great. BX on the prowl.
Yeah, it's actually a little bit scary, right? At this point, ASD, if he gets get caught out by BX,
the world is my board. They're going to connect on to 2. They're taking liberties. The Unbridled Outward pushing them away, though. They've got the snap back. Boy, Arashi trying to go in for this one, but through it all, it looks like Arashi's the only one to fall. They tried to go, but now BX is angry. They're looking to go. The Stampede, he is not scared. Glow is going to be killed, and they get a 3 for nothing.
Oh, Abdul just taking a stroll in the park and getting a assist for the team there, walking right into the backlines, catching our Glow as well. And look, they are so good. This is the strength of R8. Not only do they get the kills, they always successfully translate into multiple objectives on the map.
I mean, the conversions are unreal. Like, understanding where the lanes are. I mean, the dream roam back to safety, but they take the T1 mid, and that's pretty much what they wanted. BX was not going to fully commit for that one, but this man is on fire. He's 4-0-2.
Yep, and he's close to 2,000 gold ahead of his counterpart, the Menki, right? So Mfeng, this is a tough position to be in, and maybe you were right? This discomfort, not ideal for Mfeng.
Yeah, definitely not. And look at this. Arashi now just trying to stay alive. I mean, if we're going to check out this replay just to see what's going on, it was a decent dream roam, but there was no follow-up. The board was perfectly set up. They really had no chance. The Unbridled Outburst just trying to create a little bit of space, and then Arashi tried to go in, but way too deep. Too many members of R8 there, not able to kind of compound that into a kill, and that Stampede just like not enough, and 3 members down in a blink of an eye.
This is the strength of the Yixing, right? So the moment he knew Mfeng was going for the Dream Roam, he already started to lay that ball down. So with the delay itself, he actually managed to catch up quite a few people in the side of SCARZ. But more importantly, it was the baiting in done by Real EG, pulling Arashi right under the turret, you know, committing his flash to save himself. That was what turned the whole fight.
Oh, they're going to look to go. They found him, and Glow instantly deleted. They find him out, and Mijoko's getting back to safety. The Dream Roam not able to go, and it's a Nightmare Roam as he goes down. The world is my board, locking him in. And yeah, he's in Ferrari form, but he's trying to fight under the tower. This is not the greatest of places to go, and Abdo goes down. Mijo's is so low, as well as Xenon. It looks like they're going to dive in. Ochik does get that kill. Ochik somehow, he goes down as well. 3 members down, but trading with 2 from R8.
What a good bait, Mijoj. He knew he was dead. He wanted them to overcommit so that Real EG could get the kill as well. T3 now being is going to be taken down easily by the side of R8. Success in trolls for them.
Yeah, BX and Roichi just so much damage. Look at how quickly they go. Their Mfeng is just trying to defend, not able to do it. They do get the T2 mid, so it's again just way more openings. The Vanguards will now push, and R8, this is their game to lose.
Yeah, I mean, Real EG now, he's the best person to bring to the arcade with you. The amount of tokens he's throwing, insane. Token, go token, blue token, red token. And then you win yourself a big plushie, right, in the form of Menki. Mfeng is the plushie prize.
All right, I don't think everyone understands the arcade thing. Some of the kids might not have been, old enough to kind of talk about arcades or seen one, but it looks like the first ram away, Roichi doing a little bit of work. SCARZ just trying to defend their own jungle, but it looks like they do end up smiting it. Mfeng gets his blue buff.
Yep, and this is a perfect situation for R8, right? Look, they are about close to 7,000 gold ahead of the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, and look at this. It's just the 10-minute mark. The Shadow Overlord just spawned. It seems like it's been 15 to 18 minutes already because of the fact that, SCARZ has been punched so many times. I mean, they're down about 4K. This is a tough situation, and they need to figure out a way to get back in this game. Not an easy task for SCARZ.
No, and RA made the very brilliant decision of actually pressuring the bottom lane instead. So this is opposite of where the Overlord is, which means that SCARZ will find it really difficult to test for future objectives because they have to deal with the Mega Minions or Super Minions in the bot lane.
Yeah, it's super smart. I mean, ASD can't even go to defend. I mean, he needs to constantly just worry about that bottom lane. R8 doing such a good job of just kind of taking the top and the mid. This is where the true assault is going to happen, especially with those Vanguards. It's going to be a patient game. We will siege when we're ready, or they're preparing the trebuchets. They will be good to go soon.
Yeah, and I just want to focus once again on Xenon. He has been phenomenal in this game. Very good positioning. At the same time, he has been playing very aggressively in accordance to his passive as well, baiting people in.
Yeah, I mean, that's the biggest thing, right? I mean, you have the world as my board, but it's all just a ruse that in that sense. The Umbrella Outburst on the 2 does connect, and that's going to do a little bit of work. But here we go. BX trying to go in. Ochix is going to be the first to fall, and it looks like they want to go in for this one. And Abdo not trying to find his target, not able to do so. And through it all, it looks like they will run away. R8 lose nothing, but they only take down Ochix.
Arashi, I have to give him commendations. That was a sick play. He managed to outplay everyone on the side of R8. Did have to come to flash though, so there is a little bit of a dilution on the attack power.
Oh, he's going to try to get serious. Abdu with a nice 3-man stun. Oh, he turns it around. Miz Joe's coming out of left field. Gets the kill in a team ace. And it looks like RA will take game 1 in style.
Oh my goodness, look at what it means to them. They are so happy that I think they were convinced that they should have won the series clean and easy. And you can tell, they really love it.
I mean, their team fight is just unmatched at this point. They're so good, just going in at the right time, coordinating it where just somebody just barely gets out of position where they had that 3-man stun. Majoj, that's going to be a highlight reel. I cannot wait to see that coming up.
Beautiful. I mean, that was, I think Abdo as well. 3-man knockup, insane. That's what you want from a class lane, right? Okay, what, you banned out the Dharma? I can hit multiple people with my Byron as well. So beautiful teamwork on the side of R8. But I don't think this was the worst performance by SCARZ. In fact, I think it was pretty okay. Just that they made a very huge risk and bet that ASD was going to have a good game with the lead that he had. Unfortunately, he got killed off, and all that lead went over to R8.
Yeah, and this is my concern with those types of drafts, those 4 protect 1s. Because it's very obvious, not only are you trying to do that, but the enemy knows that you're trying to do that. And they're going to limit him, or they're going to try to prioritize him as much as possible. Once they got that early kill, I was kind of like, okay, SCARZ, I don't think they're going to be able to do it. If he was able to snowball and get all that farm, and to continue on, and maybe he was untouched throughout the game, he would have had that space to be able to just really blow people up. Not able to do it. Again, R8 did a great job of just limiting what that ASD was bringing.
Yep, I think the formula could have been slightly different, right? They could maybe take a page out of R8's book instead, right? R8, they went a different direction. What they actually did was to funnel the farm into BX first. And with the aggressions by BX, it then opened up the map for the rest of the team. And you can see Real EG, he benefited off of his teammates' efforts as well. At close to 9,000 gold, he was hitting like a truck, but only because BX was down there just taking the lives on the side of SCARZ.
Yeah, I mean, BX did such a great job. I mean, he's going to be the clear MVP. I mean, in terms of the damage, he had only 50k, and Roichi was doing most of the damage out there, and the softening in that sense. But BX was there to clean up. He was always initiating, making it super uncomfortable because he's so mobile. And there's a reason why you're seeing teams are banning that Liang out, because you need some sort of lockdown, some sort of control for these high-flying jungler assassins that are in your face.
I mean, SCARZ did try to go for the Zhang Fei, but it's a 1 in a million chance. It's not easy to knock a Jing out of Mirror Domain with the Umbrella Outburst. You have one chance. Are you gonna miss it? Are you gonna take it? And even if you do, all she needs to do is to switch places with her mirror image, and there we go. That is worthy of the MVP. BX 7-0-6, one of the highest scorelines KDAs we've seen in the competition so far. Not dealing the most, but really taking the parental role to a next level. And you know, Ryoichi, are you winning, son? Yeah, he was.
Yeah, we're definitely winning on that one. I mean, that was such a nice setup by BX. Glow thought he was safe, but the mirror domain was perfectly placed where it's like, hey, you dash over, I've got my image on the other end, and I'm able to take it out. His positioning is just flawless at this point. Catching them out. Once you've got one guy out, then you can slowly pick off the rest of them. And now this is a potential dream roam. Enfeng going in for this one. Not really on where you want to be, which is under that tower. Arashi tried to make it happen, and once one person goes in and kind of gets a little out of position, and then you see the others kind of jumping in, you're all going to have a bit of a rough time.
Yeah, and I know we were gushing about Glow and how well he plays, but this game, he was put in a tough spot. He was actually the feeding device that R8 was using to funnel all the gold and EXP himself.
Yeah, and I mean, they were just in full control at this point, right? Like, just chasing after, I mean, the boards were on point. It's like, yeah, you just lock them in and they'll just let everybody do their damage. And Majoj playing it to the maximum, understanding the limits. Like, look at, he's low. He knows he's going to be killed, but it's just bait, right? For the rest of the team to kind of just clean house. And here is, oh, sorry, it was the Storm Strike from Abdo going in. Majoj was helping out to just kind of create that wombo combo to stun lock him, but they were able to clean it out with a full team, full squad, and they came out roaring in game one.
Okay, so we have half of the answer, right? So R8 definitely the better team at this point, but it could have been a draft, right? But execution also matters a lot. So as we go into the second game, I think Liang is still going to be definitely banned. But before that, we have to take a short break, give these teams a breather. When we're back, we're going to see, is it going to be a clean 2-0, or do we have a full series on our hands? We'll see you soon.
I feel it deep, flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment, the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is Honor, my name is King, my name is Champion, my name is Strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are,
R8 with a dominant performance so far against SCARZ. This is going to be the potential ender of the series if R8 takes another win.
Yeah, and I think that, SCARZ need to play to Mfeng's strengths. Let the man out of his cage. Let him do his damage. Let him, be that high-flying assassin. That's what we want. This is what the people are here to see you, Mfeng, and they want to see you on, like, Kong Min. They want you to see on Fade. Whatever it is, you got to get in there. Global ban pick, if we're going to see exactly what they went with the manking on Mfeng. I think that, again, you're just not utilizing his skills to the maximum.
Yeah, maybe not enough damage, right? Because there's a lot of focus on the fact that ASD needs to be the main damage dealer team, and once you only have a singular target, it's pretty easy to get to have the opponent team kind of push you down and really just choke you out.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to try to do that at this one. I think R8 right now are in prime position. They're very comfortable. They're in a great spot right now, especially in the league as well. I mean, they're second place, tied with Gen.G at the moment. If they were able to pull this one out, again, Gen.G is coming up in the next series. We'll see how that one plays out. But R8 right now in a great spot to be in the potential Group S right now.
Yeah, this is a priority position, right? All the teams want to be in Group S because it is a soft guarantee you're going to be winning this entire pro league, which nets you close to 10,000 USD in cold hard cash. Okay, maybe not cash, but your bank account is going to be buffed up. That's the gold buff we're looking for. But more importantly, you are also sent into the big leagues in the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, and there's a $3 million USD prize pool at the KWC, EWC, and there are 18 teams that are going to be going in. We got one that's going to be qualifying in the KME, but then the second place has a potential in the last call as we go up against, the west side, the worst side, and I'm pretty sure the east will just roll in because they're from the east, right?
Yep, true. We're gonna have to pick sides at this point. But R8, they start off strong. They say, we know Mfeng, you want one of the biggest win conditions of the SCARZ. We are going to make sure your life is difficult. They take out the Luna and the Diadea.
Yeah, I think great bans to kind of start them off. I mean, they've got their first pick in mind, but again, SCARZ going with the my ban, kind of a little bit of respect onto R8. Don't want to give that up, especially since they're first picking on that blue side to start things off. But again, I think that, R8 doing a great job. You want to target Mfeng. If he's not able to get those heroes, you're going to kind of maybe potentially see another repeat of that. But this Dharma on the Abdo, I don't want to say GG already, but I mean, I think it's over.
It's a bit early to make the calls here, but I know what you're going with. I know why it is. Abdo Dharma, it is one of the scary performers. In fact, you know what? Most of the clash lanes in this pro league, give them a Dharma, there's a very high chance of winning.
Yeah, no, Abdo is amazing on this hero, right? And just being able to set it up. But it looks like SCARZ are going to go with Sakir, a very, high-flying mobile roamer, which can potentially deal with the Dharma when he jumps in. Again, my only concern right now is that spacing, because Abdo, once he finds you, he's like a heat-seeking missile. He's going to blow up everyone with collateral damage.
Okay, but Ochik, at this point on the Sakir, could come up with quite a few situations that make it really difficult for Abdo to get what he wants done.
Yeah. I think that ASD, again, another strong hero for him. They went with the Arlie in the first match, but Lady Soon also very strong here. But R8 picking up the Loon themselves with the Zhangfei. A nice little bottom lane there.
Too much shields to deal with, too much health to run down. I think SCARZ is going to need a high burst potential hero. Yixing fits that bill, right? Not only does he have a good lockdown, the damage over time with the sliding stones and the taking liberties, going to be very important in trying to contain the lineup that is R8.
Yeah, and I think for this game, again, I don't mean to just point out Glow, but he didn't have the greatest Game 1 Lady Chun performance. He got caught out a lot. I mean, it was tough, especially when Jing is just like flying in your face and just killing you, right? But I think he needs to be a little bit more careful with his positioning, ensure that he doesn't get picked off, because he died a couple times a little early, and BX just got that snowball going.
I mean, it's tough. Lady Chun, not exactly the tankiest hero, right? Pretty squishy as well. And when you don't have your Ocean of Tears, that extra save mechanic is gone, especially when you don't have Flash. And I think he had to commit Flash pretty early. So R8 very adept at forcing resources out from people. Now SCARZ, they ban out the Lam and the Noir for good reason as well. Death from below actually allows you to get out of Yixing's ultimate.
Yeah, would have been a decent chance going into this one. And again, I think BX right now, like, he's the guy that you really want to target. Again, the Nua, it is what it is in terms of the mid lane. I think it's more of like a matchup thing going up against the Yixing. I'm not sold on that hero. I don't think it's even worth banning at that stage. But again, it's just like they don't want to play against that playstyle, right? But it looks like SCARZ are going to go with the Charlotte here as the second phase of this draft is underway.
Okay, I think that's a pretty decent pick going up against the Dharma, right? You can match the pacing. And now R8, they're looking to kill off this game. If they lock in this Ogren, I think this is a great position for R8 to be in. Then it really comes down to SCARZ, because once again, you are putting them in a position. Do you really want to pick up the Kongming against an Ogren?
Yeah, I mean, not the easiest of things. Like, normally I'd be like, yeah, anything. But okay, they're gonna go with the fade, potentially get onto those backliners, which is gonna be Lady Chun, who's gonna be the most vulnerable. Doesn't have that get out of jail free card like Loom does. Won't be the easiest thing, but they're playing to their team strengths of Mfeng, right? This is a guy that wants to be, you know, on that assassin trying to get in. Won't be the easiest thing, especially since R8 has all those bodyguards, so to speak.
I mean, the Jade Seals, this is a great composition coming out from SCARZ. In theory, right? If you can melt them down low, right, Mfeng will be able to get the instant execute. Is a secondary version of the Ogren Seer state, right? That's one of the strengths of having a fade in your team. But who's going to be the one to be able to tank the damage coming out from R8 when you try to make this situation happen?
Yeah, I mean, it's not going to be the easiest lineup. I think SCARZ right now, it really comes back to Mfeng, how he gets going. Is he able to find ways to get to that back line? And, you know, to R8's credit of just being able to protect their squishier lineup in terms of Xenon and Roichi, they're going to have a good time. Because the rest of them, you got an Ogren, you got Abdul on the Dharma. I have a hard time, you know, voting against that.
Yeah, Mijoj with the Zhang Fei as well. Leaping Savior actually going to be pretty critical in the fight itself. But then once again, okay, I hate to say this, but look, Glow didn't have the best game. But if Glow has a great game this time, it definitely could swing into SCARZ's favor. All they need to do is get the perfect sliding zones, perfect taking liberties, and if possible, perfect the world is my board.
Yeah, it would be huge. I mean, just being able to set that one up, if he's able to do it, not the easiest of things to do, especially since, you know, they might be able to just flash truth on top of you, pushing you away. It might be tough, but might walk into this one. Okay, I thought it was good. They were going to ambush him, take him out.
Yeah, but right away you can see, you know, BX already trying to get the steals in the camp, manages to get that first camp in the mid lane, and this is going to put Mfeng again on the back foot.
Yeah, it's not going to be great. He needs to get going. Give him space. Let him be the 4 Protect 1. I mean, obviously you have ASD who can just definitely support and contribute, but probably not till the late game. And now Glow, they're going to do some damage onto him with that Mulberry power. Mijoj taking a lot, and he's going to be scurried away. Glow flashing forward, trying to get it, but the Leaping Savior, and here's Roichi like a superhero coming in. But now Mijoj might have stuck around a little too long. They back off. And my gosh, a lot to do about nothing.
SCARZ, they're not happy with that. I guarantee you. ASD was a little late to the party. They definitely could have taken Mijoj's life at that point. But ASD, I think they just didn't get the comms early enough. He was still trying to clear the waves in the bot lane. So R8, they make it out alive again. A slight error from SCARZ.
Yeah, and look at Mijoj with that heal, keeping himself alive. And it was close. I'm not even sure about the entire math if that last hit was going to be enough to kill him. But I mean, sometimes you see the Zhang Fei with like the smite, which is a little uncharacteristic, I would say, seeing a heal, because I haven't seen that in the longest time.
No, they don't have to steal too many camps, right? End of the day, it's really about keeping Real HP safe, and as well as Xenon, right? These two, they're pretty squishy.
Looking to go. Mfeng finds him off the backboard, gets the dive, and blows up Xenon, getting first blood. That's Mfeng for you.
Okay, so they made a small error, but Mfeng will not make the same one. Real danger.
Yeah, Roichi gonna run away. Glow has made that rotation, and Abdo gets picked off. I feel like this is on me because I was very complimentary of Abdo, and SCARZ are like, okay, yeah, we gotta just limit Abdo because that's with Holler Snake, right?
And here we go, they force out the Infinite Vastness. That's another resource gone from the looks of R8. And SCARZ doing really well.
Yeah, doing very well. BX, Conductor of Souls, they actually found him. They got the lockdown onto Arashi, and they get the execute. BX will happily take that one. Invade my jungle, pay with your life, my friend.
Yeah, but it's a small consolation prize because on the bot side, Ryoichi is still under pressure from Ochik as well as ASD. And ASD, he has been completely untouched this game. He has a 2 level against Mijoj, and Ryoichi just managed to match that level 5.
Yeah, actually going to be huge for him. I mean, ASD getting some farm is going to be super scary, right? Especially at this stage. Roichi hasn't had the easiest of times. Now had to actually recall doing the walk of shame back into the lane. Not the best places. You're missing out on a lot of XP as well as, you know, that gold. But through it all, I think the biggest surprise to me was Abdo getting picked off, but he's somehow up in terms of levels.
I think it could have been the lane freeze, right? That was probably the only explanation at this point. So it means that Arashi missed a couple of waves of minions as well. But the big deal at this point for SCARZ is the fact that ASD, consistent pressure in the farm lane, this is going to translate into a very huge, especially if ASD gets the gold advantage.
Yeah, that's going to be huge at this point. Ochik and Glow looking for the right angle, but look at how Mfeng sticking around on that wall like a fly on the wall can potentially go. The Mulberry power onto him, but 4 members of R8 are like, hey, we are here. We want this Tyrant. ASD also on the other side. BX needs to be a little bit on the careful side. He's got the Path of Passing. He's going to look to threaten to go in, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to reset. He goes back into his cave.
Okay, so this is okay for both sides, right? All of them have their common spells up. All of them are pretty healthy, with the exception of BX. But BX, with the swipe, you know, Death's Precipice, he can easily heal back up. So it's not a big issue. So both teams, they want to have the optimal position as well as skill usage. So they're going to just drag this Tyrant for a little bit.
Yeah, and if you're looking at Mfeng, Arashi, Glow, all 3 don't have their ults at this stage. And this is a bit of an opening for R8, who have everything. They're looking to take this one down. They have Roichis and Xenon. But BX is in the top lane. The Conductor of Souls, and Arashi actually has to flash away, but they're going for the Tyrant without the potential smite. Xenon is on point.
Okay, Mfeng didn't have the smite, which that's the reason why he didn't go for the contest as well. So I think R8 played this situation really well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, just understanding that, hey, I don't think SCARZ are like, oh, they're not going to go for the Tyrant without BX nearby, right? But instead they do. They were able to find it. And look at BX, now just being this nuisance onto Arashi, has to just back off, respect the damage of BX here.
Yeah, but the question is, look, the rest of R8, they aren't kind of converting this into wins around the map just yet.
Yeah, not yet, but Roichi taking a decent amount of damage. He's going to actually have to use that Infinite Vastness to stay alive. That Taking Liberties could have done some serious work onto him. He will recall, and he'll just walk back.
Yeah, R8 not exactly in the best position here. You know, BX actually bought them a lot of space, a lot of time, but unfortunately, because of the lead for the side of ASD, they didn't capitalize on it. In fact, they're being pushed back. Ryoichi unable to defend this tier 1 against the likes of SCARZ.
Yeah, and it looks like BX, I mean, he's just been this pusher. He's got to respect it. It looks like Mfeng wants to go, finds it on, gets the pick off, and like an assassin off the wall, gets it and gets on out. No return kill.
This is why we want Mfeng on that assassin jungler, right? He's so potent, he's so pressurizing against the likes of R8, who already in game 1 we have seen, they have the potential to be very suffocating. But this game, it's SCARZ ballgame.
Yeah, this is why you gotta let Mfeng do Mfeng things. I mean, let the bird fly. He is a monster. He needs to be able to do the damage. If you're not letting him do his thing, you're really limiting what this team can do, because a lot of it rides onto Mfeng's play.
Yeah, and look at his rotations, right? They don't mind giving away some vision control. Right now, Overlord is the contest for the side of R8.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go for this. Mfeng is not in position. BX will happily take this one. But through it all, Mfeng was invading the enemy jungle. That's where he was. and he does have an alibi in Arashi there, who is kind of helping him out. But BX spots it out, realizes that most of his jungle isn't really available, will chase into Arashi.
Blue team has destroyed a tower.
So at this point, R8, if they play their cards right, the map control, macro gameplay by R8 could turn this around and hurt SCARZ a little bit more. The goal gap is pretty close. It's about close to 1,000 at this point. So R8, they're not too far behind.
Yeah, not too far behind. They just need to keep themselves in this game, not do anything risky. BX is, again, your win condition. Roichi, also your win condition. These are the two that, as long as they're not dying and they're continuing to farm, you're gonna be fine, but you gotta get to that late game. Plus, you gotta worry where Mfeng is. Look at this guy. He's chasing after you, diving around the tower, doesn't really care. He's on the ledge, will invade your jungle. And again, this is why the Mfeng fade kind of annoying, because look at him. Like, how are you gonna deal with this? And they want to go for the Mulberry Power, and they find him, and Mfeng slices him down, and he gets on out like a true assassin.
Yep, he's level 12. This level advantage is so big for the side of SCARZ. And right now it's 6.7. No, he is close to 7,000 gold. He is a monster. Just hitting level 13 just as we talked about it.
Yeah, I mean, everybody's scared. How are you going to deal with this? They're actually looking to dive the T2 at this stage. I mean, they haven't even taken the mid T1. They will back off now, but through it all, they have mobility. They have Ochik on the secure, being able to fly around to help support this wall jumping fanatic that's been able to take things out. And now BX is being gone on the unbridled outburst, pushing him back, saving him alive, keeping him alive. He's got the stampede onto it, but they have the floor not really connecting. ASD is doing some work onto Ochik, almost picking out Zenon. Needs to be careful. BX in the conductor of skulls, but two members are already down. They're looking to trade on this one. Arashi is down as well. It's a 2-for-1 thus far. The infinite fastest. Roichi will get on out of there and will survive.
Okay, he's not going to be greedy on the side of RH Ryoichi, but right now I think SCARZ is definitely in a great position. ASD could be the one to put a lot of pressure around the map as Mfeng going for more.
Oh, he finds Ryoichi. He's like, okay, your first class ticket was gone. You used it, fine. You don't have it, I'm going to find you again. I will catch you down, and that was a long time grudge, and he ended up making Ryoichi pay for that.
Yeah, a different story of Enter the Dragon at this point, taking him out. So Ryoichi, look, there is still some hope for the side of R8, but SCARZ, what a dominant performance so far.
I mean, it's really onto Mfeng. I mean, I hate to say to be like everyone else is not really contributing. It's not the case. Everybody's doing well, but it's because Mfeng is providing so much space. He's able to get those pickoffs, and the rest of the team is rolling. Once you have that numbers advantage, you can take a fight 5 versus 4. That's very easy. And look at Mfeng chasing after Ryoichi, making his life miserable, knocking him up, getting the pickoff yet again, and Mfeng with yet another kill.
Truly unstoppable. How do you control this man? And at the same time, oh, here we go, another cat.
Goes golden. It looks like he wants to go, but Mfeng finally goes down a little too deep. He got focused fired on that one, but they did get Abdo in return. So it's a 1-for-1 in that regard. Sorry, ASD died as well. It's a 2-for-1. But through it all, R8 now on the prowl, on the offensive, looking to go, but Glow is looking to just slow it down.
Okay, it's a great recovery by R8, but I think Ryoichi, he needs to do well to not go on his own anymore, right? He needs the support, he needs the Leaping Savior as a saving grace against the likes of Mfeng, and in this way, they can actually take up a fight against SCARZ. You have seen the potential of a turnaround, but R8, they need to play all of their cards right and perfectly.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, they bounced back. They found ways to get back in. Yes, they're still a little bit behind, but the scales have tipped just a bit. Obviously, we're talking about this beast that is Mfeng. He's still level 15, still chasing after Ryoichi. Ryoichi just wants to run away. He's going to go Dragon Form, just very scared, tail between his legs. He flies on out of this one, and through it all, it looks like Mfeng will be like, this is my jungle now.
Yep, and he's alone again. Mijoji is nowhere near Ryoichi, where Mfeng is finding all these gaps. And when you give him a gap, Mfeng is going to take it.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to take everything at this point. Look at him. He's just in the enemy jungle, looking to take the bottom T2. He's just got so much farm. Taking over. R8 right now, BX is on the defensive, just trying to find whatever scraps he can. He doesn't really want to skirmish with Mfeng at this stage because of the damage differential. But it looks like, he's going to stick around. Mfeng potentially on the gank here.
Oh, they're gonna try for the 1-3-1.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he actually goes to the Conductor of Souls. Enfang just spots it out because he sees that Abdo is also in the vicinity. He jumps on the ledge, tries to get out. The Umbrella Outburst pushing 3. That's a nice one. And through it all, they want to do some damage. Arashi doing a little bit of work. He's going to dash away with that splash bomb, but Roichi gets picked off. Glow finds him, and he goes past him. He's going to stay alive. Mijoj went in, all in, tried to take out Glow. He does survive. Now, Abdo is being chased here. Arashi just forcing him back. But through it all, it looks like it's a 2-for-1 in favor of SCARZ.
Yeah, man, Glow this game, he's doing so well. 12-minute mark, that is the moment that his passive got procced, right? So maintaining initiatives down, and the cooldown for this skill is 1 minute. So, R8 have 30 seconds to try and get a kill on the SCARZ.
Yeah, in the same way SCARZ can play. I mean, Glow just needs to stay back. I mean, he needs to be careful. He might run into Abdo, who's kind of in that the northern side of the jungle. BX is looking to chase after him. They know that they have this target. But through it all, Glow just sticking around, just making sure that he stays alive. SCARZ invading the enemy jungle, trying to grow that lead.
Good presence of mind, right? So SCARZ, they are a team of quality as well. They know what's the risk. Abdo, I don't think he wants to stay here. This is going to be a guaranteed kill for the side.
Yeah, definitely not at this moment. Abdo has not really been able to find that perfect truth yet. SCARZ has done such a good job because they're look at how scattered they are. They're looking to go for this one. They do have the knockup onto Abdo, who Formless is back to safety. The Conductor of Souls onto BX, but now he's been stuck around. He's been blown up. ASD has that damage. The Forbidden Domain just not enough, pushing them away. That's a double going the way of Xenon. Infinite Fastness. Roichi will survive. Mijoj is not as lucky. He does not have a dragon to fly on. Abdo is a little on that low side. He will go back into the fountain and threw it all off. A double kill off of ASD. SCARZ knocking on the door on the top T3.
Yep, they're out of time, out of damage as well, and at this point, could be very well out of this game. Two-man defense.
No, he goes for the truth. Abdo goes all in, not able to do it, and the sole minion surviving. Do they have enough? Oh, here's the next set of wave, and SCARZ will even the series 1-1. We're gonna go to a game 3.
Okay, we have a game on our hands here. Finally, this is SCARZ we've been waiting for the entire series, right? So at this point, beautiful gameplay. Is this the best performance by SCARZ? I don't think so. This is just the usual SCARZ that we expect.
Yeah,
but
this is
I am pretty sure they can be even higher.
Yeah, this is definitely that level, right? This is what we were expecting. I was talking about the fact that you gotta like unleash Enfang. Let the man work. I mean, he's got a fade. This is the perfect one. I mean, they tried to target prioritize him a bit in terms of the bans and things like that, especially with like a Kong main earlier. But this is the one where, again, let Enfang. You got to draft around him. You got to work around him as well, because once he gets going, he's almost unstoppable.
Yep, and this is similar to the formula that R8 was doing just now, which was give the jungler lead. He's going to have to all of those gold to the side of his farm lane, and they will definitely flourish as the game goes on.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, look, like SCARZ bounced back. We knew that this team is a very resilient one. They are not really phased by things that are going on. I mean, yeah, you lost the game, and some teams will falter because it's like the whole motivation is gone, the momentum and all of that. But this is a team, again, I have high expectations of SCARZ because of plays like that. That game 2 was a chef's kiss.
Okay, so great for the side of SCARZ. They got the fade, but now that option is gone, right? So what do they go with in game number 3? Now, this is a closer, right? Kongming, they know on the side of R8, that's one of the big win conditions. They are definitely going to ban him out. Or if they allow the pick, there's going to be a counterplay somewhere.
Look, if you don't have heroes to pick in a best of 3 in global ban, I think you're doing something wrong, right? I think that they will be ready. Enfang will have that one. But let's talk a little bit about the stats here. I mean, if you're looking at what Enfang did, he has 6-2 and 5. I mean, he was an absolute monster. Highest net worth in the game with 11,000. That is a typical Enfang game. That's what we expect.
Yep, and I have to commend Glow. This game, he hit the markers very well. I don't think he died once in this game, but look at the damage that he offered, close to 55,000 in total. But it's because of the placements of his ultimate and the control that really allowed ASD and Enfang to get the ideal situations. Like Enfang consistently went out of his way to try and catch out Ryoichi. Suddenly it's a 4v5, and ASD just has the freedom of choice. The moment the board is laid down, look, it's just easy pickings.
Yeah, I'm going to take full credit for this because I called out Glow. I said he had a poor game one, and I called him out. He stepped up to it, and he was just like, yeah, I'm going to make Calder proud. And there we go. He had an almost perfect game on that one. Really just helping support Mfeng. What a great game by Glow and the rest of SCARZ here.
Yeah, look, I think he is the MVP, but I need you to do me a favor. I think I was the first one to mention that Glow was needed to be the hero here.
All right, well, somebody's going to have to clip it and to prove me wrong because I felt like I said it first, but, it's he said, whatever, at this point. I'm pretty sure I'm right, you're wrong, but whatever. Anyways, so we're going to go into this one. I think that was a very exciting game, and that's a typical SCARZ game in terms of how they're able to bounce back, taking it to the limit. Now, R8, they struck first, they got hit in the face back, and now we're in a bit of a skirmish, and going into this Game 3, your thoughts before we go into the break on what they need to do here?
Well, MVP, of course, Mfeng. He is the star player. I think end of the day, it is going to be really important for Glow. Let's see what kind of other heroes he has on board, right? Mfeng, I think, given the choice, if you give him assassin-based hero, someone that has access into the backlines, they're going to do pretty well on the side of SCARZ. Right? Same thing here, but this time Xenon is the one that's on the receiving end as the mid lane, right? So Lady Chen, she's a great pick, but in a game where Mfeng is a Fae, jungle assassin players are having the advantage, you will find that mid laners struggle quite a bit.
Yeah, and you're seeing exactly why the Liangs are being banned early, right? If there was a Liang on the side of R8 and was just able to lock down Mfeng for the rest of the team to just kind of, to blow him up, I think that you're going to have a much better time. They're doing a good job of ensuring that this is going to be the meta, right? The high-flying assassins, and you got to have some sort of control. These, area of effect type of control, like the Umbrella Outburst, really difficult to hit. And especially when they're so fast and on top of you, Roichi just had a miserable game because he was constantly targeted by Mfeng, who did such a good job of just making sure that he was being killed like this here.
Yep, and the shimmy movements by the side of SCARZ is really what hurt the game on the side of R8, right? Because they didn't really fully commit into the fight. And this is where difficulties start to arise on the side of R8, because if you look at Xenon, the moment he throws out his destructive, the fight is over.
Yeah.
Misses, game over. There's no defensive capability.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, but also look at SCARZ positioning. They're very scattered. They're not really grouping up like that death ball, and they're just ensuring that everybody is aware, we're within arm's reach of each other. We can help each other and support each other, but we don't need to be sticking together because they have, the side of R8, they had so many good team fight, wombo combo type of stuns that really, once you group up, you're gonna really struggle. And SCARZ played that one perfectly.
Yeah, they were taking turns, right? They were kind of tagging each other, trying to give and 5 members slapping you at the same time. It's a painful experience. But of course, we are now on the tiebreaker, 1-1 for each side. We will see who the final winner is going to be after this short break.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings us down. With a comeback is now. Blood, sweat, and tears. Fight for what we want. Sweat and tears. Blood, sweat, and
R8 Esports took game 1. SCARZ strike back off of the back with Mfeng, and the rest of SCARZ really took it to them. Won that, in a devastating style, I would say. In that game 2, they did such a great job. But, my name is Holler. With me is Kindofu, your favorite kind of tofu. Your thoughts on that game?
This is our favorite situation. We wanted a 1-1. We wanted the series to go to the full distance. We have to give props to you. You called it out, right? This is probably one of the most exciting games we have had just yet. And I think we're going to come to a banger of a conclusion, because right now, I think both teams have showcased what kind of strengths they have. Curious to see what kind of strategies they will employ at this point. Both teams, here's the thing, they picked up the Lady Jun, did not make it work, so they lost that game in the series. There's no more Lady Jun to be played on either side. Right now, both teams will be looking to play to their strengths. And I think with the success of assassin junglers for both teams, we might see another contest here.
Yeah, I think that's going to be the huge, focus, right, in terms of this draft, of making sure that BX on the side of R8, Mfeng on the side of SCARZ are able to get the high-flying jungler that they want. Ensure that those guys are prioritized and let them succeed, because they can carry, as you saw in that game. You saw BX just dominate in game 1 with that Zing, and then just had a great time, right? And then in the second game, you saw Mfeng, just on that fade, just tear it up. So it really comes back to this game 3. How are they going to end up drafting it?
I think both teams, now's the time to take the risk, right? Okay, the risk does not mean you open the Liang. I think Liang still has to be 100% banned in this particular game itself. And in fact, I would consider going for other assassin junglers like the Pei, like the Luna. But in this case, right, most teams, they would prefer a Pei versus Jing matchup, which has already been used. So it really depends. I would definitely want to see a Luna in this game. I think either side can perform really well with a Luna, but it comes down. Prio pick this time going to R8.
Okay, I have a bit of a confession to make. I was watching the KMW, which stands for West/Worst, depending on how you want to look at it. But I was watching one of the games with OG, right? Just to see exactly how they're kind of shaping up themselves in terms of this meta. They went with a Byron Clash laner, and they went with a Pei jungler, Dao on the Pei. And this was just so oppressive. They just completely dominated the jungle, and they just completely, dominated the game because of, Dao, right? Doing Dao things on that Pei. I just think that this is such a great combination to kind of look into, and it's definitely open in this case.
Yep, and here's a surprise. There's no Liang ban, right? So we might, oh, here we go. We might see the opening, either Princess Frost with the Liang combination. We also could see your Byron with the Pei pick for the side of R8. And now SCARZ, they take out the Arlie. That's one of the big farm laners available for the game. And it looks like R8, they will comply. They say, that's fine, we will take up the Mai.
Look at how R8 are just completely focused in on Mfeng. They're like tunnel visioning I mean, the Luna and the Kongbin. I mean, this is such a target onto Mfeng. He's got to be like, haha, look at them, just going after me. And it's like, okay, but what is the hero that he's going to pick here? I think R8 picking up the Mai will be great for Xenon. Let this man work. You were talking praises about him earlier, just being able to kind of be this assassin style mid laner and just kind of has that presence. But now SCARZ, they're going to go with the Loom and the Dia. I'm really liking this is the bottom lane.
Okay, you know what? I think Hanxing will be a great pick, but Fade is the consideration on their side. R8, I think it makes sense as well. R8's draft right now is actually going to be a very scattered draft, right? Mai Shiranui operates on her own. She's going to try and set up the team with the pokes, as well as the
As long as there's light in your eyes, night will never fall.
Before the actual fight starts, R8 going to be in a much better position.
Okay, all right. I mean, they're going to be in a better spot. I'm not 100% sold on... okay. If you're going to go with a Fade like that, you're obviously all in on this one. And SCARZ right now need to figure out ways to kind of have that control. The Sun Tzu is a nice little follow-up to that with that set sail. Yeah, the Dia, I mean, I know it was picked earlier, but you do have ways to kind of control him. You got to stay alive in a way. But R8 with the Secure to kind of help support him. Basically, if Fade flies in, Secure is going to be in the backup on his flying carpet doing those Mulberry Power things. And you just might have this like wombo combo just instantly.
Okay, interesting bans coming out from SCARZ, right? They're really concerned about the channel. Yes, a lot of plays over the channel. probably will come into the later stages of the Pro League, right? But R8, yeah, like you said, tunnel vision, give Mfang the worst possible picks.
Literally everything. And I mean, the Yuan is definitely an opening, right? It's like, okay, we just need to out-sustain you. I mean, yeah, if the Fade jumps on you, you can just kind of out-heal it. Potentially, yeah, that on Sorrow. You have ways. It looks like that's going to be the way that they're going to try to deal with this potential Fade here.
Yeah, look, Yuan probably going into the mid lane, and R8, they're going for that execution style, assassin style composition, right? Pick off. Everything relies on the fact that Ryo Ichi needs to land those burning sun arrows.
It's time to hunt.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on this, right? You hit it, you just blow, you get the insta delete, right? I mean, look at my Fade, you know, and even my Yin to a degree, just has that burst potential to be this really fast-moving lineup. My only problem is that Ho Yi, who's going to be doing all that damage, is in the backside, kind of on the slower end. But walk me through this last pick here.
Hanxing, it's a duh. Come on, man. With Ruthless Assault, he has so many anti-CC moves. He's able to maneuver around the map really quickly. He's one of the fastest split pushers in the game as well. So I like this pickup from SCARZ, and it fits perfectly into the playstyle of Mfang, right? He likes to go for those sneak peeks, right? Gives you a slice or two, jumps back, and the rest of the team will be able to back you up, at the same time heal you up for every risk that you take, right? That's the strength of the idea for SCARZ in this point. If Mfang makes a mistake, doesn't get killed, he's going to be able to be back in fighting shape really quickly because of Ochik.
Yeah, and also it's kind of like this draft is really mitigating what, you know, the Fade effect, in the sense that, like, he gets you on the back line, he can kind of kill you. But if you have Yuan with that sustain, you have, you know, Sun Tzu with his Setzel potentially just getting on out of there. I mean, you have outs. You're definitely not a sitting duck to the assassin from the shadows, so to speak.
Yeah, this laning phase is super important in the mid lane, right? If they allow Xenon to snowball, this could go into a really quick and decisive game in this end of a series. But if they manage to kind of put a leash onto Xenon, I think this is going to be a very tough game for R8, and SCARZ might be able to edge this one out.
Yeah, I mean, I'm liking the draft. I think that they're pretty they understand what the draft of R8 is going to bring to the table. I'm not 100% sold on the Ho Yi pick, and this is kind of why I favor the SCARZ lineup a little bit more, because I just feel like he's very, you know, his positioning, his range of where he wants to be versus those arrows, it's not always great. But the potential from R8's damage, the burst is really there. If they catch you out, you might just get insta-deleted.
Yeah, this really comes down towards the farm. Can they life defend SCARZ? Because look, farm lane is already a lost lane. It's really difficult to play against ASD on the low.
Yeah, he's gonna have a field day in that sense. But it looks like Glow and Ochik in the mid lane dealing with Xenon. I think that they need to kind of ensure that, hey, where is Xenon? Somebody needs to keep tabs on him, ensure that he's, like, if he's going to make a rotation, like that nice little knock up there, they're going to trade here. If he's going into the other lanes, I mean, it might be a bit of a problem because they have that game potential.
Okay, there is a bit of miscomm on the side of SCARZ. They do not know that BX is already stealing on that Quintuplum. And Mfang might be not pleasantly surprised here.
Yeah, but they might get first blood. Mfang finds Majoj. He stuck around a little too long. I think they'll be okay with that. The gold influx will be quite good for Mfang. But BX did steal those buffs, which might help him longer in the late game.
Okay, both of them still have smite, so this is an important decision for both sides.
Now he's being chased here. They have 3 members. They don't want to give this one up. And it looks like Xenon looking for that flank, trying to go in for this one. But that heart link away. Mfang continuing to stick. He's going to look to fight this, but he goes down. Just stuck around way too long. Glow is going to get blown up. Abdo making an appearance. And Ochik getting shot. All those arrows with the Mulberry power just barely missing.
Okay, so it was meant to be an edging out of the competition, but now R8, they will find themselves in very strong position. He might be at risk of dying.
Yeah, this is a tough situation. ASD now, although he has to flash away. He's not even level 4. He has the Flaming Palm. He's under the tower. And he tried to go for the Kachus, and Xenon, though, still an impact. ASD. Oh, here's Glow. He's looking for the revenge. They're looking to go over the wall, ride the win from Majoj. She's trying to dash away, at least for now. Majoj gets under the tower. They will be fine. R8, get out of there.
Okay, so very tense situation, and SCARZ just unable to find the punish against R8. So R8, every single overextension they've done, I think they have been rewarded quite pleasantly for it, right? I won't call it a handsome reward because look, the goal difference is just about what, 300 at this point. So SCARZ, they still are in the game, but they need to make sure they catch and punish these aggressive plays by R8.
Yeah, and they haven't really done that. And I think R8, you continue to do that unless you get punished. Here's the Mulberry Power over the wall, finds him, gets him in Shinobi, and Xenon makes the play. Oh, the brushes are a scary place. Finding M-Fang, great kill for R8.
Yep, and R8 doing exactly what they need to do, right? Funnel that goal lead, that EXP lead into Xenon. He has the buffs on both ends, so he's going to be a monster at this point. And until he's shut down, SCARZ is going to have a very difficult time.
Yeah, Xenon, he's gonna, like, he has that presence, you know, just pushing things. I mean, they have 3 members of SCARZ in the bottom lane, but it looks like Xenon pretending, yeah, he's gonna be going down with Majoj. And look at SCARZ, they got the call. They might actually be flanked from the side. Xenon gets the Kachusa onto him, but they're looking to go the Heartlink away. Ochik will keep ASD alive, but in the top lane, there's action throughout. They've got the pullback. They want to go for Arashi. He's gonna use the Healing Dew and use that tower for cover.
And Fang, though, he is around the corner.
Looking to go, he gets the knock up, he finds him, and BX was trying to be aggressive, and he pays with his life. But here we go, they want to get the return kill. They have the knock up, the Mulberry Power, they got the Shinobi, Arashi, and M-Fang looking to fight this 1 versus 3, not the greatest stop. And it looks like it's going to be a 1-for-1.
Yeah, now SCARZ, they have found a solution to get their hands on BX, and it felt great for a moment, but they completely forgot that real Ichi is around the map as well. That Burning Sun arrow is finally online, and it might be the game changer for R8 to continue putting pressure onto SCARZ.
Look at Xenon. This is why the Mai, generally speaking, super scary hero, right? Just like the presence and the pressure that you feel. Like you just wave clear, boom, now you're in the other lanes. Now you're forcing it out. Yes, it's 4 minutes and 30 seconds. We haven't seen a Tyrant just as of yet, but you can't even just easily take your own Azur Golem for free.
Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of pressure coming in. And look, they have to use the Unrivaled Spear. That's a huge ultimate down for the side of M-Fang. Yes, the cooldown's not that long, but in a critical moment like this before the objective.
They found Arashi, they get the pullback, they get the kill, and Xenon off the back of Abdo with that control gets it. Mind you, the Burning Sun arrow a little on cooldown right now, but Joey trying to stay alive, not able to do so. M-Fang, though, finds the pick off, and so he gets a return kill, but it's in the shape of a roamer, not the most value.
Okay, but this one is valuable. They will be getting their hands on the Crimson Gold. This is a huge moment, but if he dies, it's not worth it.
Yeah, definitely not worth it. Okay, Abdo is still there. He's trying to cartwheel back to safety, and it looks like the Heartlink away, and now SCARZ using this opening to take potentially the first Tyrant. Roichi's waiting in the brush that might want to go. I don't think he actually goes. M-Fang actually finds him. He saw that he was there, and he says, haha, surprise, he gets the pick off, and ASD will take that, and they go back to the Tyrant, and they're continuing to farm, but through it all, the Unending Sorrow, they've taken the Tyrant, and now they want to go more. The Mulberry Power is going to stop the push, but Roichi down.
Oh, they play right into the hands of SCARZ. SCARZ know every single resource and the cards they can play on the... That nice save by Glow on the Unending Sorrow really changed the fight here.
Really changed it, right? Abdo finding him, though, and they've got the knock-up to do. They have the damage. Arashi turns it around. ASD with that damage. They get the control. And the Infinite Fastness does ASD go aggressive. He's looking to find the prey of Abdo, trying to chase after, but a little too far. Xenon might have been caught. ASD gets him as well. It's a 2-for-0, and SCARZ turning this game on its head, have a 2K net worth lead.
The comeback is real right here. SCARZ, I think this is a perfect position to really just put down the smackdown.
Yeah, they found Majoj. Ochik had found him out with that bitter farewell. They get the connection, they get the kill, and now M-Fang back in his own jungle. SCARZ finding pickoffs, and through it all, they want to go for Abdo, who tried to get a little serious on the minion wave, but it looks like he stuck around too long. He's going to be picked off, but BX finally joins. Arashi gets sliced in half. He's going to be killed, so BX got something at least.
Oh, this back and forth. I mean, okay, well, it looks like there was quite a lot of good fights for the side of R8. They're struggling at this point.
Yeah, M-Fang finding Roichi, and oh man, M-Fang, an absolute assassin, taking them down. And now R8, Xenon, BX, angry. They want the return kill, but M-Fang, just too much mobility. He's gonna dash on out.
Now, the later this game goes, you will find that M-Fang will be even harder to catch. And right now, you can see R8 already struggling.
Oh, M-Fang almost got the pick off, but he gets turned around. He might be killed by Xenon, but Xenon flashes away and finds BX. and it looks like
Destroyed
Whoa!
a tower. Red
Set
team
sail,
has
the
slain
boat,
an enemy.
finding him out, finds Xenon, hiding in the brush. They get a little serious with that mulberry power, but Ochik gets the connection, the stun, but through it all, I think that's going to be the end. They got a 2-for-0 SCARZ making kills across the map.
And Rapacious bite in the hands of Mfeng. Here's the thing, this is why their lineup is so scary. Every time they take a fight, if you don't kill them, they are gonna be back at full health in a couple of seconds. Mfeng, the lifesteal is working wonders for the side of SCARZ, and at this point, 11-6 is gonna be a lot more kills coming.
Yeah, a lot more. They want to go for the Azor. Look at Majo just being like, hey guys, they don't see me. I don't know what's going on. But Mfeng just looking to find any sort of brush. They have the knockup. They're going to go for the mulberry power. The unending star already used. BX has already been killed. Here's the boat. Doesn't connect. Oh, the flash away. He still finds him, but it's under the T3. The top ASD not scared. He's going to go for this one because he knows that he can advance this on back. They've got 2 members thus far. SCARZ finding kills. What a great initiation.
Yep, and now, bear in mind, 20 seconds. I give you maximum 20 seconds. They will be back at full health once again. Look at all the heals coming out. This is, and at this point, every single Azure buff is so valuable to the side of SCARZ because it allows them to continually heal up and the cooldown reduction. Oh my god.
Gets the knockup, finds up 2. He gets the moneymaker, but Mfeng gets the pick up on Roichi. He tries to dash away. Glow is going to be here. Here's the boat. Is it going to connect? He's trying to get him. He doesn't get over the wall. Roichi. No, he gets killed on this one, and it looks like SCARZ just forcing it down. They're looking to take the mid T3. They're going to take this one essentially for free. Abdo just trying to defend. They have the pullback, and Arashi's being a little bit controlled, and it looks like the T3 does stand. No, it does fall in the end.
Oh, they can do this for days. Look, you need so much to fight against the line of SCARZ, and the later this game goes, yeah, you know, Han Xing, he kind of off. Not with this composition. He is going to provide so much space, and if you notice, they have layered their skills in such a way that R8 will always fight a losing battle. Mfeng with... Yeah, go ahead.
Mfeng was up 4 levels. BX just leveled up to level 12. Like, that's how far advantage of an advantage he has. Net worth is almost double at this point, too.
Yep, and look at the survival skills on the side of SCARZ, right? Mfeng, he does have the lifesteal capabilities on his side. That's one, he's able to self-regenerate. They have the heals coming in from the Unending Sorrow. They have the Heartling from Ochik, and also the Destined Encounter, that yellow wave of love. And here we go, BX, doomed at this point. Can he make it out?
Yeah, I mean, he's going to try to recall the set sail. Look, and the Coast Guard is here. Oh, he does. The BX actually cancels it. He dashes over the wall. He will survive, but there's no space. Ochik actually finds him. The flash away. BX just running for his life, but he's been sliced in half by Mfeng.
Easy kills, and Glow finds up another few members all marching in to make a beeline for Ryoichi.
Oh, Roichi, no chance. He's been locked down. The control is there as well as the damage. The top T1 does fall. So I guess he got something out of this. But nonetheless, Arashi just going to deal with Abdo. Here come the cavalry. Is Abdo able to get away? They have the set sail. He dashes a couple times. Majo's just going to be there. He has the sprite. He has to actually flash to keep himself alive. They just don't have the minions. That's the only thing slowing down SCARZ. But they don't care. They're going to take the bottom T3.
Oh, they disabled the whole side of R8. How are they supposed to fight this?
Mfeng going in, gets the knockout. Majos gets back to safety with the Ride the Wind. Abdo just trying to stay alive, and he's just trying to push them away, trying to deal with the minions. The Burning Sun arrow will connect, but the base is the most important thing, and SCARZ will win this series and come back and win Game 3.
Okay, SCARZ, you've had me as a fan since last year when you showed up in the games itself, but this game, my goodness, now I'm an even bigger fan. SCARZ, they really pulled this out from the back. It's just a huge surprise.
Yeah, like, they didn't panic. I mean, they were losing in that the early game. You'll see the gold graph that shows this, but they were able to be like, hey, actually, we're fine. We just got to let Mfeng do Mfeng things. He will eventually get all that net worth, and he'll just be able to just completely control the game. The biggest struggle by R8 is that why Fade was not as good is because they didn't have any space to really invade the enemy jungle. They had no T1s up until a very late time in the game, so they really couldn't get those pickoffs.
Yep, and your concern was about Ryoichi on this. you were having concerns about how effective it's going to be, and it wasn't very effective, right? Because the Hou-Yi pick requires you to be in an advantageous position. You get to set the initiation, but when Hou-Yi gets initiated on, I don't care what kind of hero you are. Look, Hansing is one of the worst natural opponents against a Hou-Yi. Simple jump-ins, unrivaled spear, he can eat your ultimate every day because of the CC immunity, so it's a difficult position. And to make matters worse, there was so much health recovery on the side of SCARZ. It was a very smart draft.
Yeah, very smart draft. I mean, it was pretty much won in the draft. It was like yeah, the early game was kind of in the favor of R8. They were able to kind of stick it to them, but you know, you knew that at some point they were going to come online, and it was going to be tough to deal with the SCARZ lineup because, again, Mfeng, Hanshin just on the back line, blowing you up, getting the mobility, and you had so much sustain from everybody else. But ASD 7-0-1, not to be outmatched by, I mean, Mfeng 8-2-8. It's going to be a bit of a race for that MVP, no?
Okay, we know the MVP is going to be Mfeng once again. Hansing, I think he had one across the team, but I want to talk about the hidden gems. I think it is going to be Ochik as the hidden gem. The amount of heals he offered to the team was just so valuable. The Destined Encounter, it changed a lot of the fights. And you can see Mfeng, goodness me, close to 90,000 hero damage offered just by him alone.
He was just like really on another level. Like, he's so scary. You gotta respect it. And don't get me wrong, RA was just like, we're gonna do everything in our power to maybe attack him as much as possible by banning out all of these jungle heroes. But in the end, he's got such a deep hero pool that he was able to just find, you know, even the Hanshin. You can't really target him so much, especially in a best of 3. But look at this gold graph, just completely dipping in favor of SCARZ.
It's a slippery slope down, and I mean, R8, I really love this team. I've liked how they've improved over the months. But SCARZ, this game, they just took it by storm. And I mean, there was no comeback factor. Let's be honest, there was absolutely no comeback factor. You had to drag the game to Tempest Dragon to maybe even stand a chance on the side of...
I mean, like, I'm wondering, like, if the wave clear was poor or whatever, but, like, SCARZ was just able to do whatever they wanted. They were, consistently just, like, invading and, like, jumping into your base. I mean, it was, like, there was no safe spot, I would say. And, you know, R8 got to the point where they would have, pickoffs would happen, and they would just be constantly running, just right back to the base. They were just trying to, like, you know, hold hands and just try to stay alive. But, you know, again, all because of the MVP that is Mfeng here. 8-2-8, 34% of the damage, just an absolute beast.
I mean, I have to give props to him, but I also have to tell him that he makes my life difficult because he gives me so much inspiration in this game to play Hanshin. We're gonna go in the rank, gonna get destroyed, but here is the proper way to play this Mfeng Hansing, doing so well. And one of the interactions you will see that really changes the game is the fact that, look, I think Mijoj on this secure pick is great, but because the Mulberry power takes a little bit of time to get set up, it actually also allows Glow and Ochik to get their ultimates off, which in turn hurts R8 so much.
Yeah, but the biggest thing about it is that R8's lineup are just looking to burst you down, but SCARZ are like, actually, you know, all we need to do is just out-sustain you, right? The Dia, you have the Yuan, you had just so many ways to just kind of keep yourself in the fight, where even if they tried to burst you, you would be able to survive. And that was a tough ask for R8 to kind of deal with.
Yeah, a true professional can go for many rounds. That's the one that we keep our eyes for. And SCARZ definitely showed that we can fight all day, and however long it takes, we will take you down.
Yeah, they were able to do it. I mean, this is pretty much the highlight reel. Like, again, BX gets picked off here, and it's just an all-out rout. They're on the run. Mfeng finding just 2-man stuns, the knock-up, getting the Roichi. Again, this is why I don't like the Hou-Yi, because he's just like a sitting duck. I mean, yeah, you have the Burning Sun arrow, but you got to be so far back. You cannot be in the front line, and it's, you know, not really where you want to be as a farm laner at times.
Yeah, and Arashi, in every situation where you felt like, okay, we have dealt with Mfeng, we dealt with the rest of Ochik and Arashi, and then Arashi comes in, his bolt comes out of nowhere, and suddenly you're out of resource. Flash, there's no more defensive mechanisms, and you're dead.
Yeah. I mean, they're just like comboing their skills off one another, just like capping it off, so that it's like, it's so tough to fight into it. You can't really deathball you, no real way, and you don't want to be isolated because you have the Mfeng Hanshin monster that's like picking people off from afar, from the shadows, so to speak. So it's just like, just a really well-rounded draft by SCARZ. I got to give props where props are due because they were prepared for this one.
Oh yeah, it's a quick. Was it a quick game? I think it was a quick series in a sense, but a very exciting one because we went the distance for this. Now, is this the only series that will go the distance? We're not sure. We still have 2 more series for today, and I'm curious to see how that game is going to go. If I'm not wrong, then the next game is going to be Gen.G against Nongshim RedForce. Another banger of a series because we're so curious, who is the better team? Nongshim, very dominant, has not dropped a game just yet. So I'm curious to see if Gen.G is going to be the first one to do it.
Yeah, I mean, look, Gen.G looked unstoppable in day 1. Day 2, completely flipped, right? They didn't have the greatest of showings. How did they bounce back? They had some unconventional drafts. I think that's going to be the true test of how they end up looking to draft and play against this monster that is Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, so with that being said, I think we still have a bit of time, right? So on Gen.G, I think there needs to be this mindset that needs to change for the game. But before we start talking about it, let's go for a break. When we're back, we will see Gen.G go up against Nongshim RedForce. We'll see you.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Victory!
Yes, yeah.
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
Welcome back. It is time for our third series of the day, Gen.G against RedForce. It's your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is Holler. Now, if you've just joined us, we've had two major big series in the first half of the day. Right now, Gen.G versus Nongshim. What do you have, Holler?
I mean, it's hard to go against Nongshim, right? I mean, they haven't lost a single game as of yet. This is the clear #1 right now. I mean, second place in Season 3. They just have a lot of good things going for them at this moment, right? There's just like this freight train that teams are really struggling to kind of have an answer to. That said, Gen.G Esports, if we're looking at the other side, right? This is a team that did very well on day one, impressed me quite a bit, but they kind of, dare I say, went back to their true form on day 2 as they had some questionable drafts, didn't do very well, kind of lost a series. Just not the greatest series overall by Gen.G yesterday.
Well, not every day is going to be a winning day, right? I think that's what we all experience as well. So Gen.G hopefully learned from yesterday, and today they can bring up a wonderful performance up against Nongshim because it's definitely needed at this point. Now, Wawa, I think, is going to be the main guy I'm going to be looking at for Gen.G. I need to see if he's going to be stepping up and bringing some glory to the team.
Yeah, I think that, I mean, Ray is always there, but Rock has been the guy, right? At the end of the day, he's been the for Protect One. He's been like Protect the President. He's the guy that, you know, is going to carry this team, right? But to what happened yesterday against SCARZ was that they were going like a pay Rock and let him jungle, and they put Ray with the Lian Po in just like the farm lane or just to deal with the lane. It was so awkward, right? It's one of those things where it's like, okay, if you want pay, I get it, but really, why would you not pick up another farm laner, let Ray maybe pick something else, or give him maybe another, like, it was just really weird. So again, I think Gen.G needs to go a little bit more standard, and you saw it in Season 3 too, where Gen.G kind of had these unconventional drafts.
I remember that game. I think they actually won it, if I'm not wrong, which is why I think they had that shred of confidence to try it here. Yeah, but let's take a look at Gen.G's introduction video first. These are the boys from Gen.G. Gen.G, these are the boys that are going to be looking to make the game change. So the game changers here, Inua, Rock, and Clue. Now, these are the boys that will try their best. I think Inua is someone that has also caught my eye on the side of Gen.G. Hopefully, today will be an impressive day as well for this guy.
Yeah, Inu does great in terms of the Yixing, the Ganon Mo. He had really just shown that his positioning has been, you know, far level up from Season 3, right? I think that there's been night and day in terms of his performance, but they pretty much win on his performance, right? So they need to keep ensuring that he's got the hero that he wants. He's able to kind of keep his opponents at distance, stay alive, and use that utility that he tends to have. But let's look at the other side. It's going to be Nongshim RedForce here. Nongshim RedForce, the greatest red. Of course, we have Kyung9, Illusion, Siri, Faye, and of course, none other than Haku with 4 MVPs. This is a team that's ready to go. The favorite as of now, they're the #1 seed, and it looks like it might be a tall task for Gen.G to take them down.
You know, we talk about the names striking fear into our hearts. Last time it used to be spicy some noodles were, but now the actual players on Nongshim are a team to be feared at this point as well. So I think it's going to be a great challenge for Gen.G today. Whether they can do it, I'm not sure. But all we know is we're going to get a great series here.
Yeah, I think Gen.G is going to be prepared, right? I think that if anything, this is the one, the true litmus test in terms of how they stand, right? Because, you know, if they continue on and they expect themselves to be in the top 3 and to play, you know, they're going to be playing them a lot more. So this is an opportunity to kind of test out strats, see what sticks, and really take it to Nongshim. There have been some cracks in the armor. Nongshim have not played flawlessly this KME, and there have been opportunities. That said, Nongshim still have yet to drop a single game.
Okay, but Nongshim this time, I think they pick up the red side, right, if I'm not wrong. No, it's a blue side. So they will have the prio pick, and I think Gen.G, they want to take a look at what Nongshim has in store for them first.
Yeah, I think that they're gonna kind of start things off, target, you know, Rock at this point. I think that he's probably the one guy you really want to target from Nongshim, try to limit what he can do, and the team has a hard time when Rock is really not getting that farm.
Yep, now these are the brains behind the draft, YK against Shishuai here, and I think so far both coaches have done phenomenal. A little bit of unorthodox drafts coming out from Shishuai, but I like that confidence, right? I like that creativity as well. Now Nongshim, actually they look at disabling Inua as well.
Yeah, it's great band. I think that Ganemo, you don't normally see this in the other one, but again, Inua, it tends to be like he's been an all-star on the Yixing and the Ganon mode. Take out one of his heroes, make them a little bit more one-dimensional. If they go with the Yixing, it looks like Nongshim are kind of being prepared for that, but instead they're just going to go with the Gen.G to start themselves off. Very safe pick, I would say, you know, like a Hyundai at the end of the day.
Okay, but this means Nongshim will probably go for those tanky jungle meta, right? It has to be an Ogren maybe being teased, because Gen.G, he needs a bit of space, he needs a bit of time and safety so that he can actually get the damage in. But Gen.G, they know what's going on, they snap pick that Ogren straight away.
Yeah, and look, Nongshim did this yesterday against SCARZ. SCARZ picked up the Ogren. They thought they had a far superior draft, but you know, you're talking about the Agudo counter, which just kind of hard stops him. Haku had an amazing game against Mfeng's Ogren, but it looks like they're going to go high-flying Luna Haku to the rescue.
Okay, so we talked about creating space for Siri on the Gen.G, and what better way to do it than a Luna? And if they're going to pick up the Sun Tzu as well, there's going to be a lot of chaos on the side of Gen.G. That's #1, because you have to deal with a Haku Luna, but at the same time, the lockdown by the side of Kyung9 or the Sun Tzu are going to be very valuable in the team fights.
Yeah, and I think that this is going to be a huge one. Wow. I mean, setting up yourself for success with the Sun Tzu as well. The Kyung9 special, just an absolute beast on that one.
Okay, Xiao Qiao. I like this. I don't think they're going to lock it in, but I can see where this thought process is going to be, right? Okay, they do lock it in. Right. Blossoming Fan, very good at making the wave clear. Her second skill knockup, I think is going to be very valuable when dealing with Haku. That time bot could be in conjunction to try and get Wawa to get the whatevers and to get serious to really burst this Haku Luna down.
Yeah, look, we don't see too much of Zachao, if I'm going to be completely honest. I think that this is the first one of KME thus far. But seeing this, the potential with that mid laner, you need a little bit more control, a little bit more utility, kind of lock things down. The Luna could be just, you know, again, very fast and very mobile and on top of you. So you got to play, you know, on a knife's edge, so to speak. Keep yourself alive, get that stun off. You do so against Haku's Luna, you're going to have a good time.
Yeah, it really punishes the over-aggression, right? Especially if you don't expect that there will be other members on the side of Gen.G when you approach Inua. You could be surprised, and it's not going to be a good one.
Yeah, it could be a bit of a problem here, but we're going to go into the second phase of the ban. The Chano ban sticks out to me here. The Lianpo and the Zhang Fei, both of those guys, like, they're going to really focus on Fei. Make him play something that he might be not as comfortable on, but hey, like, they picked the secure first pick last time, and it's completely fallen through. Oh, but the Da Qiao. Nice.
Okay, I can see the value of this, right? But end of the day, they're kind of squishy. That's my main concern here.
Squishy, yes, but we've seen Clue play it well in the sense that, you know, you call the whirlpool at the right time. You have all 5 of your buddies, okay? You're gonna have a pool party. Everybody's gonna be invited. Let's go, right? And you'll be able to kind of just go into this one, going in, and plus you could potentially save them if somebody jumps on top of you too.
As long as there's light in your eyes.
Yeah, but the burst damage available on the side of Nongshim is quite scary, right? Especially with a Luna, she can kind of melt you down quick enough before the Sea of Fate is activated. And Nongshim, they pick up one of the most controlling mid laners. It's going to be the Shi. This is a very scary lineup from the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, actually, I was just trying to be positive, man. All right, I know it's not going to be easy on both sides of this one. You know, look, the Foods is going to be one of the, okay, it looks like they're going to be a carry or farm laner Foods to kind of just make sure that, hey, if the Luna jumps on top of you, you want to lock him down with Sage's Might. Just make sure that he's not going anywhere. Give yourself a chance so that you have that burst. Because if he's locked down, you're not able to move. I mean, those fans, you know, an Ogren jumping on top with Mayin, you have a lot of potential burst. I kind of like the way Gen.G are looking to kind of counterpick what Nongshim are bringing.
Okay, so ideal situation, you want Wawa to eat that ship, right? So when Kyong9 comes in with Detach Sail, Wawa is going to be the one that eats that blow, while the rest of the team looks for an opening. So I think Rock would be looking to lock down the Luna, right? So Haku should be locked down by Rock, and then we see how things go, right? Yeah. That's the ideal situation I can think of at this point. But once again, this is just theory crafting. It matters who has more gold, who has better items, who has more levels.
Yeah. But look, this is something that Gen.G had been practicing in day one. We had seen this little combination that they had. Obviously not the Da Qiao, but the Ogren, Foots, Da Qiao, those 3 have been their core. Pick your poison in terms of the Clash laners. Let Wawa work. So they've had a lot of opportunities for this. So this is something that they've been they've been brewing and preparing for Nongshim because they know roughly what sort of playstyle that they're going to have. Is Nongshim's draft good enough to deal with this? We have still yet to see in this game 1 here.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out where this advantage is going to go in, right? Because both mid laners, along with their roams, will have an advantage. But first and foremost, this thrilling season of the Major Leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping to bring top-tier competitions to fans worldwide, and boy, we have a game on our hands.
Yeah, we have a game, and Faye starting things strong with that Mulberry power, just locking them up, doing a little bit of damage, respecting it. But through it all, if we're going to talk about what's real, it's going to be Realme 14 series. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, and reliable, just the way esports demands. Ready to level up? Get yours now and feel the difference.
Yeah, and right now, both teams looking to make the difference, right? Any camp stolen now could swing the game slightly in the favor of one or the other. And we know when you give a slight advantage to any one of these teams, they will know how to snowball that advantage, and suddenly you're facing a big monster.
Yeah, we could potentially just have a rough time. But let's talk about this Siri Rock matchup. Obviously, the range is always going to be super helpful for, you know, Siri on that D-Range. But, you know, okay, Rock basically just needs to kind of ensure that nothing is really hitting the tower, just kind of taking up scraps, not being too aggressive, especially early, right?
Yeah, it really matters that he gets to fall safely with no deficit, no deaths. I think that will be the marker he's looking for, right? At the same time, Haku, he needs to get the first blood on his hands. Somehow, I don't care who it is, as long as he picks off one member on Gen.G, this game is going to go immensely well for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to harass Ray. The Mulberry power just barely missing. Ooh. Ray says, haha, skirts away, but he's going to use the Path of Passing to go in. Now, look, a little bit of a rotation by Inua. This is a little bit of a shock. The orb is not going to connect. Inua is going to chase after him, but the set sail, they're looking to turn this around. They get the nice little knock up onto Inua. They've got the orb to pull him away. He actually has to flash to safety, and Inua will survive, though.
Okay, so both teams actually commit quite a bit, right? So you have the flash taken by Faye, you have the flash taken by Inua as well. So these are all big common spells taken out of the fight. They should have it by the time the first neutral objective comes up. But we'll see. This may be a difference maker in the big fights.
Yeah, it might be. I mean, now is the time, right? It's just a matter of seconds before it's back up. But it's an opportunity. I don't know if Nongshim are really going to take advantage of it. I mean, Inua's playing super safe. He's going to be back, realizing that Haku is level 6 and could potentially get that pick off. But through it all, Haku is just so busy on just getting his own farm.
Look, Haku is one of the fastest junglers in this game with this. Una has very insane movement speed and mobility, able to traverse through walls as well. So right now, I think it's all about, can they funnel enough farm onto Ray so that he's able to match up in terms of gold and EXP against Haku, because he needs to try and get a kill. He will not be in a 1v1 against Haku. Both junglers will be looking at different targets.
Oh, they've got the pullback. Here's the set sail. He's looking to connect. It goes for the backside. It looks like he wants to go for clue, but here's the help. Faye's going to be picked off. The whirlpool, the bat signal, everybody coming. And it looks like they're going to take this. Sorry, Wawa. Actually, he wasn't invited. Not cool enough to go to that party, huh?
Interesting. But at this point, Haku, they cut some losses. They will take a couple of steals away from the camps on the side of Gen.G. So that's some decent recovery. Look, goal difference, not too big at this point. 500 goals sets the two teams apart. But where this goal goes, that's the important thing, right? Majority of it has been funneled into Ray.
Yeah, a lot of it. I mean, that's pretty much, again, your win condition on this one. Like, in terms of damage, you have Inua, which is going to help. Tyrant looking to be started here. Rock just goes with the Sage's might. They already take it, but Ray gets the Tyrant. Kyung9 continuing on. Rock is in a bad spot. He gets out with the Sea of Fate. He gets teleported. Ray not as lucky. It looks like he's going to be killed.
Yeah, it's not a good situation for Gen.G, but it's lovely for the side of Nongshim, okay? So not only do they get the kill onto Ray, hang on.
Oh, Haku just dashing and just going in. Wawa gets a little serious. He's going to chase after. He gets the pullback, and Haku will be killed. And he did trade with Clue. Not the greatest of trades, though.
Yeah, okay, look, I still think it's in advantage to Nongshim. Number one, because Siri is the one that got the kill onto Ray. So this is going to amplify his farm. Look, he has a slight goal against Rock. And until Rock recovers in terms of itemization for that tank strat that we have seen him play multiple times across a few days, it's going to be an easy game for the side of Nongshim.
Yeah. I think they just need a little bit of time. But, you know, again, Nongshim just able to find farm and to extract whatever sort of net worth they can. They're doing such a good job of it, right? And even invading the enemy jungle, just making things uncomfortable. Haku has been a beast. I mean, he's up 800 gold in terms of the net worth lead over Ray. He's been able to just find farm, and of course, they're funneling a lot of it to him, though.
Of course, Haku is the win condition here, because Haku will access the backline. It's never a Haku versus Ray.
Oh, they're gonna go. Rock, Sage's might, finds Faye. Illusion is gonna be there. He's been pulled back with that corporal punishment, but here's the help. The whirlpool, Sea of Fate. Rock says, all right, we tried, I'm out. But here's the set sail. He's looking for that side attack. Does connect, and it looks like they've mostly shrugged it off. Clue, though, is gonna be taking that one out, but through it all, nobody dies.
Beautiful positioning. So both teams understand the strain that they have to deal with, right? And at this point, they don't allow Haku access into the backlines. So
they're going in. Oh, what a nice play! But Faye somehow surviving. Wawa's gonna be killed. He tried to get serious. Rock is chasing after him. He's got the corporal punishment, the Sage's might, and they find Kyung9, so they did get a return. It's a Clash Laner for Clash Laner.
Oh, this game is so back and forth, right? The goal difference is never anything than 1,000 at this point. And Gen.G, they're holding on. And Nongshim, every time they make a good play, Gen.G says, no, we're gonna wanna.
And Gen.G, we're gonna be prepared, right? This is the one. This is the, dare I say, rivalry. They want to kind of ensure that they have this. Again, the true litmus test on this one. Gen.G really want to stick it to Nongshim here, and they're going 50-50 with them.
Yeah, they really are. At this point, the only difference maker so far is that nobody has successfully gotten the kills that many times onto Haku. The moment Gen.G is able to consistently lock down Haku, you will find Nongshim start to struggle in this game.
Yeah, and at some point, I mean, Haku needs to be careful, understanding where Rock is. I mean, Rock needs to save that Sage's Might for, you know, Haku when he sees him. But again, I think Rock has done a good job thus far of just kind of being aggressive, and then you have that Sea of Fate to get on out. And Haku is here, finds Rock at least to start. But here's the Whirlpool. The reinforcements have arrived. Here's the boat, only connecting on the backside. They find Haku, and he gets picked off. Ray gets that one, but Inu is going to be killed in return. Kyung9 gets Corporal punished. He gets sucked in, and Rock through it all. It's going to be a 1-for-3 Gen.G. 3 members down off a double kill of Kyung9.
Yep, and on the back lines, they actually get rid of Ray as well. So you can start to see the difference. Siri at level 11, he's starting to hit those power spikes. And Nongshim, they're so adept at playing the whole map. You're talking about this to me the other day. Nongshim, I think, have improved greatly in their macro game.
Yeah, they've done a good job. I mean, they've been always super smart of that game sense of understanding where the lanes are. Like Kyung9 has backdoored, you know, teams, right? He's whenever that opportunity is available to him, he's definitely taken that when it's been given. But through it all, Nongshim, very smart with understanding how things are going to go. Yes, Haku got jumped on, and you're thinking it's terrible because the Whirlpool had been called with all those team members. Nongshim were there to answer the call themselves.
Yep, they're starting to pull ahead at this point. It's a 2,000, close to 3,000 goalie go the side of the strongest champions from JPKR region at the moment. And Gen.G, I think they're struggling to find their footing in this match.
Struggling to find it. Again, this is not great when you see 4 members just fighting for farm. But, you know, it's a situation that Nongshim have kind of put them in. Faye needs to be careful. This Azure Golem is potentially going to be a huge team fight. Haku looking to go in. He gets the pull back with that crescent pull. Here's the boat connecting on, and it does end up killing Inua. They do have the damage, and Wawa is going to be killed as well. They've got 2 members down the Sea of Fate, not able to keep anybody alive. And now Nongshim knocking on the door, take the bottom T2, and they want to go for more.
Yep, I think Nongshim are putting Gen.G in a very tight situation. They're forcing Rock to play reactively. How fast can you react to me to get your Sage's Might down? And
yeah,
it's not looking
so
good.
many. Not looking good at all. Kyung9 over the wall with that orb, and he pulls it back. The Conductor of Souls not going to save you, my friend. Ray is down for the count. They take the bottom T3. Now they want the mid T3, but Kyung9 is a little on the low end. It was back up, and I think that they will disengage at this point.
Yeah, this is the new and improved Nongshim, right? They're so good at knowing restraint. They know when to really push and set up the ante and kind of say, okay, this is a risk that is okay for us to take. And because of this positive trait around the map, in terms of kills, in terms of objectives, this is how Nongshim wins. Even if the draft isn't in their favor, look, another kill, easy peasy for Kyung9.
Yeah, Kyung9, he was actually just busy farming. Like, he was trying to hit the minions, but Wawa got in the way and he got killed. I mean, he just wanted him, took him out. Kyung9 even takes the turret here. The guy is turning into a monster here. Nongshim playing so well, pushing it to the limits. They're up 6,000.
Yeah. Oh, look, this minion wears clothes. Okay, I'm gonna get this big ass minion on my side.
Yeah, he's gonna take him out. I mean, Kyung9 is just like not scared. I mean, he's a beast on this Sun Tzu, right? Just taking things out, and you know, with the bottom lane pushing constantly, it's gonna be a lot of pressure for Gen.G to hold. And now the top lane gonna be going on the top T2 here.
Yeah, they're just bubbling under. This is a boiling pot of oil.
Oh, Faye, forward power connecting on 3. He's got it with the set sail. They have the damage, and Clue has already been killed. They've got Rock as well. They found him, but Kyung9 is down as well. So they've traded for 3 members for 1, excuse me. They've done well. Nongshim are going to look to take the mid lane. The bottom lane has the super minions. It looks like they want to kind of end this game. Potentially, they have 2 lanes of waves of minions, excuse me. They have it. Ray gonna get knocked up. Faye goes golden. They're going to go for the base, but they're going to take Ray on the way out. They take the base, and Nongshim strike first.
Oh, painful experience for Gen.G, but a lovely game for Nongshim. What a performance. They understood the win conditions, and it was so clear. Haku, one of the catalysts for the side of Nongshim, and boy, did they funnel that goal well.
Yeah, I mean, they just took it out. That was a scary game by Nongshim. I mean, you thought that Gen.G had that right counter draft, and they were going to be able to kind of deal with it, but it was just too much. They were just overwhelmed. It's like, okay, if Rock was able to kind of isolate, find the Haku, get the jump on him, it might have been a completely different story. But through it all, Nongshim were like, no, we initiate, we dictate where the fights are going to happen, we get the pickoffs.
here's the scary thing, right? The actual win condition, if you notice throughout the fights, wasn't about Rock getting the lockdown with the Stagers Might. It was also not about a death's precipice from the side of their jungler. It actually came down to Inua's farm. He was in the best possible situation. The reason why they picked up the Xiao Xiao there was because they wanted the Ultimates and the Blossoming fans to really hit on all of the different members on the side of Nongshim. That will allow the Seer State to be used fully on the side of Raid. But that did not happen because Inua was so far behind in farm and itemization.
Yeah, he kind of struggled. Not a great, first time using the Jia Xiao to kind of start this series. But it was a good idea. To be honest, I think that if you're looking at it, that is the one hero that really sticks out to me. It seemed a little interesting as of why they would want to go for that now, especially going up against this type of lineup from Nongshim, where you had a set idea or a set counter, and then you're like, hey, Jia Xiao will take us over the edge. I don't know about that.
I mean, this is the stress of drafting against Nongshim, right? And look, it's the first game only, so they were willing to take a chance. And Gen.G, I like the thought process, but the execution just wasn't as clean. And Nongshim, when you go up against a team like this, you have to hit the marks.
Yeah. I mean, there was a good opportunity. Like, you can see how the Fuzi and then the Whirlpool from the Dachao, like, you had that combination that could have potentially did some work, but just a little underwhelming. I think there are too many eggs in one basket in the sense of, like, you're trying to get Ray going, and I would have preferred a more traditional farm laner. Let Rock also be the carry in this case to really give your team a chance.
Yep, I agree with that. I think they took a risk with the Fuzi farm lane strategy. I like the idea of it, but the execution is really difficult, especially against a team like Nongshim, right? They were willing to take the 5v5s. That was the surprising things, right? Most teams would have just run with their tails in between their legs and said, no, we don't want this situation. But Nongshim understood the strengths of their draft. And in fact, Kyung9 was always welcoming of that Eye of the Whirlpool. He was like, hey, you guys, I'm on a Whirlpool. This is where my ship fits. And he comes in, set sail, right on. And this one is once again a Haku special. Haku gave the team the start that they needed. Everyone gave him the gold. He multiplied it for the rest of the team, and everyone benefited off of this MVP performance by Haku.
Look, number 5, right? I'm keeping track, right? Because Haku has been the #1 guy in terms of this Nongshim squad. Oh, look at that boat. I mean, connecting, Kyung9 doing so much control, and then you have the rest of the team, like with the Mulberry Power and the nice little combination, but it's all set up by these boats. Haku running in, just making a mad dash, not even scared, gets clue. I think he actually dies here. Wawa does get the return kill on this one. Illusion not able to keep his brother alive. Illusion, shame on you.
Okay, if you want to find dash cat, well, but with that being said, I think it was a good idea, and I want you to notice that way that Illusion plays. He's really stingy with the use of his Silky Beauty, right? He's not just throwing his skills out. He's looking for the priority target to be able to slow down the damage coming in from the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, and look at how long Haku just kept them in that fight, right? Which was enough time for Kyung9 to turn this around and somehow get a triple off of that one. And they were able to just completely change it just because Haku survived and the call for help was there. The set sail so good, set it up, Inua, all that damage, that control, utility burst, all damage, all down for the count. And then now you're trying to defend with 3 members, an impossible task for Gen.G.
Yep, and this is the situation where more becomes less, right? Because, look, Siri free hitting the entire fight. He's untouched. There are moments in the match where, look, Wawa is trying to catch him, but Wawa has to deal with other things in the battle. So, Siri, his life is so easy.
Yeah. Oh, you're a poet and you didn't even know it. But boom, that's going to be the highlight of this one. I mean, just completely turning it on. Like this is the Nongshim special. They're able to do it, again, off the back of Haku here. You're looking to kind of limit what he can do, but man, he could just pick up any hero. But we're going to find out if Gen.G can bounce back. But first, we're going to take a quick little break.
compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take alive. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one let me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory is on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Takiki takiki takitao. Cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory is on our side. It's our time to shine high and light.
Welcome back. It is going to be the second game of our best of 3 series between Gen.G and just come in. Nongshim are leading by 1 game. Now, it is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me is Holler.
Yeah, I'm super excited for game 2, right? I'm expecting Gen.G. They tried to, they came in with this strategy in mind to kind of lock down Nongshim's high-flying Haku. Was unsuccessful, unfortunately. I think that they're going to go back to the drawing board. Again, this is a team that I would say has the most unconventional drafts, Gen.G, so they're kind of exciting in that sense of like, what are they going to bring? Like, their strategies are so crazy.
Yeah, exactly. And it's only the 3rd day, right? So I think there's plenty more exploration to be done by the boys. Now, the question is, look, how many times will you want to try? Because this is a professional league. You have quite a bit of time, but you don't want to lose too many points as well.
Yeah, and actually Gen.G, regardless of outcome, will still be in second. I mean, it depends on game differential and like maybe the tiebreaker, but they're going to be second or tied for second, potentially third. R8 dropping as well against SCARZ, and so now you have a bit of a rat race for the top 4 at the moment. With SCARZ kind of overpassing or taking it to R8 Esports. So it's going to be interesting to see how today and the rest of today and tomorrow go, because again, it's almost anybody's game to get into the top 3 for that Group S.
Yeah, so right now it is important and actually paramount that Gen.G, they kind of do some quick work and maybe a quick fix into the draft and see. Maybe she's right. He wants to come with something more creative, right? Maybe double down on the unorthodox drafts as well.
Yeah, I mean, look, they've tried it. My only concern again is like, I think you just gotta let the players play and just like use, like, Rock is such a good farm laner as a traditional like farm, carry, right? Let the man work. At the same time, you gotta let Ray do his jungle things. I mean, it wasn't terrible in terms of his Ogryn. It just happened to be there was other, weaknesses, I would say. But again, to your point earlier, Akin, when you're talking about Inua just having a better hero and something that he can be successful on, I think that's going to be definitely a priority in this draft here.
Look, here's my critique of the previous draft. I think Gen.G actually had a decent draft. The Xiao Xiao does work in that composition, but he needs more farm, right? The only difference maker was the fact that he couldn't deal enough damage because it wasn't enough to melt down a couple of the players on the side of Nongshim. That's why they lost those fights consistently. And I think if they can fix and balance out the gold distribution within the team, maybe Gen.G can bring it against Nongshim.
Yeah. And right now, just got to stay positive. At the end of the day, I mean, I think that trying something out is a pretty decent idea by Gen.G. It looks like they want to go on the blue side this one. They want that first pick. They're going to be banning out the Loon to kind of start things, at least for the draft here. But again, I think that you want to ensure that, again, Rock, let the man just get a traditional farm laner. Don't outthink things, man.
We'll see. Gen.G is known for being in their top processes, and I like it about them. Maybe try a different strategy here. I'm pretty sure Nongshim gonna try and close the game out with an all pick. So it'll be curious to see how Gen.G wants to deal against this. Look, I'm actually considering the Liu Bang for them, right? You want to play with the hit points, you want to take advantage of the seer state, get all the healers and damages onto your lineup on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, it could be an interesting draft. But look, I think Nongshim, to your point, they're just going to want to close out the series, right? They don't really want to show too much. They're just going to play things traditionally. They haven't really, I mean, they generally speaking have like set templates in mind in terms of like hero picks and just the way that they counter, but it's been more about the players than the heroes in my opinion.
Our paths
I think Nongshim at this point might steal up the gun and Mo, maybe. Right? Diadea gun and Mo, this is a combination we've seen Gen.G to a T as well. But Nongshim, they will start off with the Dharma pick. Maybe complement with, okay, Ogryn. Yes, they definitely want to secure that first.
Yeah. Dharma, Ogryn, looking very strong already, especially with Haku on there. Oh, no, they're going to pump fake it. They're not going to actually go with it. They're going to potentially go with the Lian Po instead to just kind of deal with the Dia. I mean, it has a little bit of control, has pretty much everything you want. I kind of like how Lian Po is kind of joined the meta, so to speak.
Yeah, he's very disruptive, right? And here we go, Gen.G gonna snap pick the Gun Mo along with the Artie. They'll definitely lock this in, I believe. There is no debating coming out from these boys. Shishuai here giving what he thinks is the best combination available for the Gen.G side to take a win against Nongshim. There's plenty of damage, good mobility, good heals as well.
Yeah, actually it's going to keep everybody afar. Now, Nongshim have to do a good job of just trying to figure out ways to get, oh my gosh, the fade. Oh, it's so good here. It's so good here.
Oh no.
Oh gosh, because I was gonna say it needs to just get on top of the Gan and Mo and the Arlie. It's like, yeah, you light step away, but like how much more like space can you get away from this monster that is potentially fade running at you?
And bear in mind, there is also the disruptive play, but the Lianpo, he can chase you down, right? You wanna lift step away? No, you have to wait because the burst face.
Yeah, it's looking very strong. Okay, now Gen.G on the other hand, you need some sort of lockdown, some ways to kind of just keep the Arlie and Ganonmo safe. I would say, some way to kind of put Ganonmo in your pocket or just keep him in the fountain, I guess. He could just stay there forever and just stay safe because this fate is gonna be so scary. I don't know what to do.
Yeah, and look, Gen.G, they know that the mid lane matchup is super important. Anyone needs the farm. They're gonna take out the secondary burst mage available. That's gonna be a Nua. Now this is gonna leave options for them. Do they want to explore crunching down on the farm lane? That's the question here. And Nongshim, I love this ban. You need a tank on the side of Gen.G with mobility. Kaiser is not available anymore.
Kaiser or the Menki, they went all out there like, hey, I know your weaknesses of your draft, right? How are you going to protect the squishy guys? I mean, when my fade is jumping on top of you, you're not going to have an easy time. What great bans right now by YK.
Okay, Gen.G, they're going to finish up with the Yixing ban. Like it as well. Yixing definitely with the chessboard. If you manage to lock up these three members, Rock, Clue, and Inua, yeah, game is damaged. Yeah, whoever you pick will be melted down. And Nongshim, no! They pick up the channel! This is a horrendous situation for Gen.G.
Yeah, that's going to be a lot of damage. Just more ways to get on top of you. Plus, like, now you need to deal with, like, all those wolves. Not the easiest time. Okay, the Dian Wei, definitely tanky, and that's definitely going to keep you alive. But is he going to be able to keep on pace in terms of jungling against, like, a Fade that's, like, moving all over the place?
He's not going to be looking for Fade. He is probably looking to melt down the Lian, who's going to be in the forefront of the fights, because he's going to try and access the backlines, right? So it comes down to Ray to be able to stop and hopefully melt down this Lianpo when that fight occurs. And here we go, Liu Bang told you about it. You need the heals, you need the stuns and the burst.
Yeah, and it'll keep him alive, especially if Fade wants to jump on you. You got your friend, your phone a friend, right? And then that's going to be, oh, the Guan Yu. Actually, I kind of like this, especially when you're able to, like, just get the right angle, reposition. I mean, Fade jumps on top of one of your friends and you're able to just, like, heroic charge him away. I think that you might have a good time, but again, it really comes back to Wawa and just being able to be the Johnny on the spot to be able to, find Fade through it all.
Look, okay, let's talk about the Guan Yu first. Our dear horseback rider, great, but he's gonna suffer in lane against the Dharma. He is gonna have a hard time against Kyung-9, okay? In the mid lane, the moment Inuwa has no flash, you can expect Illusion is just going to fly in the sky, and that's the last you're gonna see.
Yeah. I mean, it really comes back to that. I mean, look, I know what Gen.G, I think that their draft, if you're looking at the individual heroes in a vacuum, I think it's going to be nice. But I know that Nongshim has the Haku factor, right? If I'm just looking at Fade, like even an M-Fang Fade would still be a monster. But I think Haku on this hero could be even more scary, which is my biggest worry for Gen.G, because they have to keep 3 members alive, and it might be tough.
Yeah, it's going to be extremely tough because there's a lot of entry points coming in. And here's the thing, Nongshim can actually poke you pretty hard. You have a Fade, you have a Shangguan, you have a Channel, a lot of long range abilities to kind of poke your health down as well. So positioning is really important. And to be honest, I don't think they really have the best initiation tools. You have Bitter Farewell, you get 1 target. What about the rest?
Yeah, so I mean, look, I think the Dian Wei will kind of be up front. Ganemo kind of couple blades, like poking and prodding. You don't really want to commit too much and then let the fight happen. Let Dian Wei kind of attract him, and then the Guan Yu will kind of secondary initiation. I think that that's got to be key, right? And just kind of control. But the initiation options from Nongshim with like the Dharma, the Fei, the Shangguan, all of these guys could be in your face in an instant, which is super scary.
Yep, so many areas in which could expose Gen.G's weaknesses. Number 1, if Kyung-9 gets a kill onto Wawa in lane is over, right? At the same time, if Nongshim get first blood, game is over. So, yeah. I don't know, there's so many that Gen.G have to protect themselves from.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy one. I mean, nice little burst ram onto 2 already. And Illusion taking a lot with those couple of blades. Almost get the pick off. If they got him, oh, Illusion needs to be careful. He's skirting around. Oh, he dodges the couple blades. That could have been life-threatening.
Yeah. And here's the thing, right? If Gen.G gets the first blood, it is more of an advantage. It's not the sure win situation that they're going to experience.
Yeah, definitely not. Oh, but here's the couple blades coming from Inuwa. And his presence already being felt. Kind of scary, right, on this Ganemo. He's able to just kind of pinpoint, extract as much damage as possible, and move on with his life.
Yeah, and lanes are so difficult for the side of Gen.G. There's so many things that kind of make life difficult for them.
Yeah, but Wawa's got the level advantage. I mean, yes, he's low and he's got help from Inuwa. Oh, no! Oh, Wawa! Going down. Man, why would I compliment him? Because I knew that was going to happen, right?
Yep, we told you that's the whole situation. Kyung-9 is going to have an ball of a time against Wawa Guan Yu, right? It's just the kit is against him.
No real chance here. Siri even harassing at this point. Throwing out them wolves. Clue and Rock just dealing with it at this point. And Nongshim finding ways. Already up about 800 gold. And Siri up in front. Just threatening at this stage.
Yeah, and I think the only way they can come back into this is if Inuwa has a decent lead, right? He has to be the person to catch people out on the side of Nongshim. That extra surprise burst needs to be the win condition.
Yeah, he's in the bottom lane though. And I mean, Nongshim realized that he's somewhere nearby. But it looks like Inua not able to have too much of a pressure in that bottom lane. He needs to get back in that mid lane. But Ray's gonna just take up most of that farm. Like, do you want to funnel as much farm into Ray, or do you want to get like Ray, like an Inua, a big item before you kind of filter that?
Ideally, you want both, right? That's the whole situation you want. But the thing is, here's the big difference maker. The fact that they have a goal lead now. Oh, one more catch.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to catch him. Oh, they go under. Illusion not scared. He's got the finishing stroke, and he does finish the stroke onto Wawa. Gets that pick off. Illusion using that hero to the maximum.
Yep, unfortunate. And Wawa actually pulled him back into range so that the finishing stroke could hit him. So unfortunate at that point. And Vision Score, you can see, it's going to start ramping up on the side of Nongshim because they will be able to traverse the map much faster and with more safety as well.
Oh, they almost got Inua. He has to actually flash away. Haku's just looking to dive in, doing some work, but Haku in a bad spot. And Inua makes him pay for being greedy and trying to go for him.
Okay, so that's a glimmer of hope. Inua getting the kill, he gets the buffs. Oh, bad Wawa.
Oh, Wawa getting gone on yet again, just having a tough time. Illusion and Kyung9 just making their impact.
Yeah, I think they have identified where is this gold barrel, right? At the end of the rainbow is. This gold pot.
Okay, well, first off, I didn't even know there was a rainbow, but yeah, okay, I think that Wawa is definitely the target you want to be hitting. He has kind of struggled at this stage. He's level 5 to Kyung9 6. I think you can just let him solo at this point, but Illusion just having such a good time with just farming. He's consistently going in that top lane.
Yeah, and Kyung9 now about 1,000 gold ahead of his counterpart Wawa. Hang on,
nice burst ram. He's gonna find Rock, and they do end up getting the kill. They looking to go for Clue as well. He's trying to stay alive, but the wolves all over him, and they hound him down. He gets a double.
The wolves hunt in a pack, and right now, Siri with that kill, he's gonna have his farm at 7 ready against Rock. This game is not looking good.
Not looking good at all. Illusion being aggressive, finding Ray that was trying to go for the finishing stroke, but Inua tanks some of that. Haku maybe over the wall. He's not going to actually commit for this one, but Faye is there. Haku will just invade the enemy jungle instead. Rock on the prowl. He's trying to go for him. Kyung9 finds Wawa instead. He should be able to solo him, but through it all, it looks like Siri and Faye will push them away, and Rock just goes back into the lane.
There's too much of a goal difference at this point. Close to 3,000 in accordance to the side of Nongshim, and they have plenty of damage. Ray is not tanking. Inua is unable to get the proper positionings to get the skill shots down, unfortunately. And that is a big difference maker.
This is Faye. Look at Illusion. Both of
them.
Okay. Oh, solo. He leaps away. He's fine for now. But they take the top T1. Gen.G almost getting that pick off. That would have been great for him. But it looks like they see the loop at the top, and they're going to look to just rush this Tyrant down as quickly as possible.
Haku's hiding.
He's going to show up. He wants to go. He's going to fight 1 versus 4, but he's going to be killed. A little too greedy, my friends.
He's quite greedy this few games. I'm not sure what's happening.
Yeah, this is but he gets up with the truth. He finds Rock. Oh, the double from Kyung9. And the finishing stroke from Ray. Wawa's going to join him, but all in all, Kyung9 made him pay.
Yeah, a good trade, right? And at this point, it's a horrible situation for Gen.G because look, Siri is once again free farming, and until they are able to get a kill on him, maybe this will...
Oh, Siri, flash away. Ray almost had him. Kyung9 looking for revenge. He smashes into the wall. He gets him with the formlessness. Here we go. Ray taking a lot of damage with that enlightenment, being controlled, and with those fists of fury, it looks like Ray trying to just farm up, but Kyung9, I think, has his number, does get the kill. And the Trevor smash, Illusion is down. Wawa somehow gets smashed in, and it looks like they're going to take Haku dies yet again. And Faye, with a sliver of life, will survive. Siri's still there. He's going to get gone on. They've got the connection. They have the control. And Rock will get a double. And you're kind of wondering, Nongshim, what are you doing?
Exactly. It's like a lapse of concentration, right? Coming out from RedForce. And right now, this punishment coming in for pretty painful. They have cut the goal lead down to about 2,000, and at this point, as they run rampant around the jungle on the side of Nongshim RedForce, there are other objectives available for the taking, and I think Rock is on the cusp of hitting some pretty big items as well. Spark Force Dagger Doomsday already completed. Look, Haku has been diving overly aggressively, and he's gonna pay even more this time.
Yeah, I mean, dying 3 times early is just not really what Haku usually does. I think that he needs to stay off the map a bit and just farm up before you go for it. Now you're behind, and now it's going to be tougher, especially you're talking about the fact that Rock is getting that farm. He's 5.2, you know, highest on the team. He's your win condition. He's doing very well of putting himself in that prime position. But now Siri, who's been largely quiet as well, 2-1-0, but has been largely uncontested, looking to take at least the bottom lane as well, and they need to get him going.
Okay, another thing to note, Inua is at 5.4. He has some pretty big items. Splendor along with the Scepter of Reverberation, so he has good burst, but at the same time, also defensive mechanisms available. And right now, I think Gen.G has successfully found positions for him to just get his couple blades down.
Yeah, I mean, again, Inua, oh, this is the one. They got him, the Tremor Smash, knock him on the 3, but it looks like Faye's gonna be killed. Ray slam dunks him, and the finishing stroke off of this one. Illusion staying alive, Haku down yet again with Faye, but it's a 2-for-2 trade.
Okay, but both farm laners still alive, and Rock, I think, does have the advantage if he doesn't get caught.
Yeah, if he doesn't. That's the biggest one. Rock staying, again, just look, he just needs to farm. He doesn't need to go anything crazy. Siri's in his jungle just trying to take what he can before it's stolen from him. But Gen.G, on the other hand, invading, doing a good job. I think they need to look to focus on this bottom T1, but with it all, I think it might be tough.
Yeah, Kyung9 so far hasn't been very successful in finding those gaps for Gen.G. In fact, look, he's always scouted out. So Gen.G, they understand what the win condition.
Yeah, finding him out here, and it looks like Kyung9, and it looks like Illusion. They're gonna find Ray, who's just being baited around. Illusion spots him out, but really can't do much at this point. Ray starting to get, you know, 5K net worth at this point. Not the scariest of monsters just yet.
Yep, and unfortunately for the side of Nongshim, Illusion is starting to fall behind a bit. He has nice items, he has lifesteal, he does have a armor pierce as well, but right now, because of the growth of Rock, who's at already 7,000, well on his way towards that Daybreaker, this is a tough situation for Nongshim.
Yeah, it looks like Haku, again, just farming in the mid lane. Tyrant is going to be spawned here. They're going to potentially go Faye. Just been taking a lot of damage here. I don't think they really want to fight for this, especially with the Shadow Tyrant about to spawn in about 20 seconds.
Yeah, a dangerous position to be in. At the same time, I want to highlight the fact that while now he has a charge, that is going to be a big marker, especially if he gets a perfect Razor Cavalry. He's going to be able to stun multi people on the side on Nongshim RedForce.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to get that perfect angle, that's the toughest thing on the Guan Yu. I think Wawa is definitely off the task. He's definitely proven that he can do it, but finding it against Nongshim, which, you know, they have a very good, oh, it looks like Faye completely deleted. Inua goes golden, though. Siri's going to be killed as well, but it looks like he wants to turn it around. Haku does get a couple, but he's going to die in return. 3 members down. Wawa pushing Illusion away, and it looks like they're going to take him down as well. And through it, all 4 members. Kyung9 fighting 1 versus 2. Kyung9 just trying to run away, and it looks like they'll let the monk go.
But the damage is done. Nongshim, this is not a good fight. Look, they are recovering on the side of Gen.G.
Yeah, they're starting to recover. I mean, Ray, this is the one where he's getting those kills. He's staying alive, and he's able to outfarm this. But Kyung9's scary. He's chasing after them. He's fighting 1 versus 2. Not scared. Wawa's like, dude, get away from me.
No, he doesn't care about the kills at this point, right? He cares about just stopping them from taking the Shadow Tyrant. That is the biggest win on the side of Nongshim because they're starting to trail. In fact, the goal lead, 3,000 previously, gone. It's down to about 1,000 now.
Yeah, one thing I'm not liking is that Faye's trying to initiate. I think that, you know, the Lian Po is more of a counter initiator, and just being, you know, blown up early sets things up. Here we go. It looks like they want to go for this one. They're going to try to go. They found Faye. He's trying to go for this, for the Tyrant has already been picked up. Haku. It looks like they've got Clue, Rock, and Wawa, and Illusion continuing on. Finds Inua and Ray, and just like that, you blink an eye and they get a team ace.
Yep, Nongshim, the kings of comebacks in every single game. and they will not give up the lead. They are like that. Now with that being said, only Kyung9 gives up his life, but in a trade for a T3, we'll take that any day.
Rock down for another 10
Maybe the game.
He's going to be spawning in his second. It needs to be very careful, but the minions are so slow. Nongshim are like, just go, just go. Oh! And it looks like they do have it, and they will take the series. Nongshim, your victors.
Heartbreak for the side of Gen.G. They were coming back into the game. It was so close, but the positioning, this time by Illusion, I know I mentioned that he was falling off a little bit. Oh, he proved that value wrong. He went straight for Rock, and Rock just disappeared.
Yeah, I mean, once he got that pick off, it was pretty much all she wrote, right? I think that it was just getting that target and just being able to go in. But my gosh, Nongshim, I was like, oh, they're going to lose this game. They're not doing very well. Gen.G are really able to strike back with that one team fight, the prowess, the understanding of when to go in, and Nongshim, like in a blink of an eye, just win that game.
Just the positioning. Kyung9 was the one that spotted them out, so the team was already prepared for the fight itself. And you know, buying yourself 3 to 4 seconds is actually a very big marker in Honor of Kings, because during the communication with your team, you gotta kind of plan out, yo, Rock is alone. Where are you, Illusion? You're supposed to go for this guy, and they just performed perfectly.
Yeah, just found him, and just, again, the win condition, you take him out, and then they really struggled to have that damage and that control, and they didn't really get anything going, and it was pretty much all she wrote at that point. Nongshim RedForce stepping up to the task, and this is what we've seen time and time again in this series, in KME, is that Nongshim, yeah, they might be losing at times, but they find ways to win.
Yeah, definitely. Champions at finding those gaps, right? Every single time it seems like they're gonna falter, they realize their mistakes, or they find a mistake of the opponent and expose that fact. Pretty good deflection here. So unable to be accountable for their losses, they will say, no, we'll take a look at your losses instead.
Yeah. I mean, just really sticking it to them. I mean, Gen.G, at the end of the day, they're going to come back and they're going to learn from this, right? I mean, they had an opportunity. What are those gaps? How could we have done things a little bit better? What is it about that last team fight that just kind of, took us all out? Like, how did we falter?
I want to take a look at the itemization on the side of Kyung9. It's actually, to me, Kyung9 was one of the big reasons why they won. But the combination with Faye's timing on those tremor smashes, godlike. And I think he did make a couple of mistakes, right? Because Inuwa actually was pretty farmed as well. He made the mistake of jumping into the face of Inuwa, where the freshly forged couple of blades is at its maximum efficiency. So quite a big deal of team damage dealt by the side of Nongshim this time.
Yeah, just a ton of damage spread throughout. I don't think Ray really got going. I think he needed a little bit more time to kind of just farm, but it looked like they were kind of like, oh, the team fights are happening. I gotta be there, as opposed to like the Tianwei, which is like off the map, or, maybe getting some early kills, but just largely farming throughout. He wasn't really given that opportunity to do what Tianwei wants to do.
Yeah, exactly. I think just having Kyung9 as the Dharma was already a difficult position, because he had to walk through a Dharma. You don't walk through a Dharma, right? He will knock you back into the walls. And I think it's so difficult, right? So Kyung9, once again, well-deserved of the MVP. He was actually giving so much vision and information to the team, not just for that last fight, but just across the board. A few things he did really well. He stopped that last attempt on the Tyrant buff. That really changed the state of the game as well.
Yeah, it was completely different at that point, right? I mean, but if we're checking this highlight, it was so back and forth. Like, you're thinking, Nongshim doing very well, 5-1. And then all of a sudden, you're seeing, like, Haku make these uncharacteristic mistakes where he was just trying to take fights like 1 versus 3. I mean, Kyung9 basically savaged that fight right there by that return. But then you see Gen.G on the prowl, just finding it. The team fight is real, and they were able to get some pickoffs and just completely change this game. And then, this is as back and forth as it got.
I want to be positive about it. I feel like every time Haku gives a kill over, it's actually to buy space for Siri to continue farming in the lanes as well, right? Because he's able to get quite a few members onto him. And this one is a beautiful move, Inuwa, actually aiming 2 and getting the double kill with that freshly forged couple blades. Beautiful play, a big turnaround. And this is where I thought, you know what? Hey, maybe Gen.G will be the first team to beat Nongshim.
Yeah, it could have been. I mean, there were opportunities for sure. But, I mean, even in that fight right there, where Faye actually went first, trying to set things up, and then Haku came in later. But like the timing just didn't seem on the same page. If they go in together, they blow up everybody. But seeing as they were kind of going one by one, they got picked off, and Gen.G had a great job of just kind of defending that. But again, Nongshim, off a single team fight, able to close the game out and the series.
I think it was just a difference in comps, right? If you take a look at the last fight, right before we got all those nice kills from Illusion, majority of the team was actually trying to go for Siri on the channel, and I think that was a great idea. But you have to take things one step at a time, right? Nobody was able to deal with Faye, and I think it cost them quite a bit. But with that being said, this is the end of the third series of the day. We still have one more to go, and that's going to be Venomous going up against Crazy Raccoons. When we're back, we will give you all that action. We'll see you later.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
You can G. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is sweat and look at me still victory. Say. I've triggered my soul down.
For my pace.
We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible.
Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace. I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. It ain't a way for turning back. Storm is coming.
We the Kings, it's an honor showtime.
The sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night,
Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world.
We have arrived at the last series of the day. This is Venomous Crazy Raccoon. Both of these teams struggling to find a win in the Pro League so far, but we'll see. One of them is definitely going to be a winner today. It is your favorite kind of tofu, Kindofu, and with me today is Holler. How do we feel about this last series of the day?
I think that this is desperation mode, right? I think between these two teams, somebody has to come out. I mean, somebody will definitely win, but I think it's must-win for both of them, especially if they want to give themselves a chance. If anything, right now, Venomous right now 0-2, 5th place. Crazy Raccoons 6th place. They played 3 series though, which is 1 more than Venomous, so they need it probably more than anything else right now. Both these teams are in desperate need of the win, but let's check out Venomous first.
Alright, so these are the 5 players representing Venomous here. It's Third, Ashia, Charming, as well as Tanin. Now, I think they have some good quality players on the side of Venomous, but they haven't found their footing in terms of team synergy just yet. They are also known as the Deadly Blade. So can they carve up their competition today?
I mean, they survived what? The Honor of Kings Open Series 2025 Split 3 South Asia with 16 teams in it. 11 of them happen to be Bangladeshi teams, and they were the strongest one. They were able to prevail. That speaks volumes about this team. I think that they have a lot of potential, but let's check out their opponent in Crazy Raccoon here. Crazy Raccoon, the team out of Japan. They have Feng Shun, Undertaker, and the trio that I like to call the KKK, Kai, Ko, and Kuro. This is a squad that's ready and itching for that first win. They are, of course, the CR Nation.
Okay, so CR Nation, they need to make work. So far, they have been trying their best, but it just hasn't hit the mark just yet. Now, could this be their first win in the Pro League? That is the curious question, right? Both teams, like you said, desperation mode, they need those points.
Yeah, I mean, it's must win at this point, right? To be honest, I feel like this is a series where they both want it so badly we go to that 3rd game. I mean, I'm kind of, I'm manifesting it. I think it's going to go the distance because of, again, just how much these two teams are going to want it. But going into this one, I think draft has got to be key, because what we've seen thus far from both of these squads is that the drafts weren't just ideal for the situation at hand.
Yeah, always lacking maybe 1 or 2 components to be able to get the win condition comfortably in their favor, right? So I think right now, like you said, draft is going to be really important, but also whoever doesn't make it in this first game needs to be calm and composed, right? We've seen these teams deal with defeat, and I think they need to recover a little bit quicker, right? Ignore if you have an L, take it as a learning journey, go back, fight for more.
Yeah, I think that right now is the time. I mean, just go. I think that this is like green light. Let's just bring in our best foot forward, you know, going into this one. But it looks like Crazy Raccoon are going to choose blue. They want to pick first. Your thoughts on that one?
I think it's good to have a strong start to the game, right? At the same time, I think maybe they can consider the tank jungle meta at this point. A good start. It is also a very oppressive way to beat down your opponents, right? You want a convincing win. You don't just want to win.
Yeah. Actually, that would be huge. It's completely demoralizing getting stomped, right? I think that this is a great opportunity to do so. But, again, everything dictates on this game one. I think that, teams, when you lose that first game, it's so demoralizing to come back. If you're able to do it, you have a lot of resolve and you're very resilient as a team, but it's tough. And getting your team to that state, it takes almost years, I would say, to get to that level.
Yeah, because it is a best of 3. So you're kind of staring at death's door the moment you lose one game. Right? So Crazy Raccoon, they will start off the ban. Once again, it is going to be a Liang ban. So we might be looking at a assassin jungle meta coming in for Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, it's definitely all the rage at this point. I mean, the Liang ban, and look, they're going to go with the Mai ban in return, a good one. Because it could have been a potential easy first pick if that was available for Crazy Raccoon, especially with Feng Shuan able to pilot her to the max.
Yeah, and Dharma is going to be the next character or hero to be taken out of the hero pool along with the Diadea. This opens up quite a few heroes, and as we expected, Crazy Raccoon, they're going to start off strong. This is a R. Lee being teased for Kuro.
My wishes are bound to come true
they've done this before in their drafts. So again, just trying to isolate and give Kuro one of the best farm laners for himself. That R. Lee is very strong. Venomous they're going to go a different route. Zhang Fei, probably a farm laner in return. You definitely don't want to be going into the second phase without a farm laner to kind of compete with Arlie, because potentially get banned.
I think it's okay, right? At this point, actually taking away the Zhang in compliments to the Crazy Raccoon Arlie is actually a pretty good move, right? So you take it for yourself and you limit the options on the side of Crazy Raccoon. They also pick up the Yixing, another good hero at controlling Arlie.
So, alright, the Dune is going to be picked up, and as well as the Sakir. Don't you think the meta has already shifted from a tank-style jungler, and that you should be looking for something with more, high mobility, like high damaging assassin types?
It depends on what your comfort level is, right? End of the day, like we said, this is global ban pick format, so you have to be having a pretty decent hero pool. And I think you have to play to your player's strengths. Some players, they prefer that burst composition like Enfeng, right? He loves the assassin jungle heroes. He performs insanely well on those. Maybe not as well on those tank jungle meta heroes, right? So I think Crazy Raccoon, maybe this is Cole's comfort role and type of jungler.
Okay. And I mean, it does pair well with the Sakira, right? Being able to Wind Slash and Mulberry Power at the same time could just kind of stack your stuns and then just control a large area and almost like cycling your skills. It makes a lot of sense onto this one. But going into this one, like Crazy Raccoon, Gen.G banning, again, they're going to really target the farm laners, make it a little bit more difficult, and just kind of give your Arlie as much space as possible.
They're really concerned about the burst potential, right? On both sides. So they take out the Gen.G because his ultimate Imperial Order, it lowers your defenses for both magic and physical. And if the Sakir gets caught out in the fights, there's no more heals, right? And everyone, 5 men onto Dun, they can really easily work him down. Likewise, on the other side, Venomous, the Garden, same thing, big concern about the burst. Princess Frost, they're really concerned about getting stuck. Zhang Fei needs to be present in the fights, he cannot be frozen.
Yeah, cannot be. And it looks like they're going to go with the charming Marco Polo. We've seen this guy shine on him before. This is definitely one of his signature heroes. He's like, okay, target me all you want. Gen.G, Lady Soon. Boom. I actually wanted the Marco Polo in your face.
Yep, and we have seen this exact matchup for Venomous. So Charming does do well against an Arlie, but maybe it was just a difference of skill levels in that Arlie. We'll never know.
Courage is my only belief.
Maybe. All right, it looks like Crazy Raccoon are going to round out their draft. Yuan and the Byron, they lock those in. That is their squad. They have a lot of control, a lot of burst and tankiness to this lineup. This is looking to be very scary by Crazy Raccoon. I kind of like the way that they're going. But Venomous on the other end, round out their draft with the pay. Is that going to be enough?
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. I mean, early game pressure, I like it. But Crazy Raccoon, look, they have heals, they have shields, and they have damage. Not going to come that quickly because Kuro is going to take a bit of time to come online. But Venomous, I do see the benefits of it, right? We have Pei, Yixing. Level 2, they are insanely strong already.
Yeah, and I expect them to be a little bit more aggressive early to kind of just make things, to give Pei more of a chance to kind of invade. You want to use his early game spikes to kind of ensure that he has a really good game.
Oh yeah, for sure. So at this point, the shield value of Tamid, if they choose to invade, so this can come down to two different situations, right? So one where they could potentially invade, and if it's successful, it achieves two things. Number one, you get the growth on the Pei. Number two, you actually create space for their farm lane on the side of Venomous.
I'm like, that's clearly the strategy. Clearly the strategy if they do this. But you're like giving it out, you're letting them know. No, but I think it's a good idea to kind of test things out. Really kind of change it up, right? Maybe you go for that invade. Maybe you get a little lucky on this one. If anything, you might see some rotations. But okay, let's talk draft here. Who are you giving the edge to?
I prefer Crazy Raccoon's draft. I think it's less risky, but it takes a bit of time to come online, right? Venomous, it's more of an explosive draft. They need to get a first blood or consistent advantage in farms, maybe steal some camps before it really works for them.
Yeah, okay. All right, it looks like the drafts are underway. We're going to go into the final series of the day. This is, of course, going to be Game 1, and it looks like Crazy Raccoon potentially at least just kind of invading at least the mid lane more than anything else. They want to see exactly where Zeke's is going to start out. But yeah, I think a quick pause for now.
Okay, I have to say this because the only other pause I experienced was with Venomous, and we talked for a long time with Venomous.
Yeah. I actually thought it was a you thing because yesterday when you were not on the desk, we had no tech issues. But now that you're back, it looks like you've brought the kin curse. Boom, I said it.
Okay, DP. Different people, different perspectives.
Okay. Yeah, all right. Okay, different acronym for different. Okay, got it.
Oh, keep us safe, huh?
A little bit of a pause here. Actually, there was a little bit of lag. I don't know what it was going into this one. So just an insta pause, get everything, making sure that everything's working before we go into this. But look, if you were like down 0-3 as Crazy Raccoon are in terms of this round robin, and look, survival week is not the end of the road for you. Or sorry, ranking week is not. Survival road where if you're not in the group S, you're still fighting for your life, but it's a little bit of a tougher road considering you need to be the top seed out of 4 squads then. Could Crazy Raccoon just be like, hey, let's just try things out and not worry too much about the rest of ranking week?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think they could... Look, for them and Venomous, I think maybe, this is not a time to take a risk, right? I think... Right now, it's more of can you go with what's proven in your scrims, proven in your competitive matches, right? Or maybe learn from the success of other teams as well. Understand why there are certain decisions made and why it was successful for them in that particular instance. That will be the strategy that I would try to employ for both of these teams.
Okay. I think that's the right way, right? I to be honest, I always like that question was loaded. I was just trying to see what your response was going to be in the sense. But I think that you always want to put your best foot forward, especially in these kinds of situations. Because you really, again, if you're at the end of ranking week and you have 0 wins, that's got to be heartbreaking, right? And then you got to get whatever sort of win you can get to build that confidence and to kind of have that foundation just like moving forward of like, we're okay, we're good. We know ways to kind of win. We just got to get there, right?
Yeah, at the same time, I like to look at it as a different perspective, right? So, yes, you may have been in the bottom in ranking week, but then you also have the highest potential of a turnaround, right? So if you can kind of figure out where you went wrong during ranking week, and as you fight your way through survival week, there is a potential of explosive growth where you kind of figure out, hey, you know what? Maybe this was the reason why we were not winning games. And you will surprise everyone.
Yeah. I think that's at the end of the day, it's about just kind of one-upping somebody and then getting that first win. I think that would be huge, right, at this stage. But yeah. I mean, I'm kind of curious as of like if this tech pause is gonna kind of shake up the nerves even more.
I think it's gonna shake up their stomachs, right? It's pretty late. Maybe they haven't had dinner yet. This might affect their concentration as well. But it depends, right? I think end of the day, as long as they keep calm, they keep composed, they know what they're supposed to do in their roles, it should be a straightforward road. Not simple, but straightforward.
Yeah, I don't think this team is just like, yo, we're so hungry, we're gonna pause the game and then not eat, right? Like, going into this one, I think it's just, I mean, this team is ready. Like, I'm sure that they're being well fed, they're good to go. It's just a matter of time, just making sure that everything is, silky smooth, right? As we expect for these type of leagues and tournaments. So, nothing but the best here.
Yeah, for sure. I'm just curious how Charming is going to perform today. We've against an earlier in the first day, I think. And he did pretty well for himself, considering the matchup does not favor the Marco that much.
Yeah, I don't think so as much. Okay, look, Charming, he does well. He clearly knows how to play the Marco Polo. He can definitely style on him. It's just that he needs to ensure that he gets the right amount of farm before he starts to go ham. And then he's able to kind of do Marco Polo things. I think Marco Polo gets online a little on the later side, which is a little bit of a struggle because I felt like Charming kind of wants to push the initiative a little early.
But this matchup against Arlie, I think it's favorable in the sense where, look, they're looking to build almost similar items, right? So Sparkforce Jagger, Doomsday for the side of Charming. On the side of Crazy Raccoon, it's Doomsday, and then you want your Shadow Ripper, you want your Eternity Blade. So similar item builds, and I think the goal required is pretty close. So it really then comes down to your skill matchup, right? Can you do well in the lane?
But I mean, when you're seeing like a Dune or a Secure just like jumping on top of you, like it's not the most comfortable of things. Because like as a Marco Polo, you kind of want to stay away, keep them at arm's reach, let them group up, then you go for like a Fever Barrage. But if you're stunned in that situation, you're going to have a tough time, right? And finding that perfect moment where you don't have all these bruisers looking to just literally prioritize and stun lock you, it's a tough go.
Yeah, and in fact, I would go as far as saying my concern for Charming is if they don't get the timings right, he can have the full duration of the Fever Barrage, but when the Firefly field gets dropped, he's gonna die quickly as well.
Yeah, no chance at that point, right? I think that's I mean, it's really going to come back to the positioning. There's so many of those guys, like the Arlie and the Secure, both of them are going to be very glass cannon type of very squishy style heroes that just get caught out, they just get blown up. So we got to be careful with how this is going to be.
Okay, we're back. So let's take a look. We were theory crafting. Oh no. Zeeks, he has to move away.
Yeah, he's been threatened already. And we were kind of talking about how Crazy Raccoons, they're trying to do something different. Zeke's looking for the potential steal. He's going to get wind slashed, but it looks like the smite happens. He gets it, and now this could be a bit of an issue as Crazy Raccoon committed quite a bit, and Zeke still got what he wanted, which is that buff.
Yeah, and look, Kuro is, he's trying his best to win the lane against, but that was a big deficit. Zeke's, they did all the work for him.
Yeah. I mean, through it all, which is huge, but Surge taking a lot of damage, has to cartwheel away to safety, and Kai, the experienced Clash laner, doing some work in that top lane early.
Yeah, and it looks like in the farm lane, it's looking not bad for the side of Venomous, right? Against Kuro. Kuro kind of burnt out the frenzy really early and had nothing to show for it.
Yeah, nothing to show, but I mean, it's not the worst thing. It's so early in the game, right? I mean, yeah, you try to go for it. Maybe you do a little bit of damage kind of thing. But through it all, I mean, it's just a simple cooldown. Okay, yeah, all right. I thought something was going to happen. Zeke was going in, wasn't able to catch Kai as he flashes away.
Okay, but that's the big thing, right? So Zeke's actually, the next rotation, if they leave, Kai could be dead, but here we go.
Yeah, I don't think so. I think he's going to be fine. Zeke's continuing to farm. I want him to be a little more aggressive right now. He's level 4 at this point. But it looks like they're going to kind of just... He's just going to go back into the jungle. But look at the bottom lane. Charming completely out of the lane. Letting Kuro just push the bottom T1 a bit.
Yeah, he hits 4 first, but Charming does have the Fever Barrage. So maybe there is a setup available.
potential. Curl, I mean, if he's smart with those parasails, he should be fine. It should be a non-factor. But it looks like Crazy Raccoon looking to be aggressive. They know when the Crimson Golem is going to be up. Zeke's being contested yet again. Zeke's takes it out again with 5 members rotating, trying to take it away. And Zeke's, again, a thief in the night, taking it away.
Yeah, he's just wasted so much of their time. And look, Kuro is also taking quite a few hits. Stun does come in for the side of the function, but it's not going to matter too much at this point. They have been unable to slow down the farm of Zeke's on this pay, and that's not a good sign at all.
Yeah, not a good sign. I mean, Zeke's, I think it's more to Zeke's playing well, right? And understanding just like, you know, getting that smite off at the perfect time. That's exactly what you want to see happen. But a little bit of a Mulberry Power, the Umbrella Outburst onto this one. But it's Kuro. He should be fine. I think that's going to be the end of it. But Zeke's, looking to turn it around. Oh, they get him. And it looks like it's not going to be enough damage, though. But Zeke's making his presence known as Bruce Lee in the bottom.
I like this patience coming out from Venomous. This could be the Fever Barrage. They do get the lockdown.
Yeah, they do have the lockdown, but they're not going to dive under the tower. They don't have minions, and that's going to be the end of it. Mind you, it's not the 4-minute mark yet. They were looking for that pickoff to hopefully just snowball into that Tyrant. Not for free, not going to be there. Zeke's just continue to farm.
Yeah, it would have guaranteed them the Tyrant, actually, if they got the kill there, right? So smart moves by both sides.
Yeah. Understanding that just like where the plays are going to happen. Again, Zeke's is continuing to farm. He's doing very well. 2.5. But here we go. The Tyrant, Crazy Raccoon. Looks like they will take this one out. Ko will smite it for good measure.
Yep. No contest available, right? Tommy did not have the smite available. He just made a beeline straight for the Overlord. He knew what was. And once again, he's going to start securing his Crimson buff.
Oh man, I thought that Undertaker, if he Mulberry Powers just a little bit on the side, he hits Charming on this one. Charming taking some work, and especially with Kuro starting to do some damage as well. And through it all, looks like they're going to back off at this point. They're going to look to dive, put pressure on that bottom T1, but Ashir will join the fight. And the world's barely missing Feng Shui.
Yeah, barely. But unfortunately for them, it's not going to work out. Now, this means Crazy Raccoon, they have quite a bit of goal lead going into their hands. Actually, not the biggest, but we'll see.
Yeah, they've got the Mulberry Power on Tamid. He takes that one, eats it. And this is a bit of a pressure being given by Feng Shun as well. The Umbrella Outburst pushing them back. They're doing some work. The Fever Barrage is going to connect on the 3. Undertaker's down for the count. Kame gets it as well. Kuro is down as well. The Fever Barrage is amazing. And Feng Shun is killed as well. Now Ko, he's looking to go. He Unruly Blades. I think that was on purpose where it was like kind of back. He's like, I don't really want to take this fight.
Yeah, I mean, 1v4 is not an ideal situation. And Venomous, they're going to start looking and a bit stronger at this point. Now, Kai has been in advantage against Surge this entire laning phase. It's not going to end there. They're going to have a little bit more pressure coming though.
Yeah, a lot more. I mean, Venomous played that very well. Charming with an amazing Fever Barrage when all 3 were set up, combined together, and Venomous make sure that they make them pay for any sorts of rotation. Crazy Raccoon now on the defensive, down about 700 gold. Need to find ways to get back in this.
They actually layered the skills pretty good here. Ashir is not going to have a good time. The Firefly Fiu is going to just chase him out. And once again, there is an availability of the Fevered Barrage. They want to take the risk.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, depends on where the lane is. I don't think I mean, there are no creeps, so definitely not the opportunity at this point. Ko will try to harass at this point, but they're taking liberties, slowing down the approach. The Unruly Blade, he wants to go forward. Zeke's, they had the board, but they had the Mulberry Powers with a Wind Slash. He goes golden. Ashir is going to be killed, though. It's just a matter of time, and through it all, Charming on the side. Surge continuing to fight, but he's going to be killed as well. Kai gets a double, and it looks like 3 members down from Venomous.
Charming was holding on to that Fever Barrage, and I feel wrong position down here. So Venomous, they have to lick their wounds. This one is a pretty deep cut. And Crazy Raccoons, look, they benefit off of that. They take a T1. Major difference.
Oh, they're going to go for it. Zeke's, they caught him out. Oh, he thought it was just one member pushing along, and Zeke sacrifices himself. And Ashir Charming now with the Fever Barrage does get Kai, but he trades his life, and that is not a good way to go. Yes, it's under tower, but you just don't have the numbers to deal with Crazy Raccoon.
Yeah, Crazy Raccoon right now, I think they're just more and making the difference. And okay, that was a good way to flash out. I would have committed that flash any day.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure you would have been locked this. Let's be honest. You would not if it.
Oh, hang on, no,
okay?
the disrespect.
Like you say, you're gonna do it. These are pro players for a reason, okay? That said, I mean, it was a great flash. Fengshun surviving on this one, and he gets stuck in that one. He has a tough time. Venomous maybe get another pick off, but the tides have shifted. Crazy Raccoon in the driver's seat at this point. They pushed it out. That mid T1 going down, especially before the 8-minute mark, actually key.
Yeah, and the big difference here is 5,000 going into the Gen. He is going for damage build. He's not going for the tank build at this point.
Yeah, I think it's smart. I think it's the way you want to go at this point. Just survive and then let the rest of your team do that damage and have that control. But look at Venomous now taking the top T2. Charmin doing some serious damage to that tower.
Oh, really? Okay.
Here, just soloed. He just got run down by Fengshun. You cannot get away from him. Kuro now on the run as well, trying to dodge away, but Surge is down for the count. And it looks like Kuro, you know, I mean, 2 members down. This is another opening for Crazy Raccoon.
Here's what I noticed, right? I think Venomous, they're just much better at playing as a team, right? When they operate as a team, it's so much more effective. They're able to take down so many objectives. But Crazy Raccoon actually outplaying Venomous in individual skills.
Yeah. Getting those one-on-ones, winning those battles, but that's what you want from a good team, right? I mean, you want to be able to win those one-on-ones. I mean, the team fights are team fights, and don't get me wrong, some teams are definitely better than other teams in team fights, and it looks like Venomous is probably on that case in terms of being, their prowess is quite high on that, but the individual one-on-ones, if you're able to get those pickoffs, that's huge for you. The Unruly Blade forward, the Umbrella upward, just knocking Ko back, but it looks like it's going to be an all-out retreat. Tomid gets to safety, but if they lose the Crimson Gold.
Yep, this is unfortunate, and you know, of all the people to give it to, they give it to both Fengshun and Kuro, who are one of the highest farms on the game. And Kuro does have the frenzy, so he's gonna hit like a truck.
He's gonna do some damage. Charming though, speaking of hitting like a truck, Fengshun just dueling with Charming, being pushed back to their T3 when the T2 top hasn't even been taken out. Crazy Raccoon taking control of the map.
Red team.
Okay, so there is a little ramp down there, so Zeke's trying his best to get the T2, but you can see the rotations are coming in. Everyone trying to protect that T2 on the bot.
All right, for the record, Zeke's pay is actually a tiger, not a rat, but you know, whatever. Tomato, tomato, right?
Okay, another sign of disrespect.
All right, but here we go. Fengshun finds Ashir and Zeke's. Ashir stays alive. Here's the Mulberry Power onto Tomid. The world is my board. Tomid's so low, he's going to be picked off. Cole, that's going to be elsewhere, but Tomid is down for the count. Kai finds him, and now it's an all-out retreat. The Mulberry Power finds him, and Zeke's is down. The Fever Barrage is not going to save you, my friend. And Charming is going to get bursted as well, and now Surge on the run with 3 members down, all for the sake of Kuro. He's going to try to attract him elsewhere, but Crazy Raccoon are like, actually, we just want your base.
Yeah, and that's the most important objective at this point. They get stunned.
They get the stun, but they don't have enough. They don't have the minion waves. The Vanguards had been pushing, but yes, Crazy Raccoon looking to take the mid, if anything, but they've been slowed down. This is going to buy time for Zeke's and Charming to get back up, and there they go, and it looks like Crazy Raccoon, I mean, yeah, you got a little, you won that team fight, but with those Vanguards pushing, it's tough to kind of go up to that T3.
Yep, you know what? At any point in time, I feel like this game could swing. And right now, I think in terms of gold growth, 8.1k for Kuro and compared to the 7.6 for Charming is not that big of a difference. But let's take a look at the replay. This was a huge fight. The knockdown onto Tomid was what really changed the fight. He had no unbridled outburst. There was no save available for the game. The saving grace was the fact that they actually got the Overlord, but it's not enough at this point.
Yeah, not enough. I mean, it's just slowing things. I mean, they need space. A great win. If Venomous doesn't get that, disaster, right? They're going to be further pushed in. It looks like Undertaker finds Tomid in that little brush. It was a little tryst in the jungle, but it looks like Charming and Tomid were not having any of that. Charming still up in front with that Resplendent Revolver, doing some work on Ko, who's been thwarted away. He's not going to be going in. Kai and Surge, another 2 lovers in the bottom.
Yeah, okay. My main concern here is that Kuro is buff. He's able to deal a lot of damage, true damage in fact, and burn. So Venomous, they have to try and figure out how do they stop Kuro.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy. The world is my board. On to 4. That's a nice one with the Umbrella Outburst. They're going to look to go, but they've been knocked up. They're trying to go with the Fever Barrage. Charming doing some work. Kuro is down for the count. They've got 3 members thus far, and Venomous have found the opening as they get an ace.
Yeah, they are just a better team. Venomous, they finally play to their strengths. Look, individual 1v1s maybe not as strong. TVT, Team v Team, Venomous will crush you all day.
Yeah, I mean, that was such a great team fight. The fact that they got 5-0 on this one. This is an opening for Venomous to strike back. Let's check out that replay here.
Insane. I mean, they just comboed everything. They did stop the Fever Barrage, but it was that Zhang Fei ultimate, the Unbridled Outburst jumping in, along with a sheer... Ooh, those sliding stones did hit.
Yeah, they did some serious damage right here, and they've completely changed it out. They've taken all the T2s. The T3s are still standing, so, I mean, it's even at this point, net worth is like literally neck and neck. We are at a tie ball game, but the momentum has shifted. Venomous have found a great team fight, got themselves back in this game.
Yep, and it's a big moment, right? Right now, we're tied 10-10. Negligible gold difference. It's about 400 gold at this point. But the main thing is that, look, both teams have taken 6 turrets each. So the next one to make a mistake is going to be punished with a tier 3 loss.
Yeah, it's going to be huge, right? You just don't make that, don't die, don't get out of position. And it looks like Surge kind of scouted that one out. I mean, they checked it on the map. It looks like the Shadow Tyrant is going to be burnt. Shadow Overlord will be killed in response. But Crazy Raccoon now realizing that, hey, this is too free. Can we contest the Overlord?
Okay, so they trade.
They do trade. The Umbrella Outburst is going to be used by Tomid. He stampedes, gets back to safety. Secure chasing after him. Undertaker, that is, trying to do some damage. Ashir pushing them away. Undertaker looking for that angle. Tried to get that one Mulberry Power. Not going to connect.
Look, Venomous are just so good in playing around the map as a team, right? So they know what fights to take. And if you notice the way that Zeke's plays, the moment he identifies a risk, he does not enter. He backs off straight away.
Oh, they found Undertaker. They've got him. They've got him locked in. He's not able to get away. Oh, yes, he's out of the board. He flies to safety, and he gets on his magic carpet, and he says, bye-bye.
Easy movements, but it is a bit concerning, right? So they don't want to allow the skill moves from the side of Crazy Raccoon. That is their strength, right? You catch them all out.
Oh, Zeke's trying to solo Kai. It's going to be tough here. Zeke's taking a lot of damage, and he had to call for reinforcement. Surge is there, and he's losing this battle as well, and Charmy coming in as well, and it looks like he misses the Resplendent Revolver. They're looking to just run away, and through it all, Zeke's is just on the run. Surge has already been killed. Ashir trying to go golden. Zeke's gets cut off, and another teammate going the way of Crazy Raccoon this time.
This one is all to the benefit and of Function. He did the best flank ever, catching out the rest of the side of Venomous. Not only that, he prevented the TP back home by Zeke's, and now that is a big reward. They're going to be able to take the crystal.
Yeah, and that's going to be all she wrote, at least for game 1. Crazy Raccoon finding ways to come back in. It was 50-50. Venomous had a chance. They got that team ace, but just as quickly as they got it, they gave one up. They lost that game, and Crazy Raccoon coming out on top.
The camera working? Why is Crazy Raccoon not looking at him then? They're
very humble. They're very humble, right? Like, they're just like, hey, that's just one win of many that we have ahead of us.
True,
they're professional.
I mean,
right? They're not like you and I.
Good play.
Yeah, like you and I would be like, haha, got it, look at it. Yeah, a little inappropriate. It's still a family show, okay, my friend? Anyways, I do think that Crazy Raccoon, I mean, they could show a little bit of jubilance. I think that that would be great. A little bit of joy definitely would help them along. But still, I think that that was a long time coming. They were in the L column for a while. Getting that win must feel great.
Yep, and I think it's going to boost their confidence. But for Venomous, look, they were so close. And I think you can tell, Venomous, they're not like trailing them by any means, right? I think as a team, Venomous is playing really well. But it's just unfortunate lack of information. They didn't see the flank coming from Function. I think they would have performed a very little, quite a bit differently if they knew that the flank was coming in from this U1.
Yeah. And I think that it was one of those things where also Zeke's got out of position. I mean, he was trying to solo him. And instead of going in one by one, trying to trickle where the battles are going to happen, just get yourself out of there. just cut your losses. Yeah, Zeke's dies, and then just try to hold. You still had your T3s, you had an opportunity, you had decent wave clear to kind of just deal with the minions that were coming, so you weren't going to lose the game right away. Sometimes somebody gets out of position and it just compounded into an entire team wipe, and that's a disaster.
Yeah, but what a way to do it, right? To get team wipe first in your attempt to try and take the crystal, and then to return the favor, and finally that was a big moment. And I think the right choice was made by Function. He actually went for the full damage build here with the Holy Grail, Staves of Sorcery, Savant's Wrath, Void Staff, along with the Scepter of Reverberation. He was one of the highest farm in this game, second to only Kai, who, with the golden equipment, was the reason why Zeke couldn't kill him in the first place.
Yeah, I mean, look at everybody on that team just doing a ton of damage and just like really helping with that win. But I think the MVP for that one's got to go to Feng Shuan. I think that play in the end especially cemented it, ensured that they got that win because he was just doing so much damage. I mean, 79,000 essentially, just a lot of damage and really helped that team. But this is a roller coaster. That's my heart rate right there.
Yeah, same here. I mean, Crazy Raccoon, this was a tight one. They made a couple of mistakes that were kind of, especially with all 5 members getting caught in the board. That's not a situation you want to have, especially against a Yixing, right? So, lucky for them, they won this game. Let's take a look at how this is going to be. And like you said, MVP, Crazy Raccoon, Function doing so well for himself. 5-2-7.
Yeah, 5-2-7. I mean, 28% of the damage. Literally just like, I'm a little uncomfortable with his posturing there in that photo, but Venomous here is just kind of, I mean, this is where things kind of just fell. Like, you thought that Venomous were going to really be able to strike them. They had a really nice gank here, setting themselves up. But, you know, again, Crazy Raccoon were able to get back in the game because it seemed like Venomous were kind of caught off guard. They were kind of spread throughout. They just had a really difficult time with those team fights.
Yep, they were consistently able to stop the Fever Barrage coming in by charming as well. That's one of the main reasons why they won so many fights, right? And with the decision to go full damage, Function actually was able to help melt down a lot of the members on the side of Venomous, which allowed Crazy Raccoons to take advantage of what's happening.
Yeah, oh man, this is one of those fights where I'm just like, why would you go in Charming? The Fever Barrage, I mean, yeah, it's amazing, it's on a 4, but you don't have the rest of the team to really cement those kills, and you're just putting yourself in an awkward position. And again, this is another one where, you know, Crazy Raccoon's starting to snowball, starting to get a little out of control. They're doing well, pushing them back, forcing it back. But then the ultimate turnaround, Venomous are like, no, not just yet. That board was amazing, locking them all down with that Umbrella Outburst. You had everything that you wanted. You get that team wipe and you're thinking, Venomous, GG, go next. But then, check out what happens here as it looks like in the top lane, Zeke's on the run. Catches out, Surge is like, dude, why are we not fighting in this one? Charming now joining, and here come all of his friends from the rest of Crazy Raccoons. Feng Shuan with the amazing play, locking it down. Nobody runs from him. Try to go golden all you want. Feng Shuan's on cleanup aisle 2.
Yep, he had the presence of mind to use his unending sorrow to get away from the board as well. At the same time, force out the Splinter. So burning out all of the different resources on the side of Venomous. So great understanding of what's necessary on the side of Venomous to turn the fights around. At the same time, it was really unfortunate because there was no vision. But talking about vision, we want to see the future. We're going to have to take a break before that. So let's go for a short break. When we're back, game number 2 between Venomous as well as Crazy Raccoons.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of my control, awaken something deep in me.
Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold in pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up inside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing they thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment.
The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are.
My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength.
Tell them who you are.
My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain.
I hear it every night. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rain down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are.
Both teams looking for that big win for themselves. Crazy Raccoon right now on the of having the first ever victory in a series on the Pro League for Major East. So this is going to be the final moment for them. Can they take this game? Holler, what do you think?
They can. I mean, look, we saw that last game where both of the teams were kind of, dare I say, charitable about just kind of giving away their lead back and forth, right? There were opportunities for both teams to win that one. I think that these are, I would say, dare I say, evenly matched squads going into that one, because that was actually very close, right, in the end. Crazy Raccoon finding that opportunity of attack, did a great job of just closing it out. And for the viewers just tuning in now, these are the picks that would happen in the last game, game 1. And of course, with the global ban system, they're not being able to be picked in game 2.
Yep, so we were talking about, why they go for the tank jungles, right? And it seems like that seems to be the formula that worked for Crazy Raccoon. Now the question is, does Venomous want to revert back to that? Or do they want to continue on this jungle assassin meta? We've seen teams perform really well on the Fade. We've seen teams perform really well on Jing as well. So maybe this is something that Venomous still wants to try, but it's a risk because if they lose this, they lose the series.
Yeah, and that would be a little bit heartbreaking at this point. I mean, okay, like if I'm looking at the draft, I didn't really see a huge impact from Zeke's on that pay. I thought that he needs to be a little bit more aggressive with him and just kind of dictate the pace of the game. Like slow down Ko as much as possible with the farming. He was kind of just happy just sticking on his side of the map, right? Which is not where you want to be as Pei. You want to be aggressive and you want to be kind of using his mobility to the maximum, right? He has such a good early game that you want to take advantage of it.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I think Venomous, in comparisons of Smite ability, I think Zeke's just triumphs Ko by just a little bit, right? Every single invade, Zeke steals away his own buff after all of the work has been done by Crazy Raccoon.
I mean, he did well in that. I mean, the game could have just gotten way out of control if Zeke's was not able to take those buffs, right? There were 2 that were hotly contested, especially early. That would have been a disaster for him. But he did salvage as much as possible. I'm just saying, like, past that, and I think that he was so concerned about saving his own buffs that he was really not willing to kind of be aggressive or to put pressure in the other lanes.
Okay. Venomous, I think they want to go for the RD pick. It has to be. They ban out the Lone. They ban out... okay, CR. Crazy Raccoon say no.
They know.
We want a fair
it.
battle.
They see it. They see the same thing that you do, but it looks like Venomous are going to go with the Dharma, the old tried and true. This is a clear...
Even here, I must remain true to who I am.
Yes, it is. For many months already in the global Honor of Kings servers as well. And here we go. Crazy Raccoon. They're going to put their lives into the hands of the channel played by Kuro, and they're going to pair this up with the Dire DI. I like this combination. Good lockdown, good burst potential as well.
Nice little 1-2 combination. I like it. It solidifies that bottom lane. I think that you're going to be fine on that channel as well. Dia, you and I know that I love this hero as quite a bit. It just adds so much to a team. But Venomous go with the Ogren Lianpo, looking very formidable.
I am Ogron, the Seer.
Yeah. Actually, one of the things that I would consider here is maybe a way. I think he will work wonders against Lianpo and Dharma. He benefits off having being CC'd, right? He actually gets a buff when he removes crowd control from himself.
Okay, it's an opportunity. I mean, you definitely open that one up. Would you... Okay, it looks like the Lady John, they just want a little bit of control. The Ocean of Tears potentially just dealing with that Ogren who goes in. You got to give Feng Shui something to play with, so to speak.
A little PTSD. I mean, we haven't seen the best Lady Jen plays today from other teams, right? Struggle, especially when you miss your Destructive Deluge. So, Crazy Raccoon, I mean, Feng Shui, great performance on that Yuan. Can you pull out the same tricks from this Lady Jen?
Don't you feel like the Lady John from like season 2 was like the top tier mid, and then like EWC was great, and then like after like championship in season 3, like it kind of has fallen off a bit. Like there's so many other mids that have been kind of out tiering her, so to speak.
That's true, but I think it's also about the execution, right? So Lady Jen, I think she does well in team fights that are really contained, which is why Ogren picks are normally matched against the Lady Jen, because it's a close quarters battle. Right, but at the same time, I think not a lot of teams have been able to make full use of the passive of the Ocean of Tears. I think that could be the big difference maker here.
Okay, makes a lot of sense here. But look at the bans here. They're the Crazy Raccoon forcing, like, they are attacking Charming. They're like, okay. I mean, you don't really have much. You don't have a Marco Polo at this point, and you're going to be going up against the Chano. It won't be the easiest of lane matchups at this point, especially since you're so deep in this hero pool now.
Strong is weak.
Okay, I'm just concerned about what kind of jungler, Crazy Raccoon wants to bring on board, because Charming's hero choice at this point doesn't matter as much to me in comparison, because if Zeke is able to get the lead, and with the Lianpo and Dharma combinations, they can technically ignore whatever that's offered on the side of Crazy Raccoons.
Okay, all right. Well, it looks like they're gonna go with the counter Yui Liang. Okay, a little bit of lockdown. It's definitely going to help. I think that plus the zone controls, especially in the mid, it could do some work, right? This Liang pick, I kind of like it as a last pick here.
It's a lot of work. Look, all 5 members, they have some sort of Dharma. You have the Burst Ram, Consort you with the vaulting shot, and more importantly, protecting Win's physical immunity. And then you have the Liang with the barrier, with the word, with the control. So it's a very scary lineup. And Crazy Raccoons, they say it doesn't matter the difficulty, we will pick up the Luna.
Yeah, but I mean, look, I think the Luna could potentially... Actually, I don't even know. I'm not 100% sold on this Luna trying to get to the back line. I mean, if it gets locked down by that Liang with that control, that suppression, you're going to have a tough time, right? And it looks like Crazy Raccoon are drafting more for themselves than to counter draft what Venomous is bringing.
So the only thing here for Crazy Raccoon is who's going to be the one that eats that control coming in from the Liang, right? So if it's me, I would just send the Ma Yin. Right, send your Clash laner, send Kai over, and eat that. Eat that for breakfast, tank it up, and then the rest of the team is supposed to do their job and save you, right? Hopefully, that's what Crazy Raccoon are looking at. But of course, if we're looking at Venomous, a slightly different composition and train of thought. It's all about Zeke's here.
Well, I mean, Venomous here needs to step up, Zeke's especially. I like the fact that Kindofu, you called him out. Please, Zeeks, go find Kindofu online. Let him know how you truly feel about this one. But going into this one, this is a must-win. Venomous needs this. They need to ensure that they get themselves in that win column. Plus, they're still looking for that first win in this KME.
Alright, so right off the bat, they're going to start looking at clearing that mid lane. In terms of wave, I think slightly better for the side of... Actually, no, it's going to be similar, right? Ashir is going to be helped out by Tamid, but this first rotation by Zeeks might help them out in the lane.
Yeah, it just, you know, just kind of push things along. I think it's going to be aggressive and a little bit of a, you know, stun at this point. Pushing them back here, it should be next to nothing at this point. But they do have 3 members from Venomous. One thing to take note of. And I know that Zeeks is trying to get that farm, but in the bottom lane, Charming being zoned out essentially by Curl.
Yeah, looks like he did take up the Oak Bolt as the first skill that he's going to take up. So until he hits level 2, he's going to have a...
Alright, in the top lane, the pushback gets serious from Kai. He's going to be zoned away. And these two have been kind of going at it for some time. But again, I'm going to always give the nod to Surge on this Dharma. I think that I just love this hero.
Yeah, he is. But Kai, I think, has the ability to outplay quite a few people, right? Undertaker, he's going to try and create as much room as possible so that Kuro can get the farm. And the Lupine traps have been quite devastating against the likes of Venomous in the farm lane.
Yeah, it's been annoying to deal with. Once it has that push, plus, I mean, Charming and Tamid are really not the best two to deal with all those wolves. So they need to be a little bit careful with these traps and just not triggering them willy-nilly. But obviously the minions are looking to go. But here we go. It looks like Ko is just getting some damage in, burst forward, but Feng Shun is actually having to flash on out to keep himself alive.
A little bit concerning. That's the big thing here. So Ko and Feng Shun's combination, quite devastating. It allows Feng Shun's flowing side to hit maximum whenever Ko gathers everyone together.
Yeah, and it looks like, speaking of a gathering, bottom lane looking to go Ashir, just waiting patiently, wants somebody to go out of the lane or to push a bit. Ashir looking to, he's going to show himself at this point. Undertaker spots that one out as well. The Firehawk will be picked up. Crazy Raccoon committing a lot of resources to defend Venomous potential attack in the bottom lane. Yeah, potential. Azure Golem going to be taken here. It looks like Ko is looking to just do some damage. Ko's continuing to chase after him. They do have the knock-up, and it looks like Zeeks is going to be killed. He's going to give up first blood. Surge gets the return onto Ko, so it's a jungle for a jungle. And do they get Surge? Oh. He's under the tower. He will survive.
Oh, the flowing side. Tamid, I was a little bit... that the bounce did happen. Surge actually almost the cause of his death there.
Oh, Surge. That's so risky. Feng Shun could have potentially killed him, I think. But Undertaker getting low himself. Charming doing a good job of just farming by himself, though.
I think Charming has been known to do well in a solo situation, right? So he is able to kind of create situations where he isn't threatened that much. But right now, I think it will be useful if Tamid can really just get rid of all the traps for Charming, because once that leader stance comes out, the wolf pack comes in. He needs to maintain his protecting wings. He cannot use that skill, you know, carelessly.
Yeah, he's got it. Oh, but speaking of Undertaker, so low, completely zoned out. Charming got some shots into this one. He's going to put some pressure on. And now Crazy Raccoon on the defensive, even though they're up about 600 gold.
600 is a small growth, right, at this point. And you can see they're trying.
Yeah, any sort of advantage, super helpful at this stage. I will take it, right? I would rather be up 600 gold than down 600, my friend.
Yeah, look, one thing I'm curious about is Zeeks is actually going for Dragon's Rage. Is that the best item build? Because you have to stop the heals coming in from Cole. And I think they're placing a lot of emphasis on the fact that they might be able to CC him.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Oh, Charming, okay, takes the Tyrant, and it looks like Kai was looking for that flank attack. And he cartwheels to safety, he's gonna be fine. But all in all, the Tyrant has been picked up by Venomous.
A little trigger happy for Feng Shun with that that's gonna be a big deficit here. A sheer whoop or an opening.
Yeah, wants to potentially go. Ashir, no, he's just going to stick around. He does have a little bit of harassment. Oh! And Charming, but basically Curl tries to flash away. Tamid was just going for the kill, and he realized, hey, actually, these axolotls don't fire.
They are kind of playing with fire at this point. Do they really want to try for this?
Yeah, I think it's a little risky at this point. Looks like Charming and Tommen will back off. If anything, they'll just kind of stay back in the lane. They don't need to force things. Obviously, they do want that, you know, to put a little bit more pressure on. But all in all, it looks like Tommen taking some work from Undertaker.
Okay, Function's rotation might be the game changer here.
Yeah, they're looking to go for this one. As long as they don't spot themselves. I mean, spot themselves out.
Oh.
They got him with the Ocean of Tears, but no, all in all, that was pretty much it. Even the Destined Encounter was committed. Nothing to be had.
Yep, so both teams actually looking for an opening like anywhere on the map, but both teams are refusing to give and leave any gaps.
Yeah, and, I mean, 3 members here for Crazy Raccoon. They're not giving up on this bottom lane. They do have that Vanguard, so that should put a little bit more pressure on. Are they able to zone them away while also taking down that tower? Not going to happen, especially since Zeeks has shown up. Crazy Raccoon just back off.
Okay, a very different choice of itemization as well, right? So with the gold, both of them in the farm lane, 3.6, 3.5 for Charming and Kuro respectively. Eternity Blade going in for Charming first, while Kuro has the Shadow Reaper. So there is a difference in damage being offered so far.
Yeah. I mean, it's all about that right now. I mean, Zeke's just by himself though. But look at this one from Charming. He's like, oh, they've got 3 members. There's no way we deal with this. There's just way too much, especially with that Vanguard tanking the tower shots. And they look like they take the bottom T1. And on the top side, Kai got caught out. And it looks like Crimson Golem is being zoned away at least.
Okay, but they didn't manage to get the catch on to Charming, so that's a big win for them. And now, Cole has information that Zeke's is... So, this is good information. They will be able to try and create a situation where it's a little bit more stressful for the side of Venomous.
Look at Cole looking for that rotation, trying to find Surge. Okay, the teleport away, so at least, you know, he's going to be in the mid lane, that is, and Zeke's that is. But they're going to put a little bit of pressure on. I mean, the game is kind of slowed down a bit. It's about 2k net worth lead in favor of Crazy Raccoon, but they don't really need to force anything. They can kind of just, you know, put a little bit of pressure on, get Ko just a little bit more farm before they really want to go.
Yep, I think the moment at this point, it's also about waiting for Kuro's next item. So once he has the Eternity Blade, that will be a marker where Crazy Raccoon will be comfortable to fight.
I think that would be a good tipping point or an opportunity to kind of push it, right? And that's the itemization getting on that point. But Undertaker getting going on here. Zeke's chasing after him. They have the Bitter Farewell onto him, but Zeke's continuing to chase the Conductor of Souls. The flash away by Kuro, keeping him alive. The Destined Encounter will be landed on him, but Feng Shui might not be as lucky. He hits him with a Ocean of Tears. He does actually connect, and Tommen is looking to be killed, and Crazy Raccoon survive, and they're up a kill.
Overextended. So this is one of the reasons why you pick up... Oh, hang on.
It looks like Ko continuing on. They dash over the wall. Surge is actually going to flash away. He gets under the tower. Now Crazy Raccoon with 4 members. They're looking to just kind of push it forward. Zeeks is there trying to defend and to deal with Kai, who's tanking up most of Zeeks, but Surge is going to be killed on the other side. Zeeks somehow goes down. Double kill going the way of Feng Shui. If he's able to find them out, and in a way, I would say Zeeks a little overextended on that one too.
In fact, it's quite a costly move here. They might lose...
Red team has destroyed a tower.
The hand Cole, and they have the Tyrant on it. Not the Shadow versions just yet, but there is a lot of farm coming into the side of Crazy Raccoon.
Look, taking the mid T1 and the Tyrant, that's all gravy. This is exactly where you want to be. Oh, but it looks like Ko, he wants to go in for those. But the control, he's been locked down, nowhere to go. He tried to dash away, but he dashed the wrong way. He ran into a wall, and now Crazy Raccoon down Ko for about 23 seconds, and they need to just back off and just regroup.
If they can stop Venomous from making another move across the map, like objective such as the Overlord, I think Crazy Raccoon is okay with that trade, right? They took a T2.
Yeah, took a T2. I mean, they'll be happy with that. I think that that's going to provide a lot more space. I mean, this net worth lead is starting to grow. It's almost 5k. Crazy Raccoon finding ways to just take over at this point. But Venomous Surge on the prowl, potentially going in for that ambush. And Zeke's invading the enemy jungle, looking to take at least the Azure Golem on his way out.
Okay, they got the steal there. Can they make it out?
Yeah, Tommen taking a lot of damage, but the Death Precipice is on point. They got the control, and Kai is going to be down for the count. And this is why a shear on this Liang is super annoying. You got to be careful. It's like, you think you can get out? Sorry, my friend. I'm going to control you here.
Yeah, so a good kill on the Kai, but right now there is a potential for turnaround.
Yeah, the truth! connecting onto 3. They've got him knocked up, and Kuro is down for the count, and Zeeks is doing some work. He's trying to chase after them. Surge is going to be killed in return, so it's going to be a 1 for 2. Kai is down for another 3 more seconds.
Yep, so just matching pace here, and oh, hang on.
Conductor of Souls onto it. He's going to out-heal this one. Ocean of Tears did some damage, but Zeeks will largely shrug things off.
Both teams unable to find that actual fitting opening, right, to really deal the killing blow in a ace or a team wipe. But here we go, Cole's gonna try again.
Cole's looking to go in for this one, and he instantly deletes Ashir. He says, "You've controlled me too many times." The Tremor Smash is not gonna keep Tomit alive. He tried to flash as well, and through it all, Crazy Raccoons with 2 members up. They're looking to push at least this mid T2. They just need to deal with a wave here.
This one cuts deep, right? 10.5 minutes. These are the shadow variants of the objectives. So right now, if they take any one, it is going to be quite costly against the side of Venomous. And with the gold advantage, look, they have about, what, 6,000 gold ahead. Funneled mostly into Cole, who's at 8.7, and more importantly, Function.
Ko needs to be a little bit careful. He dashes back into the Tyrant. He's just trying to harass them, but the Tyrant has already been picked up. Ko goes in, gets the pick off on a Charming, but he might be killed. No, he somehow survives, gets away just with his hairs on his chinny chin chin.
93% tankiness. Oh my goodness. And here we go, Zeeks out of position, gets
knocked up, but he's going to get away. That mid T2 still standing. If anything, Crazy Raccoons will look to just back off. Wait for the Vanguards to push. The Shadow Vanguard in the top lane. The top T2 has already been taken out. Crazy Raccoons with this map control, making it difficult for Venomous to even get outside their base.
Yep, they're peeling them layer by layer at this point. And this could be a big moment. One more entry, and this is a T3, maybe even a T.
They're going to be pushing here. The Ocean of Tears onto those minions. They forced it out. Yes, you have those zones of control, but is it going to be enough? Not too much, especially with those Vanguards. The Shadow Vanguard is in that top lane, looking to go. Undertaker just pushes them back. Got the control on this one. Gets the knockback in. Surge is going to be killed here. Tomit looking to potentially go in. Ashir has been killed as well. And 2 members down, and they want to go for more, but no, they don't really have the minions. The tower shots have started to do some damage. The top T3 is taken out, and they're looking to potentially end. They're going for the base. Tomit is going to go back and heal. The Ocean of Tears is just going to be on point, at least in the front here. Oh, he's been picked off. They found him out. They've got the base, and Crazy Raccoons will win game 2 and the series.
Finally, crazy enough. Crazy Raccoons, this is a big win for first one on the board since the competition has started. And now Major East Pro League, this is where you need to make those efforts count. And finally, for the first time, it counts for Crazy Raccoons.
Yeah, and if we're looking at the draft, we're kind of like, oh my gosh, this is a bit of a risky one in the sense of just like, you know, is Crazy Raccoon able to kind of pull off this Luna? Is he able to get off and just kind of do Luna things? And the answer to that, clearly a yes.
Yep, so I mean, this was the formula they had to figure out, right? Who was supposed to eat that control, the ultimate from Liang? And once that was down, I think it's side of Venomous, right? Because I think they had enough lead in the farm, especially for Cole, to really just hamper the growth on the side of Zeeks on their Ogren. And I think pretty much muted for Charming in this whole game.
Yeah, really, well, Charming wasn't able to do Charming things. Just not able to kind of, they were always on the defensive, really no space to farm, so you don't really have the damage to really kind of burst the enemy team that's just like jumping on top of you. Crazy Raccoon did a really good job of just kind of picking their battles and initiating when they needed to, you know, take someone out.
Yep. Now this final look, I'm really curious about Function's items because I think it was Function that really about this game Crazy Raccoon. He was consistent with the knockups on the Ocean of Tears, which caught multiple members on the side of Venomous, and pairing that up with the Flowing Side, that's where a lot of them were stopped in their tracks. And even with Consort Yu, yes, Charming, you deal great physical damage, you have physical immunity, you are nothing in the eyes of a frozen Lady Chen.
Yeah, and to be honest, I kind of go back to the draft. I think Consort Yu is just really not my top 10 probably, because in terms of farm laners, there's not too many more. But I think that it's definitely not where I want to be, you know, top 5. And so I think coming in the draft, they probably should have prioritized that a little bit earlier. Give Charming a chance, because I think that he is pretty much the backbone of this team, not really able to get going, especially with his 1-2-1 KDA.
Yeah, but this is all about celebrations for Crazy. Yeah, Undertaker Pro 10 he on point in game, allowing the rest of Crazy Raccoon to really benefit off of it. And yeah, that's the damage. 101,000 coming in from Function here, just doing the maximum efficiency on this Lady Jun.
Yeah, finally, Lady Jun doing is. I think that was one of her not first wins, but you know, very rare Lady Jun wins. You don't see too many of them. They've just kind of been outclassed in that mid lane, but doing well in that one, just proving just how to play this one and getting those flowing sides. The destructive deluges were on point. He was just Feng Shan just taking the Lady Jun to the next level.
I think we might be seeing the start of a rising star here, and I think behavior and this we might see an even bigger one. But MVP unfortunately stolen away by Cole as he entered to the back lines, similar to how he did in game 5, 2, and 3. He was one of the big catalysts, one of the cornerstones why this team won so hard, making life so hard for the side of Venomous as well.
Yeah, and we'll check out the highlights here. Crazy Raccoon doing well even from the beginning, finding those pickoffs, just getting themselves into great opportunities. And Ko, once he got going, he got those, you know, the net worth. It was really tough for Zeeks to kind of fight back in this one because Feng Shan was just doing so much damage. It's like, yeah, you have that sustain and you're able to kind of keep yourself alive, but it's tough to continue to go in. You have to just retreat at that point.
Yeah, and Cole, one of the things you'll notice as the game later proceeds, he himself is able to take 3 different ultimates from the side of Venomous before he actually falls to the ground. And that's a big marker. That's one of the reasons why Function is able to do so well. That's also why Kuro is able to get all those wolves down. And the heals coming in from Undertaker really changed the fight. It was not looking too good for a moment, but that last destined encounter on the top lane on the tier 3 allowed them to just take the game from there.
Yeah, and look at how aggressive Ko is. I mean, yeah, he gets the pick off, but once you take out Charming, it's like, oh, where's all the damage? What are they gonna do? Yeah, they're gonna control me to death, but Ko actually survives on that one. Again, playing the hero of the limit, understanding what he needs to do. He found Surge, and then gets the pick off, and once Ashir, don't get me wrong, it's great to isolate and to do that ganking when you have that control, that suppression, but once you're dead, I mean, once you lock yourself in, you're such a static target. It's very easy for everyone else to pull you away and to kind of kill you. So Ashir really didn't get going with that Liang as well.
Yeah, so this is one of the reasons why they didn't ban out the Liang, right, on post side. They were very confident that this would net them the win. And of course, that concludes our day for the side of Major East League Pro 2025 spring season. Now, with that being said, I think we've had quite a few games. We really now have a clear understanding of the table. Tomorrow is the last day of the ranking week, and we will have our top 3 after the end of tomorrow.
Yeah, and I think we still have plenty of good games to go even for tomorrow. I'm just looking at the schedule right now. We're gonna see Crazy Raccoons going up against SCARZ. You have Nongshim going up against Venomous. Crazy Raccoons again against Vicious Esports. So you could see a potential bounce back by Crazy Raccoon. And of course, the final game will be Gen.G versus R8 Esports. I think that last game is gonna be a banger.
Oh, that one's gonna be fire because we've seen the quality by both and R. Gen.G also showing shades that they are champion material, but can they be consistent? That's the big question here, right? So really excited for tomorrow, and we're kind of waiting for the stats for today if it's going to come out. If not, we'll give you the highlights for the day as well.
Yeah, and we're just going to see exactly how things are played out. I mean, Nongshim right now, just I see it on the side. We've been doing some mental math on this one. They're 4-0. I think it'll be very difficult, especially since they have Venomous on stack as well. I don't remember the last team that they still have yet to play, but I think that they're in prime position to make Group S. Should not be a problem. But the rat race throughout is going to be Gen.G Esports, R8 Esports, and SCARZ. I think that there's a lot of potential to see which of these 3 teams, only 2 are going to make it into Group S. That's going to be super exciting as a final day tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that's what matters, right? Now this puts into perspective how important every series is. And not just that, you have to try and win. Can you imagine losing a slot because you lost one game? That is so painful.
Yeah, that would be rough, right? I mean, just losing one, but it could come back to that. I mean, it's as simple as that, right? But here is, of course, the results of today's matchup. Spoilers if you don't want to see it. Nongshim 2-0s Crazy Raccoon. The second match, R8 1-2 loses to SCARZ. And the third one was 2-0 in favor of Nongshim. And the final match we just saw, Crazy Raccoon 2-0s Venomous.
Yep, so quite a few shades being shown here, right? We have seen the rise of champion material, top of the table at this point. 4 matches, 4 wins, all 2-0s, followed by R8 today in second place and Gen.G in third. Now, SCARZ, they haven't had too many games just yet, and they might be able to wrestle that position away. Now, that leaves the rest of the table, Vicious, Crazy Raccoon, and Venomous, who are looking to survive and make it into Survival Week.
Yeah, for the record, SCARZ has to play back-to-back games off cam. They're going to be playing Vicious Esports and Venomous. So we'll have a much better picture at the start of tomorrow to see exactly where the teams kind of shake up as they go into their final games. And this is, of course, going to be the schedule for tomorrow. Crazy Raccoons going up against SCARZ. It's going to be, and the second one is going to be Nongshim versus Venomous. Third, Crazy Raccoons versus Vicious. Gen.G versus R8 Esports. Who's going to be potentially second or third going into that final survival week.
Yep, so SCARZ going to have a tiring day today, but tomorrow is the test for Crazy Raccoon. They have won, and they have gotten off on a good start today. First win ever in the Pro League for Major East for them. Can they continue? Can they be consistent? Right? We want the best of the best to qualify, not only to take the money, but to qualify into Esports World Cup as well. That is where the big boys are playing. That's where you want to be seen and want to hold your victories on.
Yeah, but of course, just to note, only the top squad in the KME is going to be going to, of course, the KWC, the EWC, as you're talking. The second place team is going to be going to the last chance qualifier. They're going to be going up against the west side, the worst side, you know, that league. I mean, at the end of the day, you know that the East teams are all better, so they're going to end up with a victory. So basically, if you're second place, you're going to qualify as well.
Yeah, it's the what league? Oh, West League? Oh no, it's what?
West League, Worst League.
Yeah, but in any case, it has been an interesting day today. So let's go and end the day for the day. It's been fun. It's been action-packed. It's been your favorite kind of tofu, kindofu, as well as Holler. Holler, any last words for today?
No, I had a bunch of fun. I'm going to be taking a day off tomorrow. Kindofu and Dashcast will be here on the desk to kind of, you know, guide you through the last day of ranking week. It's going to be super exciting. Thank you so much for tuning into the KME. We'll see you guys tomorrow.